Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. Nervous smile. This is a Tottenham Hotspur smile. I'm joined this morning by Chris B. We're going to be joined by Lubo as well a little bit later. Chris, before we start talking about Tottenham, how are you personally? And are you looking forward to Christmas?
Personally doing very well. Looking forward to Christmas. A little shout out for you. At the weekend, I saw posts going out around how you and other members of the Spurs community go out and provide some assistance to those less fortunate than ourselves in and around London. So well done. It's a season of goodwill and to try and help others out. So fair play to you.
No, listen, I it's been a tough year for me, as you know, personally. So it makes me feel better to give something back, even if it's not a lot. But hey, thank you. Didn't need to say that, but I really, really do appreciate it. Talking about things that need help. We support a football club that is in constant, I feel like if ever a football club needed a direct phone line to the Samaritans, it is Tottenham Hotspur. Listen, we'll get into the manager, we'll get into the owners, we'll get into the players. The whole thing's a bloody mess, isn't it? Like it has been for years, and it's not showing any signs of changing. It's a mess, isn't it?
Well, Christmas always generally brings reruns of those old film classics. And I was watching one the other night, Bill Murray, Groundhog Day. And I've got to say, if ever a film resembled Tottenham, it's that film. As we're going to speak about something, and it's not the first time, and it won't be the last, we address these problems or the current plight the club finds itself in.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I tell you what, absolutely hilarious. Bearing in mind, we have not spoken anything football at the moment. Savva's protecting Frank. I haven't even mentioned Thomas Frank. I haven't said a thing about football. I love YouTube. It is very funny. Look, where to start? After a defeat like yesterday, and off the back of some very poor performances that we've seen so far this season, the noise is growing. We've seen this noise before, Chris. This isn't a new noise. This is why I'm calm, because this isn't a scenario we've not seen before. And we're at the stage where fans want another manager out again after 4 months. In your opinion, are they going to get their wish? And if so, how soon do you think this is going to happen? Or, as I saw Alistair Gold say on a video this morning, which I agreed with, he said, are Spurs going to stick with the manager, knowing that the destination might not be what they want? Or are they going to sack the manager without having a destination in mind? So what do you make of it all?
I think there's two or three things that we've got to consider. Firstly, this was apparently Daniel Levy's choice. Daniel Levy's no longer at the football club. So had the junior members of the Lewis family had the control then that they did now, would we have seen him appointed? We don't know. Mm-hmm. Second thing is, you can change for any manager in the world, but you can't be a miracle worker. And with the squad that we've got and the resources we've got available at the moment, it's going to be a thankless task for anybody. Thirdly, we have this perhaps naive notion at times that we have long-term projects. This is professional sports. This is a £1 billion industry. You don't get the time that we'd all hoped for. If that generally did happen, we'd allow somebody to come in and perhaps do what Arteta did at Arsenal and clear the decks of all the rubbish, the Kolasinacics and those players that weren't going to get time. Our whole squad is dire. It's absolutely dreadful. And when I was speaking to you privately earlier this morning, in days gone by, morning, Lubo.
Morning.
In days gone by,
I prefer Luno to let's call him Luno.
In days gone by, you had the likes of Gareth Bale, you had Van der Vaart, you had Modric's, you had Dimitar Berbatovs, you had Carrick's, you had Walker's, you had players that other clubs were knocking at our door and were happy and trying everything within their powers to take those players from the club. You look at the squad now, there's not a single player, perhaps with the exception of Van der Ven, there's not a single other player that anybody will be knocking down your door screaming for. And there's the problem. We're in a mess. And the ghost of Daniel Levy is hanging over this football club and its past mistakes and decisions. An example in case, Vicario, if he'd have paid the money, we'd have perhaps had David Raya there and things may have been a bit better, but you buy twice.
Yeah, it's interesting. And morning to Lubo, morning to James. It's interesting because I want to try and have a conversation this morning where we actually have a conversation rather than everyone just screaming Frank out. But I get it. People want Frank out. But to coin Luno, I'm going to call him that now. To coin Luno, there are micro problems at this football club and there are macro problems at this football club. And I was having a chat with Perchy just now. And it's funny, I've had loads of conversations with people this morning. I've had a chat with James, I've had a chat with Lubo, I've had a chat with Sean and Wolfie, and I've had a phone call. And Perchy said to me something that I thought was really interesting. He said, look, at the end of the day, he said, Thomas Frank's an employee of our football club, right? If he goes, he goes. We all see managers come and go. That's not, oh no, I'm going to cry if Thomas Frank's gone. But he also said, what is it that people will expect if a new manager comes in now? I'm not saying he's not going to go because I think he will, guys. But if a new manager comes in now, what is the immediate expectation? Because I know we do the point scoring, guys. Everyone does, oh, you wanted him, you wanted him, you wanted him out, you wanted it. Forget all that. Let's worry about the good of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. What is going to be the immediate expectation of a new manager that comes in with the same group of players that finished 17th last year? And if I'm not wrong, Lubo will tell me this, he knows all this off the top of his head. At the moment, we are currently sitting 6 points off 17th this year. So nothing's really changed. What would the expectations be on a new manager, Lubo? What would it, in the immediate term, what would it do other than a new manager bounce, in your opinion?
I can't answer that question because the whole club's a mess. I sent on one of the groups I'm on this morning. It's all been about Frank out, etc., etc. And I'll just read out what I put, and just to try and bring some perspective to this situation. I said, I'm not dying on a hill for Frank. The problems, though, are much bigger than him. Number one, we've had owners for 25 years obsessed with profit and who have neglected the football side. Two, Levy employed top managers in Redknapp, Poch, Jose and Conte would not back them. Then he gave loads of money to Lange and Ange, whose player idea was miles worse than Paul Mitchell. Three, we failed to build a team stroke squad around Kane. Four, we have an unbalanced mid-table average squad with no leaders. And five, the only manager who can unite the fan base in Poch, bring him home in the summer. And that's how I feel about the club. I don't see Frank surviving. It's not how Premier League football works. The players have thrown him under the bus. The players are patently not good enough. I keep saying this. They can't even. I think they gave the ball away with misplaced passes 25 times yesterday. I think I read.
That's got to be some sort of record in the Premier League.
That is absolutely horrendous. So you have players that are just not good enough. I think possibly this job is too big for Frank. It's too big for most people. You need someone like Pochettino, either Pochettino, who has a massive affinity with the club and who has lots of goodwill in the bank, and everybody loved the football that he played. Or you go back and you bring in a top manager who can handle it, who can handle the expectations of this club. Because we have.
Can I ask, Lubo, sorry, I've got to interject here. And what are the expectations of this club? I hear these words that are thrown around. Like I see that Spurs fans think we're there. I see that Spurs fans expect. What are the expectations of this club? Because I think for me, this is possibly the most underwhelming squad I've seen for decades. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying the worst squad. The reason I say underwhelming, Lubo, is I think the squads we had under Conte and Jose were worse, but they had the shining lights. Yeah. They had match winners like Kane and Son. I look at this squad now and I think, who on earth put this shit together? Like, who over the years has built this squad? Like, who's built it? Like, so what's the expectation for you, Lubo? But I'll go to James in a minute. But what is the expectation for a manager coming?
I think the expectations of the fans that I think, and I've got to agree with Sean, I think they're unrealistic. And this has been because we reached the Champions League final in 2019.
Agreed.
With a team that was on the way down. Remember, that team was nowhere near as good as the team that finished the last season at the Lane with 86 points. So that team had been regressing for 2 years. What are we expecting? I think we have fans with unrealistic expectations. I think first of all we've got to get a manager in who can bring balance to the squad, who can be backed properly. I think without the owners backing any manager, the manager's job is a poison chalice. It's just pointless. It doesn't matter. We've had Jose and Conte. They had won at every club they'd been at before they joined Tottenham. So you can't do better than get proper winners into your club. But then with proper winners, you've got to give them the tools to carry on winning. You've got to look at how the clubs that they were at and what those clubs did to enable these managers to win the leagues. And it was
You've got to
all
remember as well, though, just before I go to James, you've got to remember as well, when those managers, when we talk about the Joses and the Contes, they were never going into a club like Tottenham to pick up a mess to win titles. They were going into big established football clubs that you could buy big in one summer and challenge. The job at Tottenham, and this is where I think, let me move to James actually, because he's not too...
Let me just answer you on that one.
Yeah, go on.
Conte 2017. He had Victor Moses and Alonso as his wing backs.
Sure, but he also had players like Fabregas, Matic, Diego Costa.
It wasn't a team of all stars. He actually put it together very, very well.
No, but they had some top match winners, Lubo. They had people. Look, they had Costa up front.
Yeah.
Right? You had all four of our strikers together. They don't equal Costa. They had Eden Hazard, Cesc Fabregas. Cesc Fabregas is better than all of our 6 centre midfielders in one of his toes. So look, let me go to James. James, look, I get it, right? I get the immediate frustration, and I get that. My line has been, James, he is going to get sacked. We know at some point he's going to get sacked. It doesn't matter whether we sit here and go Frank in, Frank out. This is what Tottenham do. This is what Premier League clubs do. We will sack him. In your opinion, James, who comes in? What is the style what is the manager that's going to come in that all the fans are going to get behind? Because some want Glasner, pragmatic. Some want Xavi Hernandez, tiki-taka, ball-playing football. Some want Iriola, but then they'll just complain he's only ever done it at Bournemouth. But who is the guy that comes in to unite everyone, James?
The only one is Poch, isn't it? Whether you want him or not, I think 90% of the fans will get on board because of what the football he played and so on and so on. But need to remember that he didn't start off by playing that kind of football either. It took time. It wasn't like he walked in the door and instantly we went, right, bang, great football. Because it wasn't like that. It was one of those situations where it does take time. Things take time. I mean, I think there's different circumstances with different things. I personally believe Frank is making it worse for himself also. I think he's digging his own grave. I mean, going 2-0 down yesterday and bringing on Ben Davis and Polinia, sorry, that for me is unacceptable. Whether you think he's good enough or not, like you're waving the white flag there for me. You're going, you know what, this game's done. I don't want to concede anymore, and we conceded again anyway. That for me is not acceptable. But as you were saying, you said a few things like who is responsible. First and foremost, I think our fans need to get over the whole fact of loving one player, loving one person, and sticking by that one man, and start supporting the football club. And by that I mean all I heard was Don Paratici, this, that. Look what he's done for the youth club. Fantastic. I'm happy for the kids, but quite frankly, I don't care. They mean nothing to me as of right now. I got told, look at the players that he brought in. They've all gone up in value. Pape Sarr, so on and so on. Mate, they're all crap. But yet he's lauded as this Don. I'm sorry. When you stop backing people that have actually brought in pretty much nobody of top level, it's done for. And unfortunately, our fans do stick to one player, Archie Grays.
Awful.
Kolo Muani.
Don't start blaming the kid when you've got loads of established
No,
players.
Lubo, I'm sorry, mate. If you're old enough and big enough to step on the pitch, you are big enough to be criticised. I am not going to say he's amazing because he's a kid. No, he was crap again. I don't care how old he is.
Sorry, mate.
Why are no one saying about Yamal? Why are they not saying about Pedri? Why are they not saying about Savva? I tell you why. Because they're good football players. When you're a good football player, you get judged by your skill. When you're a crap football player, you go, oh, what about his age? Unfortunately, mate, with football fans, and this is the problem, when you start sticking up for him, oh, but he's only 18, oh, but he's only X, Y, Z, that is the problem with the football club. Why don't you criticise the player for being the player, not his age? Why don't you criticise the manager for making the manager's mistakes, not the squad? You can have the two different conversations. Why do you have to be, no, nothing's to do with Frank, it's all the players. No, it's not Frank, it's not the players, it's all Frank. Why can't you have an adult conversation? Why can't we have an adult conversation? He's stepping onto the pitch. He was crap again. Again, he was crap. Kolo Muani, no go Colo. That's his new name. No go Colo. The guy is zero goal threat. He's never going to score. He never looks like he's going to score. No goal threat whatsoever. But yet people are telling me about signing this guy for 50 million. Sorry, what are we doing here? We'll sign him. We'll score no goals next season, and we'll go, shit, we need to buy another one now, don't we? That was another 50 million wasted. Sorry, the moment you put that shirt on and you walk over that line, you take the responsibility.
Look, I mean, look, Chris, I don't want to go down the route of the Archie. I'm not blaming Archie Gray or any one player for Tottenham Hotspur being the way they are. But Chris, I want to ask you about, we'll go to Frank. Actually, let's start with Frank. Let's start with Frank. Frank said this yesterday, right? He said a lot, but he came out and said this, Chris. He said, if no one gets the time, no one can turn this around. This is not a quick fix. Now, Chris, whether or not you or I or fans believe that Thomas Frank is the right manager, he isn't actually wrong. Whether it's him or someone else, this isn't a quick fix, Chris. And my worry with us as a fan base is we think that 4 months, like I couldn't believe when I was on Sean's show yesterday, I'm debating with 4 people who think 4 months is a long time to turn a football club around. And Chris, my true worry with this is, doesn't have to be Frank. It can be someone else. But are we ever going to give somebody true time, like transfer windows, time, coaching, or are we literally going to do this again in 4 months if Frank was sacked this week, for example?
You're right. 4 months isn't a long time, but we need 5 or 6 transfer windows to address this. We've got to get rid of all the dross on the books, and then we've got to bring in world-class players, as opposed to the bright, pay cheap, buy twice mentality. As I said, the ghost of Daniel Levy hangs over the club, and it's a big shadow over the club. And even if it's not Frank, we just need somebody who's going to give us some belief, and we can actually see improvements. As I've not seen one player under Frank improve. They seem to be regressing. And as James pointed out yesterday, it was suicide at 2-0 down to take off Jed Spence and to replace him with a 33-year-old left-back, a like-for-like replacement. And we can have the arguments about Muani, but is Muani actually playing in the right position, as he seems to be rotating Richarlison and Kolo Muani between the left side and through the middle, but they're both rubbish. Neither of them are any good. And there was a phase of play in the second half yesterday where we're going forward and somebody passes Richarlison the ball. He can't even take it in his stride and move forward. He concedes possession. And then you look at the substitutes bench. We've got arguably a championship player, if that, in Odebear. He's not going to come on and make an impact. And then you look at what your other forward options. They're null and void. They're all substandard junk, rubbish that wouldn't get in any other Premiership side. Brennan Johnson, returning to his former club, comes on for what, a cameo at 3-0 down and all's gone and buried. So if we're going to talk about this romantic notion of a project, such time doesn't exist. This is billion-pound industry, high levels, high stakes. And if we were to give a long-term project, then we've got to go all in and realise that we're going to miss out on Europe. That may not be a bad thing, as at the moment, it's a distraction. We're not going to mix it with the big boys. We're not good enough. And if we have a proper project, we need to get all of those out and go again.
I agree. I mean, Chris, listen, and I just need to caveat this because I feel like people don't listen. I'm saying Thomas Frank is an employee of the football club. If he's sacked, he's sacked, right? My concern isn't about my ego on wanting Frank or not wanting Ange. My concern, Lubo always says this. So, you know, I don't agree with Lubo on anything, but Lubo and I do. When Lubo and I agree, we really strongly agree. This has got to be about the good of Tottenham Hotspur, right? And I get it. The noise, Frank out, Frank out, Frank out. I just don't know what it looks like as a solution, Chris, because I see these names being bandied about. People ask for Xavi Hernandez. I really like Xavi as a manager. I'd happily have Xavi. But Chris, you and I both know if Xavi Hernandez joins Tottenham Hotspur right now, what's the one thing Xavi Hernandez is going to need? That the same thing that Thomas Frank needs? It's players. Time and players. Right. So my question to you is this, Chris. I'll just go with Xavi, just for argument's sake. Insert name of manager that any fan wants. Xavi comes into Tottenham right now, right? And they go, oh, good. Xavi plays the football we want to see because that's important to some, right? So Xavi comes in, and within the first 3-4 months, we're starting to realize, well, these players can't actually play the way Xavi wants to play, right? We've seen all season, all last season, these players can't pass a football. Like they cannot pass a football. It's not in them. Not one of our players, other than James Maddison, is an excellent technician of the football, right? So Xavi comes in. We realize after 3 or 4 months that he's trying to implement a style. It doesn't work. The results will start to go back to what we've seen under Ange, under Frank. What's stopping us from being in this exact position in 4 months with the fan base again going, oh, well, let's compare Xavi's first 16 games to Thomas Frank's. Oh, my God, he's not got any points. We're conceding goals. They can't pass. Aren't we back at the same place in another 4 months? That's my concern, Chris. It's not for Frank. He can go, but this is what are we?
Well, we are a club that seemingly were prepared to give Angepostecoglou a year and a day to prove himself. And our fans were happy clappers and gave him excuse after excuse after excuse. So if we get the right person in who has the right vision and shows us we're taking positive forward steps, then we've just got to give him time. We've just got to put to bed our own opinions and give him an opportunity to prove or disprove himself, because we're on a managerial roundabout. We've tried with all these big names and the result's always the same. Nobody's lasted. Everybody's come and gone. And there are such big issues in the club from top to bottom. We've got so much work to do. We just need a bright light, a northern star that's going to take us on a journey and to get behind the players, get behind. We want to be excited. And the boos have come because of the crap we have to face week in, week out. Lubo goes, I go. I pay, £1,800 for my season ticket and then probably £200 a match day to get from Bedfordshire to the Tottenham, a few drinks before the game. And it's got to the point where I'm thinking Saturday, 5:30 kickoff, a week or two before Christmas, can I actually be bothered? And that's not how it should be. You go to professional sports to be entertained and to get some enjoyment out of it. At the moment, we're not.
The only thing I would kind of is all right. So, go on, Seth.
No, go on. You're right. Go on.
The only thing I'd like to add to that, and I agree, I don't want to keep going round and round in circles, but I do feel like we get to that point where it's almost like the managers have enough. Like I said, those subs for me were suicidal this weekend. That for me was like okay, we've lost, another loss, on we go, and almost like an accepting defeat for me. That normally means that A, the managers had enough, B, the players have had enough, and it's just a matter of time. And one of the things we said about potentially what do we expect to see after 4 or 5 months or however long it's been is just a little bit of anything. And I don't feel like we've done anything. I think we're conceding just as many goals as last season. I think we could score in less. I mean, the XG is, I don't like to go by XG, but it's nothing short of diabolical. So I do feel like what is Frank doing? He did bring in 4 players of his own. None of them seem to be doing anything barring kudos. So he is sort of. And look, I'm not saying Frank should be given more time.
Just to play
Well,
devil's
no,
advocate.
but then we're never going to know that, though, are we?
Just a quick question to all of you. And 20 minutes into the game yesterday, I looked at Van der Ven and his body language wasn't right. He didn't look as if he buys into the playing out from the back. He conceded possession 5 or 6 times. He made a couple of runs where it looked like he was running into a cul-de-sac. And there was something not right about him.
Well, there was one moment, there was one player for me that stood out for body, two actually. One I think's dreadful football player, Intel. I felt like he actually come on and wanted to do something. I don't think he did much, but he was showing a bit of energy, a bit of fight, and a bit of something more than anybody else. And the other thing that stood out to me was Pedro Porro right at the end when he clattered somebody, didn't he? And he got him in like a headlock and they kind of rolled. And then he got straight up and I think he pointed at Richarlison and somebody else and pointed it to the crowd and then went, snap them. Like, up forward, you should be snapping them. And that's what I kind of thought. And I thought, yes, why is nobody, if the whole ground is mugging you off and they've made 30 passes to go, wait, why has no one took the interest to go, you know what? I'm not having this. I'm better than this. And snap somebody and go, there you go. Like, try and mug me off a little bit, but they don't. It's almost like they kind of go, you know what, we've lost again, boys. We'll see what happens next week. And that is, for me, is what is all on the players, is in have a bit of pride about it. I don't care if you're not a good footballer, have a bloody bit of pride.
That was my point. How do we, as I said, and I have to keep saying this because people in the chat just don't seem to listen to what I'm saying. Fine, sack Frank. How do we know we're not sitting here in 3 months and these same players that had this attitude under Frank and under Ange, some of them under previous managers like Conte, what is to say that new manager now changes their attitude? Because I'm at the point, James, where I'm going to say this is going to piss a lot of people off, right? Bring in a new manager, fine. Don't care. I'm past how many managers we've seen in our lifetime, right? I'm past caring. Bring in a manager, fine. This squad of the match day squad yesterday, James, in the entire squad of fit players, there are 5 that I would keep. Right? I look at that 11 that starts yesterday, and I've literally, you can tell I'm not making this up because I've got it ready to go. Ready? They say, you know, I've got this prepared, right? I know Paulinho was on the bench. They are the only 5 footballers that are fit right now that I would keep at Tottenham Hotspur, James. Right?
You would keep Romero.
Hang on. Hear me out. Romero at a push. Right? If
no
big money
chance.
came in, right? Hang on. Hear me out, right? I look at that team yesterday and I see people saying things like we should easily beat Forest. We should easily be beating Fulham. I genuinely look at the players in this team and I have no idea what people are rating. Vicario, for me, is a really poor goalkeeper. Said it for years. He's been backed and backed and backed. Same mistakes over and over again. That will continue, whether it's Ange, Frank, or the new manager. I've heard for years, Porro, but Porro's not a right back, but Porro's good going forward. I don't think he's good going forward or defensively. The more I watch this guy play, he does nothing for me as a footballer. His passing is crap. He doesn't get forward. He doesn't beat a man. But if we play wing backs, he's going to be great. Jed Spence.
Apologies to any vertically challenged people in the chat or following, but when you've got a wing back who's 5'6" at best, you're always going to target him. He lacks the physicality and strength when it comes against the top teams. Poor player. But
for me, I look at Jed Spence. He's okay. But again, playing on the left, you can see he's a right back playing on the left. Never gets given a game on the right by any manager. Ange didn't. Frank's not. So why? Is it because of Porro? I look at Bentancur. That guy's finished years ago. Should have been sold years ago. I look at Gray. Nowhere near a Premier League footballer. I don't care what Lubo and his people say. Archie Gray should never have been bought by Tottenham Hotspur. That, for me, showed the type of football club we want to be. We want to be a club that sign very poor footballers and hope that they grow. Right? Mawani, I'm with you, James. I've tried my best to back not. I look at him and go, well, why are we buying him? What would you buy him for? Richarlison, awful footballer. Davis, why is he at this football club? Bergvall does nothing. Again, another one. There's a player in Bergvall. Bergvall comes on, runs into people, gets booked, gives the ball away. but apparently there's a player in there, right? Tell, not good enough. Odeber, not good enough. I look at this squad, and this isn't Frank, by the way. I know I'm going on, guys, but I know people can only relate this back to Frank. This is, if any manager has got this squad, they are going to need years to build it, because this squad is poor. I said this in the summer and last week. This squad is poor, right? We will get these same performances time and time again if we do not add quality to this football club. Everyone creamed their pants over Moani in the summer. Panic buy. Everyone creams their pants, right, over Xavi Simons. I like Xavi Simons. He needs time, right? I am looking at this, guys, and I'm so sorry for venting, but I don't see what other fans see. And you guys know I've said this consistently for years now. I don't see in these footballers what other fans are. We should just be battering Forest. What, with Archie Gray and Bentancur? With Richarlison? With Jed Spence? With Vicario? Their goalkeeper is better than ours, right? Their fullbacks are better than ours. Their central midfield is better than ours. Hudson-Odoi is better than anything we've got on the left wing. So when you actually break it down, why are our fans so arrogant to think that we should just rock up and be beating Fulham easily, Forest easy? Chris, this squad for me, sorry, I vented. I know you're all thinking, shut up. This squad for me, I do not rate it at all.
No, it's rubbish. It's the worst squad since I've been going to Tottenham since 1990. And you made a few interesting points there about Forest. When you said goalkeeper, is that their debutant Brazilian goalkeeper, whose first Premiership game it was yesterday, who we didn't lay a glove on? Or was it Matt Sells, who's there week in, week out? And the thing, when we talk about goalkeepers, that really pulls my chains around Vicario, part of the alleged leadership team. He's all out to call out and scream at 19, 20-year-old kids when they make a mistake. But I've never seen a man flap his arm so much but take no personal responsibility. And he is becoming a regular problem in our side. Yesterday, Gray was asking for the ball, but he could also see what Gray was walking into, and he could see what was ahead of him. He needed to go long. He didn't. And he's just a poor player. And again, this is what I don't like about Frank. He continues with these options. We know he's bad. We know he's not going to get any better. He's 29, 30 years of age. If he hasn't got it now, he's not going to get it moving forward. We've got doubts about Kinski, but you've got to give Kinski 6 or 7 games because he can't be any worse than Vicario. So the whole squad, we're using plasters to plaster over cracks. And our fans get excited because we beat a piss-poor Brentford team, and then we beat a piss-poor Slavia Prague in the Champions League. Then guess what? We return to normality against a Premiership side under Sean Dyche. He's been there 8 weeks, but they look much better and much organised and knew what they were doing. And the whole thing
hasn't Dyche just, Chris, in Dyche event, hasn't Dyche literally just put Forest back to what they were last year?
Yeah, of course.
He's gone to factory settings that works for them, and that is why they picked that manager.
And I want to see, if I see positives and I see some effort and we lose to a better team, I'll hold my hands up and say, well, the better team won. But under Thomas Frank at the moment, I'm seeing mismatched players. I'm seeing changes too frequently. There's no consistency. There's different formations that don't work. I'm not seeing any positives. I'm not saying anything to show me that ray of light where I think, actually, we've got to stick by this guy. There's just so much work to be done.
I agree with that. And I do agree with the whole, to be honest, I stuck up for Vicario for a while because I think there's a good goalkeeper in there. But you cannot keep making mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake and get away with it. I said it yesterday. He needs to be dropped now. He's made one too many. I mean, the first goal for me was all on Vicario. But I do think Gray needs to take a big responsibility as well, because a lot of people going, but again, he's a kid. He was played into danger. The best thing I'll do is if you go and watch, I think it's Adam Wharton, and I think it might be Elliot. Have you seen Wharton warm up? When he warms up, he spends more time looking around with him than he does touching the ball. Archie Gray to stand on the edge of the area, not have a Scooby-Doo if anybody's around him or anything, and stand still and wait for the ball to get to his feet. Look, Vicario is completely in the wrong for making that pass. I said that. It's on him. But the fact that Archie Gray stands still on the edge of his box waiting for Christmas before the ball arrives at his feet, that is exactly the signs of somebody that is not a good footballer. Somebody that's got no idea of his surroundings. Someone's got like I think they said,
James,
look, I'm not comparing the two. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. The one comparison I want to say is, for me, I mean, how I grew up, and when we had conversations in the pub and watching football, I think it was Luka Modric come out and said, you can always tell when they're a good footballer because it's like they've got rear wing mirrors. They know what's around them before they even get the ball. They go, right, left back's there, centre back's there. Archie Gray was standing still, flat-footed, received the ball, lost the ball. Again, Vicario is in the wrong, but it shows the level of footballer. That's very key. Shows the level of footballer Archie Gray is, and that is rubbish.
Sorry,
I'll give you a comparison. I'll give you a comparison. All of us are old enough to remember. Had Vicario played that same ball to Moussa Dembele, you'd have known there was a totally different outcome.
Oh, come on.
But not just him. Tom Huddlestone, Glacier, even Glacier, someone like that would have took the ball, shielded it, and gone, right, okay, we're in trouble. What do we do? But no, our fans just get on the hype train of one person, find an excuse, but his age, but he's this, but he's that. No, he's a £40 million Tottenham Hotspur player, and he's rubbish.
I've got to tell you, James, you are so... I can't believe that you just go, you're so extreme. That was a mistake. Gray shouldn't have called for the ball. It wasn't his to call for. And when he's given the ball, he's got to lay it off first time. Those are both down to him. Vicario's got the whole pitch in front of him. He has messed about. He had a chance when Romero played the ball back. He could have played it straight back to Romero, who was in space. He could have played it to Van der Ven, who was in space. Or he could have actually hit it long after messing about, thinking, what am I going to do with it? Should never have played Gray in. Between the two of them, they messed it up. But don't start talking to me, smashing a player. No.
That's all I said.
No,
that's exactly what I just said.
Smashed into Gray because of one mistake. I'm sorry, mate.
No, it's not. It's not one mistake. It's performance after performance after performance of crap.
Very interesting.
Before we get into an argument, before we get into a full-blown argument, look, just for me, right? This isn't about a Gray mistake for me. This again for me falls on a lot of these players I'm watching pull on a Spurs shirt shouldn't be pulling on Spurs shirts.
Agreed, and that was my point, right?
So that's where the bigger picture for me is. We can talk about one game with Forest. We can talk about one season. We can talk about, for me, the bigger picture at this football club. Sack manager, brilliant. Bring in. For me, something fundamentally needs to change in the bigger picture. I don't know that that's one thing. And as I said, my concern is that I feel like everyone thinks that just changing the manager is going to change this. And surely we've all learnt now over the years, this isn't one thing. This isn't new manager comes in, oh my God, we're top four. This is amazing. Suddenly the Greys are good enough and the Bentancurs are good enough again and Richarlison's good enough. This needs to be, if we change the manager, fine. But this needs a deep dive. Something's got to change. The culture, the attitude.
It won't change though, Savva. It's never going to change because people sticking up for these players. They have their little groups. I said it earlier with the Paraticis, the Kolo Muani fans, the Odebert fans, the Richarlison fans, the Archie Gray fans. You can't build a good squad with shit. I rated Vicario. I've called him out for the last 6 weeks. Like, I've been calling him out. But the fact that people stick to one player, one sporting director, and they die on that hill, win, lose, lost, draw, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, I judge the players for when they put on that Spurs shirt. I do not care about age. I do not care about where they're from. I care about what they do on the pitch. For me, like we said yesterday, Romero, that's it. I'm done with Romero. Romero can fuck off. I no longer want that guy in my club at all. I would rather have done so there. That shows a bit of fight. If Ruby gets skinned alive, I'd rather have a bit of fight. Udogie can go. He's a load of crap. Gray can go, Bentancur can go, all of those. Kolo Muani, no go Kolo. I'm glad he turned up for a stroll in the park again. Nothing. I'm sick of him. Richarlison spends more time diving around on the floor and playing roly-polies than he does playing football. I'm absolutely sick of all of them. Paratici, the Don Paratici that buys absolute shit time after time after time, and we kind of laud him as this, well, look what he did for the 13-year-olds. Well, I support the first team, not the 13-year-old, so I couldn't give it, I don't care. It really makes no difference to me.
let me bring Sean in. I mean, Sean, and by the way, guys, when everyone shouts, it is quite echoey.
Sorry.
Just no, it's all right. It's cool. It is quite echoey. Sean, as you and I spoke this morning, I'm probably a lot calmer than a lot of fans are because I don't rate the squad. I'm not saying that means the manager will stay, but where are you with this, Sean, in terms of how long do you think this manager's going to get? Is he going to get the reprieve because of circumstances and timing, or do we rip up this project after 4 months and go, right, who's next in the firing line? Where are you at with this whole thing? You're on mute. Is this your first time on YouTube, mate? You're still on mute.
That's the best opinion I've ever heard Sean have, to be fair.
Yeah, same here. I might as well take Sean's spot then.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Now it works. When I want to speak, it works.
If I let Danny take over, I might as well just like go disappear, make a cup of tea, come back, have a dump, and then maybe you'd finish your sentence by the time we 20 minutes later.
What? Listen to your delusional take, Sean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Danny, your mic, by the way, is so loud. Like it's almost like it's in your mouth. It's really loud. Just so you know. So go on, Sean.
So for me, I feel like it's a bit of a weird situation, right? So I think that like many things can be true at the same time. I think James is spot on with regarding agendas, and people are going to agenda on both sides, backing players and also hating players, right? I think that there's agendas that people are sat in there dying on their various hills. I think the two things, many things are true at the same time right now. I think the manager hasn't shown absolutely anything for anybody to get on board and back him. I think that you've got people that are either Frank out, or they're people that are saying it's either it's all Frank's fault because he's not done anything, or it's not Frank's fault because it's the players, right? There's nobody in the Tottenham fan base that are saying, I actually rate Thomas Frank. I'm seeing something in him. There's nobody that's on that part, right? Everyone is either it's not his fault why it's shit, or it is his fault. But there's no one that's saying, well, look, we can see a little bit of change here and some reasons to buy in. No one's saying that. Number two, the players are better than what they are putting in terms of input. The output might be questionable, right? And in more places than just a few. Maybe there's more room, more work that needs to be done in the squad. But you look at FA Cup games, you look at League Cup games, when you see lower league teams playing against higher league teams, and you will still see situations where lower league teams who are not fit to lace the boots of the players that they're playing against will win and will out. And it happens every day, right? The magic of the cup. Why is that? It's because of desire, it's will, it's energy, it's motivation, and it's giving a shit. And I think at the moment, you're not seeing anywhere near enough of that. The players on the pitch look like they're either lost, or they don't buy in, or they don't believe, or they're confused. And all of those things are manifestations of a dressing room that isn't being managed very well. I would also say that is the role of the manager. It's not just to coach not just to coach a player in terms of where to be on the park. It's part of the coaching is the mentality, right? Get on board this, buy in, remember who you're playing for, remember who you're working for, remember why you're doing this, remember how lucky you are. All of that sort of shit that is somewhat on the responsibility of the players, but it's also a role of the manager to get that. The sum has to be greater than the parts. If it isn't, what is the purpose of the manager? And at Tottenham right now, the sum might be whatever it is. You might think the sum is this level. Some people might think it's this level. Other people think it's this level. But whatever it is, the parts might be here, or here, depending on what you think. But right now, whatever the parts are, the sum is something minus that. Okay, so that's the manager. So he hasn't done enough. He hasn't done enough.
Can I just ask you on that point before you come on to your next point? Can I just ask you? I don't disagree. I'm just playing devil's advocate. If the players are showing that under Ange, they're now showing that same lack of fight under Frank. What is there to suggest that a new manager comes in and they don't do exactly the same thing under that manager as well? And then in 4 months, we're going, this manager can't motivate. He's lost the dressing room.
That's fine. That's a fine take, right? It's a fine take, but that doesn't mean that people should get away with it. People should get away with underperformance just because the argument is, well, nothing's going to change with the next guy necessarily. Maybe it doesn't change. I know. Maybe it doesn't change. Maybe it does change. But you're responsible as the manager for doing certain things. And if you're not doing it, question marks have to be asked, right? And why? Now, bigger picture stuff. So, yeah, basically, the manager might not be good enough. And also the players might not be good enough at the same time, right? So two things can be true. More than that, I think the club doesn't have a identity and it doesn't have a profile that it knows what it wants. I said this last night. I think I said it to you as well this morning, Savva. I think that certain other clubs, they profile their players based on the specific needs of what they want. You look at players like Belieber, who came in to follow up on Caicedo, right? There was a specific profile they were looking for, and they went after and they found it. At Tottenham, it looks to me like it's more around talent rather than specificity. We'll go and find players that have talent that either are good enough now or that might be good enough in the future, without a clear path and a clear vision of how we're going to use them and for what manager. I also think there's massive.
Oh, you've gone, Sean. Your sound's gone again.
He's actually frozen, isn't he?
Sorry. The next minute, so 1 minute you're pragmatic, the next minute you're gung ho, the next minute you're back to defensive again, or balanced, or whatever else. You keep doing that, it means you're forever going to be backing managers with money that the next two iterations of the managers are going to have to work with. And when you remember that the average length of a player's contract is 5 years at Tottenham, especially right now, that player is going to see 3 iterations of manager. And if you're pivoting from one foot to the other, from one wing to the other in terms of what that manager might want or might not want, you're forever going to be chasing your tail. And that cycle is never going to stop until it stops. It needs to come to a conclusion. The final thing that I think is a massive problem at Tottenham Hotspur right now, I said this from the very first time I pressed the record button on a camera on my YouTube channel, was the unreasonable expectations of the fans that were set too high from the artificial high of getting to the Champions League final. It was the worst thing that Tottenham Hotspur could have happened to us, was getting to that final and then not winning it, because everybody suddenly thought that's the new normal, and it wasn't. We have regressed further back than we should have done, for sure. There's no excusing that. But we were artificially inflated above our means, and the fan base needs to come back down to reality a little bit in order to get through this cycle. To figure out what the conclusion is, a lot of things have to change. I said this to you earlier, Savva. I personally think that the way that you can get rid of this or try to come to the end of this conclusion is to go back to where it started. Like in movies, right? The first movie is the first movie. The sequel is the extension of the movie. What happens in the trilogy, right? The trilogy is the final part of the story, but it usually goes back to the start. Something in the trilogy, the final piece goes back to the start. I think that we need to go back to where it started. I think you need to bring in Pochettino, not because it will necessarily be a success, but actually because it will close the curtain on that chapter of Tottenham Hotspur, so we can all get it out of our system. A lot of people in life say you never go back to your ex because it's never as good the second time as it is the first, and that's probably right. But you know what? When I used to, sorry to get philosophical for a second, but I went.
Oh, we'll never know. What did you do?
The thing is, what?
Sorry, I went back to Australia. Sorry, I went back to Australia, right?
Yeah.
And I was tempted to go back and live there. I didn't enjoy it as much the second time. And you know what? People say you shouldn't go back. I'm glad I did, because it meant that I would never, ever have that forever longing thought process of,
sure,
should I go back?
What if? Yeah, what if?
I saw it for the second time. It wasn't as good. I'm happy that chapter's closed. I think Tottenham need to go back to Pochettino just to realise.
Let me ask Danny. Let me ask you something. Right. Listen, I don't make anyone wrong on anything they're saying, by the way. As I said, this isn't about dying on a hill for a manager, but this is just about what is best for our football club. But Danny, Sean brings up a really good point about fan expectation. We talked about this at the beginning. I think this is my opinion, Dan. You tell me if I'm wrong, and you go with it where you want. I think the problem is the name Tottenham Hotspur, for me, outweighs the level of players that we have. And what I mean by that is I think that when we rock up to play Fulhams and Nottingham Forest and that, and yeah, we want to win every game, I think we just go, we're Spurs. We should be battering them. We should be battering them. We should be battering them. I actually think in reality, Danny, when you look at the players we've brought in for years and years and years now, the level of our squad for me is just going like that. It's gone like that. And again, Sean used the benchmark there of Poch. And that's what we benchmark all of our squads against, right? We benchmark it against, where is it? We benchmark it against this 11, don't we? We benchmark it against that team. My worry is that the fans' expectation of the team isn't aligned with the ability of the team. Maybe you could now say the ability of the manager. So what should fans be expecting? Because last thing I'll say, I watched Ali McCoist and Jeff Stelling earlier. They were having a chat about Spurs. I don't know if anyone's seen this on TalkSport. And Jeff Stelling was saying to Ali McCoist, look, what should Spurs be? And Annie McCoy's going, oh, they should be a fourth to sixth. They should be a top 4 club. And then Jeff Stelling turned around and went, well, hang on. This team got 38 points last season and finished 17th. This year, they've already got 22. He said, it's not amazing, but are the fans' expectations that you suddenly go 38 points and suddenly you're playing really good football and winning? So what's the expectation versus the quality like, Danny? What's going on?
Look, I think with the fans, I think as any is, by the way, does my mic sound a bit better or is it a bit
much better? Yeah.
Unfortunately.
With the, let's not get into that, James. Just one quick thing before what Sean was saying about going back to an ex, right? I think something like that, Sean, it can work, right? But variables have to be correct, right?
No, it won't work. I'm not saying it will work. I expect it not to work, but I think it's necessary to close the chapter.
Let me just finish the point so you can hear what I'm saying, and then you can say what you want to say. With that scenario you just mentioned, the only way that works is if Pochettino is a different person and the club that he comes back to is a different club, right? With different owners, right? Or different. Right. I know that infrastructure. Look, let's be honest. ENIC is still ENIC. They're still there, right? So because if he comes back into that, what is to say we've got no evidence? None of us have got no proof that ENIC would be different now than what they were before with Daniel Levy, right? So why would, if Poch came back into the same scenario, there's no evidence to say that it's going to be different this time round. Now, in a hypothetical situation, if there was a new board and a new owner, say we had Qataris who were going to pump billions into the team, right? Then you bring Pochettino back. It's a different story. Then I'd say, do you know what? I would love to see that happen. But that only works if the variables that both parties have become different entities, different people. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Annie, it's ironic that you told me to listen to what you're saying so I can answer when you clearly didn't listen to what I said at all. I didn't say that it would work. I said it wouldn't work, but it needs to happen anyway.
I never insinuated that you said that it would work. I never said that. I'm just saying for it to work, that's what would need to happen. I'm just saying
those things aren't going to happen anytime soon, are they? Because our owners have said they're not for sale, right? So, and they walked away from 3D. So I'm saying that the most reasonable outcome to get the fans back to recognise certain things and not the way that they used to be is to first of all lower the expectations of the fans a little bit, bring us back down to gravity, and then start again. But for that to happen, for me, the old chapter, the old cycle has to finish. And I think there's a hell of a lot of the fans and so much of the fan base that still linger and yearn for their ex. And so I'm saying, go back to Australia like I did and realise that, you know what, it's not as good the second time.
I agree with that.
So then you don't worry about, you don't always think about what might have been. Go back, shag him one more time, and then realise he wasn't that great in bed anyway, or whatever else, right? I don't know why I'm using him as, I should have been saying her, then now I sound a little bit weird. I was mixing analogies.
You know what, Sean, like you're saying about that, right? I also agree with that.
You know?
Coming to your question, Savva, I think that what for me, right? I never expected this season to be anything special, and I think the fans' expectations, they think that we should be doing better than what we were doing last season, right? Now, I'm not saying what I mean by that is yes, we should be doing better than 17th, but what's to say that that same core players that finished 17th are still at this football club, right? Now, you can say whatever you want. You can bring a new manager in, you can bring whoever you want in. But the problem is, when you've had a team that's been together, yes, I know, let's ignore the Europa League win for a minute, right? But if you sit with that team that finished 17th last season, there's still those players have got in their minds, in their subconscious, in their thinking that we finished 17th last year, right? And they haven't done enough to bring in players who are ready to compete at a higher level, right? Now, yes, we can say Xavi Simons is a great player, but he's young, right? The only players you could say that have done it who are very seasoned are Paulinho and Kudus, right? I think they're two great signings, but the problem is, it's like when you have if you look at the top teams, right? Just look at all the top teams. They've got players, quality players everywhere, right? on the bench. They've got players, quality players on the pitch, and then they've got a couple of youngsters here and there. But what we have is we have a mixed match of players who we don't really know what they do, and we have one or two quality players, and that's the problem. When you've got,
well, I agree and I disagree. Well, I agree with you. What I would like to add though is, look, I think there's a problem both ends, and I think Sean kind of mentioned it earlier. I'm not so much bothered about like the output, as in, do we need to be winning each week? I'm not so fussed about saying, right, yeah, we need to win, we need to beat this team, we need to Fulham's, we need to beat. But I do need to start seeing something for me to watch it. I do need to start saying, oh, okay, well, he's made us solid, so we're keeping clean sheets every week, but we're not scoring. But we fixed one thing. I need to see something, even if they're not fixing it and we're conceding one every week, but we're trying to look sharp shop. For me, I do agree with everything that everyone said, and that's why it's such a weird position to be in, because we've all got our own input and the output's all the same. But for me, James, I have to see something to say, you know what,
but James, can
Frank's done something here.
Can I ask you a question on that, and then I want to come to.
I just add one thing after, if that's all right.
Just really quickly, Matt, when you're saying to add balance, I don't think everyone on this panel is actually agreeing with each other. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, Sean's just had a wildly different take to Danny, and James has just completely said he disagrees. I don't know what you're listening to. You're just trying to be contrarian, as always, Matt. James, I agree. Going to play devil's advocate again. When Thomas Frank did come in and try to fix one area, and I'll come to Chris after this, right? When he did come in and try to fix one area, which was the defense, and he was playing, it was very pragmatic. I get it. It was boring. And everyone was, oh, this isn't the Spurs way. Spurs were, after 10 games, had the third best defense in the league. We weren't conceding goal after goal after goal. And everyone was absolutely bitching and moaning that he was playing Bentancur and Paulinho together, protecting the and they said, you don't need two holding midfielders. Since we've come away from that, right? Now, people can say he's not a strong enough manager and shouldn't have come away from it. But since we've come away from that, James, we're starting to open up and concede loads of goals every game. But if he goes back to Bentancur and Paulinho, everyone will go, oh, that's too defensive, that's too negative. So when he did try to fix something, the fans still weren't happy, James. So
yeah, I agree. I do agree. But for me, look, he's very quick to come out and say what he thinks about everybody else and how much of a tactician he is, and go on Sky and have an hour-long conversation about this, and this. If he's then going, oh, well, the fans are unhappy, I need to change everything I do to fit that narrative, he clearly don't believe in his philosophy. Look, I wanted Ange gone, but at least he said, right, this is my philosophy. I'm going to drill it. This is the way we're going to play. We're going to see X, Y, Z. And he wasn't good enough. He actually wasn't good enough. So for me personally, that is more concerning. That if he is changing because he's hearing things in the crowd, or he said we're not scoring enough, so I'm going to change mine because that guy must know more than me, even though I've been a manager for decades, X, Y, Z. There's certain things for me that I just look at him and say, look, I agree with everyone else, with the players. I've been saying Colo for weeks that he's crap, and everyone tells me he's worth 50 million. I've been saying it for ages. But personally, when you 2-0 down and you bring on Ben Davies, for me, that is a sign of somebody that has no care. He doesn't care. He's waved the white flag in that game and gone, you know what? We ain't winning this game. Game over. Let's try not to concede and move on. Whereas we have been coming back from 2-0. Bodo, I think Lubo said, we have been coming back. We have been showing fight. So personally, I think, like we said earlier, I think this guy is now going to go down the route of no one lasts very long. This is X, Y, Z. I need time. I need this. Look at all the manager changes. And he is right. He is right. But you also have to be the right guy to be given time as well. And I think people do need to realise, when Poch was here, it wasn't all gravy in his first game. I think it was Harry Kane Villa that saved his career, I think. So it does take time. But me personally, I need to see something to say, you know what? These players are crap, but Frank is doing this, and I like this. Or that's where I struggle with it, because he has, wherever you say all the players are crap, he brought in Paulinho, he brought in Xavi, he brought in Kudos. He's bringing in some players of his own, and we've seen no improvement barring Kudos, in my opinion. Paulinho has moments, But again, he keeps dropping him now for Archie Gray, or I don't know. So there's questions. And unless he answers those questions, he deserves to be criticised.
Of course. No, I don't think anyone's saying, by the way.
No, I know.
I like to ask questions, right? Because otherwise it would be a really boring show if we all just sat here and said Spurs are shit and Frank's shit, right? And I know the chat want to hear me just go Frank out, get him out. But Chris, that comment that I just brought up there from my man Ash, this is kind of where I'm at. And I'm not saying that the manager won't get sacked, but this is true, right? Whatever Frank picks in midfield, everyone moans. It doesn't matter what midfield he picks. If he goes Bentancur, Paulinho, it's shit. If he plays Gray, people don't like Gray. If he plays Bergvall, he's a headless chicken. Why is he playing him? If he plays Sarr, what's Sarr doing playing? Like, do you think there is a good team that can be put out, Chris, that will satisfy the fan base? Because I can't pick a good 11. I rate 5 of this squad that are fit. I can't see an 11. So can you?
I think it demonstrates that the transfer window can't come soon enough. It's a mixed match of options in the middle. You've had that variation of Paulinho with Bentancur. That doesn't work. Papa Matsar started the season off really positive. He's since died a death. He comes in, you ask the question, other than the athleticism and the legs, what does he really offer you? If he left the club, would you be bothered? I wouldn't. And then you've got Bergvall, who maybe offers something going forward, but lots of quick to criticise him. Then you've got Gray. We've had arguments left, right and centre. He's not ready just yet. On the right, you have Kudus, started really well, probably guilty at times of holding on to the ball too much, but when you look around him, he doesn't want to give it away because he's never going to get it back. If he plays a ball to Richarlison, yesterday, Richarlison was the ball, couldn't even take it in his stride. The man's an idiot. So, and then on the left side, we've got a hash of, is Moani actually a left winger? I don't think he is. I think he's a centre forward, but we're playing him on the left. Then you've got Odeberg, a championship level player. And then you've got Mathis Tell. Whoever decided to sign him should be losing their job because he's rubbish. So with that in mind, what have you got to lose by throwing a Barnett Williams in? We've seen him score 5 goals the week before at lower level in the Champions League. You've got to think, what are your options? Brennan Johnson, again, the man will give you the occasional tap in, but he is not the level we want. What we've got is too many weak players. We have too many players on our side who suffer menstrual cycles.
Yes.
You wouldn't want any of these men. They're not men, they're children. You wouldn't want any of these childs standing alongside you in the trenches if you're at war, because they'd all let you down. So what the key thing for the club is, and everybody's culpable for this, all of your para-teachers and your langs, they have to be put under pressure because they're there to supervise the level of people beneath them. So yes, the manager has a very important job, Monday to Friday. What is he doing on the training pitch? How's he creating a strong mentality? We haven't got one. As opposed to going out to Australia next season on a pre-season tour, we should be sending these lads down to Plymouth, to Bottomfield, to spend a few weeks with the Royal Marines to show them discipline and aggression and teamwork's all about. So there's massive problems. And going back to your original question, we've got a mismatch of junk that we're trying to put together to build a jigsaw puzzle in midfield.
Yes.
You go back to when we've been here as fans, all of us on this call, Dembele, master. Victor Wanyama, solid in the middle, didn't let us down. Modric, we all know what he was about. Even Scotty Parker and his little pirouettes. But we had, and then Aaron Lennon's, Gareth Bale's, Van der Vaart's. We've gone backwards. We haven't got that player. We've just got junk. And until we recognise that the ghost of Daniel Levy is putting a big shadow over this club, we've got to change the mentality. We've got to go out and buy not youth that might come good, because more often than not, they're not coming good. And they're ending up at Birmingham's, etc. We need those game changers to lift all of those players around them.
But Chris, isn't the worry that when you look at this squad, look, and this is the thing, right? I know that as fans, it's very easy, right? And football boards do this as well. Sean always talks about this. It's easier to throw a manager under the bus than sack players, right? Because the board win back the fans by going, there you go, we've sacked the manager you don't want. It was his fault. But the board, the scouting, the players, the manager, like nothing seems to fit because there doesn't seem to be a plan, Chris. And what worries me is this new director of football partnership in terms of Lang and Paratici. these two have built this squad between them in the last 5
Yeah.
years. This is the squad that these two men, I don't know if we can attribute any of this squad to anyone before them, but they built this squad. They've gone and bought all these children that aren't good enough. They've gone and bought all of these weak players like Brennan Johnson, right? Like Archie Gray. They've built this squad. And now we're saying when we get to transfer windows, they're going to fix this squad.
They also re-signed players like Bentancur, right? New contracts, 2 months.
Timo Werner.
It was
200 grand a week.
What
Have
are
you
we
laughed?
doing there?
Yeah.
Sure, but I listen, I'm going to make a statement, Sean. And if I'm wrong on this, I'll hold my hand up and say I'm wrong, right? I think the only reason Bentancur's got a new contract is so that they can then go and sell him in the summer to Turkey or Saudi. And if they do that, I'm comfortable. If he's
why would Bentancur be on board that if he's giving up a juicy payday when he gets a free contract move?
Because they might refuse to sell him this summer. They may say, look, we ain't selling you till next summer. And therefore we'll extend your contract. There may even be a release clause or something in there. We don't know, but he may have added that.
He could have just said, no, you're okay. I'll just run my contract down. Like
yeah, sure. But look, we don't know, right? Listen, as I said, if he's still here next year and he signed a contract to be here again, I'm furious with it. If he signed a contract that we don't know, might have given him a pay rise to the end of the season,
Right.
and then they
I hope you're right.
Right, then that's fine. But the worry is, right? The worry is, Chris and Lubo, is that we saw what happened when we tried to get the better players in the summer. And we couldn't get them. We couldn't get the Ezes. We couldn't get the Morgan Rogers. We couldn't get the Savios. By the way, our fans don't think Savio's good enough. Are you fucking kidding me? This football, are you kidding me, right? We didn't manage to get these players, Chris. Right now, is there a pull to get them, not those same players, because some of them have moved elsewhere, but is there the pull to get them again? Or are we just going to go and do this thing again where we buy 19-year-olds and our fans pretend that they're going to be great in 2-3 years and then we have to wait for them to mature? Because I'm seeing comments in the chat, but Gray's not weak. He's just young and not developed. Well, good. Don't buy him and don't put him in the first team then. If that's the case, don't be in the first team for Tottenham Hotspur. If I'm being told you're not developed, I will play. Sorry, Chris, I've waffled.
Can I just add to that? Can I just one thing to what Chris said about Barnett? You said about playing, is it
on the left, Luca Barnett? Yeah.
But for me personally, I think that is the biggest mistake that we would ever make, because I think that we would have certain fans jump on the bandwagon like they did with Mikey Moore and say that this guy should be playing week in, week out. For me, players like that need to do exactly what Mikey Moore's done now and go out on loan and boss it. Go out on loan, because if he comes into Tottenham and goes 3 or 4 or 5 games without scoring, not assist, nothing, we're dropping down the table, he's going to get stick as well. So for me, look, I've got no problems with signing Grays, Bergvals, people like him, but you need to go out and learn your trade. You don't just get to go straight in and start doing your trade at the top level. You need to go out and earn your stars and stripes. So for me, if you bring someone like that in, I feel like he's going to get the criticism. And look, there's no stranger to the fact that we don't bring any decent players through at Tottenham. They always leave and go on and become better players. So for me, get them all out on loan, play them every week, week in, week out, and then come back and even go away from England, because I think England's quite toxic.
There's one key thing just to add before Chris comes back to Chris. When you got young players, right? If you've got a team full of average players and then you bring a young player through, right? They're not gonna get confident, because if the whole team is underperforming, right, because the level is just so average, right, and then we do what you just said, where we have 5 games, they don't score, we're not winning any of the games. It puts so much pressure on the youngster, and then the fans that, why are we playing this youngster now? He's not doing well. He's not doing anything. It's so bad for development, right? The reason why young players in the top clubs seem to work more than the clubs below, right? It's because you've got better players around you, right? You've got a team full of very good professional footballers. You bring in a player and you sprinkle a little bit of 1 or 2 youngsters here or there, and you can bed them in a lot better. It's a lot better. Now, it's different when you're playing for a team like, I don't know, Brentford or Brighton, or because you can actually, even though those teams actually do have probably sometimes in better positions than us, better professionals, but they still can, it's easier for them to bring through youngsters because there's not as much pressure as there is in a club like Spurs, right? And that's the difference for me anyway. Go on, Chris, sorry.
I was saying I miss the days when football was a lot simpler, and by that I mean when Harry Redknapp returned to the club, came to the club, and he wanted Corluka, and he wanted Nico Cranshire, and he wanted Crouch, and he bought Defoe. He knew the players that he wanted. He bought them in because that he knew they'd suit his vision and his purpose. But over the years, we've heard all these different voices in the club, lots of them very bad voices, and we've signed loads of rubbish. And we've got to make a decision at some point what way we're going forward. Because at the moment, I personally wouldn't trust Frank with a treasure chest because he's not done enough on the pitch to satisfy me that we've got a plan moving forward.
But can I ask though, Lubo, let me come to you on that. That's an interesting point Chris has made, not to give the manager money because he's not shown anything on the pitch. Couldn't we flip that the other way, Lubo, and go, well, how can we judge a manager then if we're never going to give him his own players? Like, won't we forever be in that cycle if we don't give the managers what they need?
I saw a conversation on social media where someone said exactly what Chris just said. And an Arsenal fan came back and said, well, Arteta wasn't very impressive in his first full season. Came in finishing eighth. But they backed him. They went through the pain. He got rid of the players he wanted to get rid of.
And he still hasn't won anything.
Yes.
Yeah, but you'd rather be in Arsenal's shoes right now than ours, wouldn't you?
Sure, but it doesn't mean just because it looked like Arsenal are progressing. Look at like David Moyes. How long did he spend at Everton? Didn't win a thing. Right? There's lots of like just because it happens somewhere doesn't mean that it's going to work the next place, right? Like the model doesn't.
Sean, there's no. I've always said there are no guarantees of trophies.
Sean says that a lot all the time as well.
Yeah, there's no guarantee. You can't. We're Tottenham Hotspurs. We're going to win trophies. We've won 3 trophies in the last 34 years. So I think fans have got to take that on board and look at that and just think, do you know what? Something's going wrong somewhere. So what do I think? I think that, and I go back to what I've said quite often, we need to bring in ex-pros who know their football, who know our football club, the way that Ajax do, and try and build that sort of system. I know we're not the same. Hang on. I know we're not the same as Ajax, who will go and get all the top players around Amsterdam and around the surrounding areas. I know we're not, but I think we need to be settling on a style of football, because at the moment we're jumping from different styles with different managers, and we're bringing in different players so that when a new manager comes in, he's got players that don't suit his system. So again, we're behind the ballpark, and he's got to start rebuilding all the time. And if you've got good recruitment people who will bring in good players, those good players will be good, whether it's Frank handing over to Pochettino, handing over to Xavi Hernandez, whoever it is, whatever manager it is.
That's the problem, mate. It's talent versus specificity. But I think we need to, like, for me, not to interrupt, but like, do you not think that just buying players that are good players, rather than buying players that are needed for a hole to fill, like specific players that are...
When have we bought good players? It's easy to say that when we haven't been buying good players either.
That's the problem, James, and that's been the problem for the last 10 years.
We're not buying good players or specificity, which is a horrible word.
We've gone from...
It goes back to what Sean said, Lubo, like where we don't have an identity. It's like we've chop and change managers. We apparently want to play the so-called Tottenham way, yet we've gone with another pragmatic manager. It's just, do you know what I mean? It's like we keep chopping and changing all the time, and until they have a direction, a vision of what the club wants, that's why I said it doesn't matter what manager we have until the club know exactly what they want, right? In terms of their vision and their blueprint for the philosophy of the football club, not just the playing style, it's also the mentality.
I've been saying that for years.
So have I, Lubo.
Danny, can I say to you, that's why when I see people, I find it funny, right? Football fans pick a team that's doing well at any moment in time to base Spurs against, right? Now, people will say I've done that with Villa. Well, I've done that with Villa for 4 years. I've said that we should have done what Villa have done, right? Sign proper pros, proper good players. Yeah, stick with the manager, see where it takes you. What our fan base are doing now is, but look at the job Moyes is doing at Everton because they're above us for this moment in time, right?
Yeah,
Sunderland are the one now everyone's waxing lyrical about,
Yeah.
Bournemouth, right? Everyone was waxing lyrical about Iriola. He's won like 1 in 9, 1 in 10 now. Right? No one's talking about Iriola all of a sudden. But what these clubs do in general, like the Brightons, like the Brentfords, like the Bournemouths, what these clubs do is they've always, Sean mentioned this earlier. I hate agreeing with Sean this much. I prefer it when we used to have blazing rows.
You should try to do it more often, mate. It's
yeah.
being right, you know.
Yeah,
Be wrong all the time.
Well, look, my point is those clubs tend to have a succession plan. Those clubs tend to buy not the best players, but they buy for what the team is and what they need. So when people say things like, do we have a better 11 than fill in the blank? That's not always how it works. You might have the better 11 on paper, but is the team structured? Has it been built over years? Have all the players been bought for a specific system? So when you look at a Fulham, for example, Fulham aren't a great club. Fulham are a small Premier League team that do well every year at what they do because they buy players for Marco Silva and for their shape. Same with Brentford. That's why they've done well. Same with Bournemouth. They buy for what they need. At the moment, we're in a horrible position where we've had 6 managers in 5 years, I believe it is. 6 in 5 or 5 and 6, one of those major rounds. We've got no identity. We don't want to build an identity because because we're going to give something 4 months. That's fine. So then the next manager comes in and we go, right, build us an identity. Oh no, you've not done very well this year. Go on, you get out. Now we want Glasner in, who's got a completely different identity. I don't know how this vicious cycle stops, guys. I'm not saying Frank is the answer. I'm not saying these players are all terrible. But how do we stop this vicious circle? How do we go,
There's
right?
only one way, Savva.
That's what we want to build. That's the culture. These are the types of players. How do we do that when we are scattergunning? I know Sean didn't use that word, but I look at the signings in the summer. People go, oh, we got Mawani. It felt like a scattergun. It didn't feel like we.
How it works, Sav? It's continuity.
It didn't feel like we looked at the team in the summer and went, right, where are the gaping holes? Let's build. It was like, what opportunistic moment comes up and we go. And I don't know. I'm really worried. Forget now. Frank can go. Whatever. I'm really worried about the future because we are heading that way. Whoever the manager is at the moment, we are heading that way. We've got no top goal scorer. We've got no difference makers. We've got no stars. We've got no one that other clubs are clambering over to buy other than Van der Ven. I think this is a really bad moment in Spurs' history.
We need a strong leader. We need somebody who's going to come in and make a dynasty like Alex Ferguson did or like Klopp did. We've had too many meek and mild yes men. We need somebody who's going to come in and say, I'm the manager. The club does what I say, goes out and gets his players. And he implements his vision.
It's got to be continuity across the whole club. It's got to be. Everyone has to be following the same direction, right? It's like, I know I don't want to use them as the example, but Arsenal, right? They came when Vinay was there at Arsenal. They decided on Arteta, and they blocked out all the noise from the fans, and they said, "This is our vision. This is what we're going to do. We're going to keep going with Arteta. Keep going." And they did. And look where they are now, right? They're one of the best teams in Europe, right? I know they don't play the best football, but they're one of the best teams in Europe, right? So they've built that over six years, right? Of continuity where everyone is following the same plan, the same vision, the same direction. And like you said, listening to what the manager wants, right? And until we have that with whoever the manager is, right? We're gonna keep doing the same cycle that we've seen for the last 20-25 years, and that's the reality.
Yeah, I'm going to have to drop shortly, but thanks for the conversation. And I was chatting to Savva this morning, and just to be controversial, I can say a name and then piss off so that you can't come at me. But I was looking at Robbie Keane, and I was seeing 45 years of age, won titles in Israel and Hungary. Might not be the most high level of leagues, but at least he knows Tottenham. At least he's tenacious. Anybody to have stuck one on Edgar David's chin during a training ground argument gets a pat on the back from me. So maybe there's a choice. As I said, I'm going Foxtrot Oscar now and leave you to pick up the pieces.
Thanks, appreciate you, man. Thank you.
So have a good day, one and all.
Yeah.
Cheers, Chris.
Guys, I'm not. I mean, like as I said, fill in the blank with whatever manager comes in next. I said this to Sean earlier. my mind won't change on this squad, and my mind won't change
Yeah,
that whoever
same
the
here.
next manager is going to need years of transfer windows. Like
Yeah.
this is, and I think if we look past Frank, I know no one can look past Thomas Frank right now, but if we look past Thomas Frank, right, just there's a blur as a manager, right? Whoever it is, guys, this is a huge job because this club's a mess. This club is a mess. We've not bought well. There's too many kids,
Savva.
too many pros that need to go. Like right now, if you said to me, selling Romero, yeah, cool. Getting a new attitude, I'm cool with that.
It's been a mess, mate, since 2019. When after that Champions League final, right? Because that season up towards Champions League final, we were already in a downward spiral, right? But after that, we accelerated the downward spiral, and ever since then we've been regressing and regressing and regressing. We haven't got better in one of those seasons since, and that is the problem. It's like we can't expect us to be in a better position if we don't have a manager with a direction and the club following a vision of what we should be doing. Because if you keep chopping and changing, it's true. Like the club is so messed up. It needs so much work from. I'm not even talking about just the players. I'm talking about the whole club, inside out. I mean, even the tea lady, she might be giving the wrong tea to the footballers, to be honest. So it's like, I mean, the medical team as well. We every single season we seem to be like one of the worst injury-ridden teams in Europe. Every single season, there's a fundamental problem there as well. So there's so much that needs to be done at this football club, and a mentality shift needs to happen. And the only way that happens is if it happens from the top. That's the only way, because you can bring in if the top level doesn't change, doesn't matter who's underneath here. If you bring in players to try and change all the thing, all the roots are still fucked, right? You need to basically uproot everything, pull all the roots out, and plant a whole new kind of vision. That's what you need to do. It's the only way.
Sean, let me ask you, if again, this is all hypothetical. If he was to go today, right? we know Poch isn't coming now because he's with America and they're going to a World Cup, right? And also it will be really difficult to get Poch in the summer because we'll end up having a whole summer without a manager. Who could come in right now, Sean? And how would they be judged? What would they be judged on?
What, on full term?
Yeah. Like if Spurs were because we talked about this on the phone the other day, right? If you sack Frank, 6 or 7 of his coaches go with him, right? So now you've now got to employ a manager and a whole new backroom staff,
which is why it won't happen.
I agree, which is why it won't happen. But if it did, who would you bring in and why? Everyone in the chat right now, who would you bring in and why? I want to see all of the different answers to show that none of us are on the same page.
I think you need a manager who is in that level that's in between the very best managers that are out there and the project managers that haven't done anything. Like definitely not Thomas Frank. No, the level above that, like the level of an Unai Emery type that has got some pedigree, an Oliver Glasner type. I'm not saying that not saying those people specifically. I don't think you'd get Unai Emery out of Villa. I think he would. Why would he leave there? They're doing so well. Never would. But someone like that that's won trophies in Europe consistently, and that comes with that sort of credibility factor.
Who would you see realistically, Sean? Who would you like to see? Because personally, I don't really know too many managers, so I'm asking because you look into it. So
yeah, I think like someone like I think Xavi, right? If you can get him, would be a nice one. Nagelsmann, if he would come back, he didn't want to take over us when we were in a mess following Conte. So why would he want to take us over now when we're even more in a mess? But like a manager that kind of comes in with some sort of gravitas of having done it before, that is also a little bit kind of energized, and like dare I say it. I don't really want this guy, but just another name that would just pop up as an option would be someone like a Rafa Benitez, someone that's sort of like,
you want pedigree.
I want pedigree, but I don't expect Tottenham to go out and get like a Pep Guardiola or whatever. Or I'm not saying those sorts of players. Obviously, they're never going to come to Tottenham, but like someone that's in that kind of that in between zone that has done it right, that has won trophies, that can still that could just immediately kind of make everyone go, okay, this guy knows his football. This guy's done it. He knows what it takes to win. He can command the dressing room. He's managed big personalities, and that hopefully the fans will be relatively patient with, right? And in an ideal world, also
didn't we have that with Conte? didn't we have that with Conte and Jose though, where they were going to command a dressing room?
Yeah,
but and again, listen,
well, I was
never
ever Mourinho out. I still to this day don't understand what he did to get sacked. Like I don't get it.
I agree with you, but this is my point, Sean. Right? I'm not disagreeing with you. If Frank was to go, that is what I think we need. But again, I genuinely think we'll be sitting here as a fan base, right, in 6 months, whoever it is.
Yeah, of course.
A portion of the fan base are going to be pissed off because if it was a Jose who came in, not just using that ilk of manager, it was a Jose who come in, half the fan base, I hate this style of football. Okay, cool. All right, well, let's go and get Iriola, who we know plays nice football, right? Iriola's come in. As soon as he starts losing 2 or 3, Sean, but he's only done it at Bournemouth. This is what happens when you hire a Bournemouth
exactly. Same with Thomas Frank.
So I don't know who's going to placate the fans.
There's nothing. Listen, there's nothing. You have to remember. You have to remember that we consider ourselves one big giant community online, right?
Sure.
And people don't like it, right? But we kind of consider ourselves in the Tottenham community. When you think about it, right? There's how many people are watching? 700 people. Something. How many people are watching?
I mean, thanks for diminishing my channel. We've got 908 in, Sean.
Oh, okay. So
that's how you know we've been shit. That's how you know we've been shit, Sean. We've got 908 in this morning.
So you've got about 1,000 people in the chat right now, right? You've got nearly 1,000 people in the chat.
Yeah.
Like the only thing, they could be anywhere. They could be from Tennessee to Timbuktu, right? They could be from anywhere in the world. They could be be any age. They could be any denomination. They could be any religion, any faith. They could be any like doing any particular job. The only thing that unites us potentially is the fact that we all support the same team.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure.
So on that basis, right, you're never going to have people like that are all going to agree because you all come from a different walk of life. So like the idea of like unifying the fan base behind some common theme is for the birds. Like it's a ridiculous thing. There's going to be 12-year-olds in your chat and there'll be 100-year-olds in your chat. There'll be people that are wealthy. There'll be people that are poor. There'll be people that are mean. There'll be people that are generous. There'll be people, it's just, so you're never ever gonna unify everyone. So forget about doing that. And then for me,
but isn't that in itself, Sean, half the problem, right? Is that, listen, and again, I have to caveat this, Sean. I'm so sorry for saying this because, again, you can sack Frank, but the next manager that comes in is going to be Frank again. And what I mean by that is going to be the same problem. Half the fan base will go, I never wanted this guy from the beginning. Have him out, get him out, get him out, get him out. I hate his style.
Yeah. And that's why the club shouldn't be listening to the fans, though.
No, understood. Yeah, I agree. Yep. And that's why I don't think he will be sacked yet, Sean.
I don't think so.
I personally would give him the whole season because at the end of the day, everyone's kind of crying out for Poch. And this is another thing that don't sit right with me. When people are saying Poch at the end of the season, he's crying out to come back to the Premier League. He loves Tottenham. I'm sorry. Then if you're Tottenham, you go out and say, look, there's a contract. You sign it or you ain't coming back. Make him make that decision because if he loves Tottenham so much, he should be coming back now. Not why are we waiting for a manager? Why are we waiting to let him do his side thing and then he kind of go, oh, well, now we're ready. We'll take you back now. No, you either want to be our manager or you don't. So offer him the contract. If he says no, I'm in the World Cup, we all know his priorities ain't Tottenham. But he does one interview and everyone goes, Poch wants to come back.
It's a little bit harsh.
It's not harsh. Why?
James,
first of all, you'd have Donald Trump. You'd have Donald Trump on Tottenham Hotspur in about 5 minutes.
That's true.
James,
worst club ever.
Tweeting about Spurs.
Tottenham Hotspur, worst club.
Poch waited.
They get relegated.
So bad.
James, Poch waited a year. Poch waited a year for Spurs to pick up the phone and leave. He didn't bother.
But
so
everyone's saying now he's crying out for Tottenham. If he's crying out for Tottenham, offer him the contract, let him make that decision.
James,
hang on, Luke, I can ask you a question about
he has a contract. He has a contract. And you can't just turn around to him and say,
well, so did Frank.
No, hang on a second. But Frank's not walking out of his contract.
Well,
No, but we bought him out.
He did.
What do you want about?
He did.
Why
He
is there
did.
reasons for one and not for another? I'm sorry.
No,
Everyone's
they
talking
can-
about
they
this
can-
guy
This
crying
is-
out for
this is-
Tottenham.
hang on,
Offer the man
this
the
is-
contract and then let
this
him
is
put
a-
his big
this
boy
is a
pants on and
World-
make his decision.
One of
James,
you.
this is a World Cup year, and he is managing the host country. I'm sorry, you cannot expect any manager to just walk out. If you could say to him, could you do the two jobs side by side? That's another conversation.
No, of course you can't do the two jobs side by side. What are we doing here?
Hang on. Okay, so let's
Isn't it?
have this Poch conversation, guys. Let's have this Poch conversation, right? Because this is a really good point. First of all, I agree with James and disagree with him, and I agree with you guys and disagree with you. My biggest issue with the Poch thing, right? One, I think someone said it earlier. What he's coming back to isn't what he had, right?
No.
And I think what you're going to see there is Poch is going to need a year, 2 years to sort this all out. Secondly, right, in the summer, when does the World Cup end?
End of July, August, is it? Or July?
The
Right.
chances are, Sav,
Hang on,
June
hang on,
26th.
hang
June,
on.
you asked the question.
Hang on,
If
I haven't,
America
no,
go
I
out
haven't
the
yet.
group stages, June the 26th. That's the date that everybody's thinking Poch should be free from his contract.
Right. So if you bring in a manager on June the 26th, bearing in mind after that, he might want a holiday, right? So June the 26th, he has a couple of weeks with his family. He's back in the UK for July, right? The season starts in 4.5, 5 weeks after he joins the club. Now, the excuse from everyone will be, oh, but he didn't really have time to work with a transfer team to get his plans in place and what's going. Doesn't the whole Poch thing just completely unsettle the whole of next season as well as this season?
No, because you sign him up 2 or 3 months beforehand, and he's working with Pochettino and Lange for 2 or 3 months before the World Cup. So
But not able to work with the players in the summer.
Well, listen, if he comes back on the 10th,
Like-
I think it's 6 weeks. I think the Premier League's been pushed back. I think it's around the 21st. I think that the season starts next year. I might be wrong by a week, but I think it's around that sort of time. So if he had 5-6 weeks to work, he's looking at videos. He's,
It's a lot to ask, though, isn't it? It's a lot to ask for a guy to take. Look, for me, this is the problem. I think I get it, and I agree with what Sean said. To kind of square off the circle, so to speak, Poch is the one that will diffuse everything, but I think he will diffuse it in the short term. I think he diffuses it in the short term, and then I think once Poch comes back here, people will realise this is not what he had the first time round. People will realise
people need to experience that so we can close
No,
that door.
I get it, Sean. But the problem is, right, is he won't be coming back to a Harry Kane who banged him in 30 goals a season, right?
Awesome,
He's not coming back to Son. He's not coming back to a rock solid defense of Toby Alderweireld and Jan Vertonghen. He's not coming back to world class players like Carl Walker.
No, but that's the same for any manager, right? So my point being, of all the managers that are out there, like just to kind of to for a lot of the fans that still yearn for his touch, right? Shouldn't we just let him, like, also obviously do our best in the market in the meantime, but like gravity needs to take hold of the fan base, like so much. Like, do you think that Daniel Levy sacked Ange Postecoglou because 3/4 of the fan base wanted him gone before 90% of the fan base wanted him gone before that May final, right? And assuming he lost, everybody would have said gone.
Daniel Levy was not the one who sacked him, by the way. It was the board.
Okay, well,
it was clear.
Did the board sack him? What percentage of the board, or what percentage of the time do you think managers are sacked because the fans have lost patience? Not just at Tottenham, in football.
Good point. It's a good point.
I think it's 50-50, right? Because it's like if the fans are booing every single game, they're showing how pissed off and angry they are. It's going to affect the club, right? It's going to affect the atmosphere within. It's going to affect the players when they get to the pitch. So it's half and half, right? Maybe 60-40 fans, 60% fans, 40%.
So when I say like if I hear that managers are picking teams, squads, players, or tactics because the fans are demanding to see a back three, and then they do it once just to get the monkey off their back, then that to me is massively problematic, right? Because the fans don't know, they're not paid to have an opinion, or they're not qualified opinions. But clubs do sack managers when the overarching wave of opinion changes. For me, to see that this club be able to have the patience to allow a manager to be able to kind of go through the turmoil and come out the other side, that requires the fans to have patience. For the fans to have patience, they need to fundamentally have their...
You'll come back in a sec.
We'll be getting Poch back and letting them see. Am I still here? I'm still here.
Yeah.
And letting them see it, right? So he'll come back. Nothing will fundamentally change. He will end up going as well, and then everyone can go. See, it's a different football club now to how it was in 2019. It wasn't. It was like all these other managers weren't just inferior to Poch. Poch, it was different then, and it was a moment in time. Let's bring our expectations down, and then once everyone can go, okay, I see that now.
So
then maybe the guy after that will get a little bit longer, a bit of a longer rope.
Sean, it's why I said yesterday, and I've said this for years, that unfortunately in any club, not just Spurs, but a lot in Spurs, because of the way we are, the fans are a big problem. They're a big problem, because if the fans are inside the stadium booing their own players, right? They can do what they want. They've got the right to do that. But if every game they're booing the players, booing the manager, whatever, they're not trying to get behind something, right? And it creates that toxic environment within. We've seen it so many times. I know Daniel Levy's not here, but how many times did Daniel Levy sack a manager to kind of save face? How many times did he do it?
All chairmen do it, though. All chairmen do it.
Of course. But that's what I'm saying, Sean. It's because of the pressure from the fans, who are the people who shouldn't be listened to, which is why when Arsenal decided to not listen to the fans and listen to what they wanted in their manager's vision, that's where they are in the position they are in now, because they didn't listen to what the fans wanted. Because if they listened to the fans, Arteta would have been sacked after the second season. They finished 8th in a row.
But maybe they would have won if they had the intention to spend as much money as they have. Maybe they would have won something sooner had they sacked Arteta.
Maybe.
Arteta, you don't know, do you? It's a different timeline of reality. I'm just saying, for me, and again, this is just a sort of a relatively new concept in my mind, so I haven't baked it out. I'm sure there's going to be people that will find loopholes in the argument, but I'm just going to say that I think a large part of the inability to show a manager patience is because every single manager is being compared to Poch, and I think that.
Yeah, but that's why for me. But that's why for me, I would offer him the contract. If he wants to be at Tottenham, he'll accept it. And if he doesn't, then we've got closure. Because he's saying, no, I'm not going to accept your contract. I'm here. That's fine. We can't continuously, year after year after year, going, maybe next year Poch, or maybe next year Poch. Oh, he'll go Chelsea for 2 years and then we'll get him back. Or we'll go there and we'll get him back. We can't keep living on our whole football club basing around Pochettino. Offer him the contract. He says, yes, I'm leaving America. Or he'll say, no, I'm not putting you before this opportunity. I'm not accepting that next 5-year contract that you're giving me. Then we need to say, you know what? Done, dusted. We gave you your chance. Out you go. Let's get the next guy in for a long term. That, for me, is closure.
Can I ask, guys? Whoever the next manager is, and by the way, I don't think, I'm not talking like Frank's gone. Whoever the next manager is, can we all agree that they need multiple windows and we've got to start signing some better footballers? Can we agree on that? And I'm going to say this will piss Lubo off. We've got to get those kids out on loan. We've got to get those kids out on loan and bring in some grown men, right? For me, I said this last night and I got mocked. For me, I'd be doing our level best to go and bring in real tenacious players with brilliant attitude. Straight away, I'd go and get a Conor Gallagher. Straight away. I would be going for a player like that who, runs through brick walls. He's a leader, works hard, box to box, good in the tackle, scores goals. I would be looking at players of that ilk, guys, and I would be saying to the Greys and the Bergvals, go and have a year. Go and have a year on loan and play week in, week out and develop.
In the Premier League. That's what they need. They're
not good enough. They're not good enough.
Hang on, Danny. When you say in the Premier League, I don't think any Premier League club loans Archie Gray and puts him straight into midfield. I said this last season. I don't think he gets into any Premier League midfield, right? That's why I don't want him in my midfield at Tottenham. Right? Wolves are rock bottom. They've got Andre and Gomez. Right? He don't get into any Premier League team. But for me, get him out on loan, get him playing week in, week out, and ask the club, bulk him up, get some strength in him, and come back a man and then we go. Not just him. I'd do it with Tell or Oda, but one of them as well. Get one of them out on loan. Get them playing week in, week out. Get Bergvall 90 minutes each week in his leg somewhere else.
Do you know what, Sav? As well, because unfortunately, I think someone said it before, that the way football's evolved now, it's become a sport where, especially in the Premier League, right? It's become a sport where it's about athletes, right? It's about athletes, like high-performing athletes. Everyone is, the Premier League is known for its power, its strength, technical ability, right? It's such a high level in that respect, which is why
we look
so
soft,
hard.
Danny. And
That's exactly the problem.
Richarlison's
right?
always on the floor. Mawani looks really, really soft.
Look at,
Brennan
for example,
Johnston's soft.
yeah,
Gray is soft.
Johnson looks like a twig.
It just looks so weak all over. You look weak.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because like look at even Hudson-Odoi yesterday, right? I know he's not the best player, but he's a lot more muscular than our wingers are. He's quick, he's powerful.
Look at his frame, Danny. He's massive. He's well built.
Yeah, he's big. Yeah, he's big. Oh, but you see it now, Lubo. How many of the wingers in the Premier League now do you see? It's like Semenyo is the blueprint of like your modern day winger, what you want in the Premier League. Big, strong, technically gifted.
Danny, look at Kudus. Kudus is another one.
Yeah, Kudus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But if you look at our squad, we got 30 names on the back of the program. 30. Take out Gunter because he's nowhere near. Take out Takai. He's nowhere near.
Yeah, it's another stupid signing as well, Takai.
So take out Kolo Mawani because he's nowhere near.
James. So you're left with 28, and Kinski's played once this season, twice. So of regular, so you got 27, and you got 4 kids out of 27. 4. That's all. You got 4. You got Gray, Bergvall, Tell, and Odebear. You got 23 from 22 years upwards. From Simmons up to Davis, you've got 23 players who are not kids. So this whole thing about...
They're not good enough.
So hang on. So the amount of conversation about the kids doesn't equal the percentage of kids in the squad.
Yeah,
it's
but
far too much.
It does, Luke.
We've got to look at. Take the kids out. You turn around and you say, Gray, Bergvall, Tell, Odebear, not ready for the first 11. What do we got after that? Take the kids out completely.
No, why are we taking the kids out? They play for Tottenham Hotspur. They play for Tottenham.
Hang on a second, because the point I'm making, James, is that everybody talks about the kids, how shit they are, this, that, and the other. But
I don't talk about kids. I talk about the player being shit. Not his age, the player.
Let Luke finish, and then we'll go in on him.
Let me finish. I'll just go through this. Vicario, Dragerson, Danso, Polinia, Simmons, Basuma, Richarlison, Madison, Udogi, Romero, Solanke, Kudus, Kulu, Johnson, Porro, Spence, Sarr, Bentancur, Davis, Van der Ven, Mawani, Brandon Austin, Dane Scarlett. So you've got so many established professionals there that are just not good enough. Take the kids out. Turn around and say, fine, you've got 4 kids. Mm. It's not unheard of for any club to have 4 kids in a squad of 28. Agreed? Yeah, 14% of the squad. But this is what you're saying is a bit disingenuous. How many of those 23 players? How many of those 23 players?
Okay. But the difference is, Lubo, this fan base, right? I don't see the other fan bases clambering for these kids to be playing in central midfield and left wing in really important positions for the club. So other clubs have young players; they get 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. We got fans like you screaming all year. We want to see Gray in midfield. Gray plays in midfield. He ain't good enough. We all knew he wasn't good enough. But you want to see him in midfield.
If we had a Caicedo, if we had a Conor Gallagher, if we had a
but we don't. We
wouldn't be screaming for these players to be given the chance because we've got players in midfield that are far better than
I agree with your point.
And that's we have got players far better. We have got players that are far better.
Basuma, forget it. Sarr, forget it. Bentancur's finished.
Hold on. Are you telling me? I just want to ask a question. Are you telling me Archie Gray is better than Basuma, Bentancur, and Polina. Are you telling me Archie Gray is better than Basuma?
I didn't mention
You didn't say
Pellegrini.
Polina.
No, I'm asking you because they're the midfield three that I would say are there. Are you saying Archie Gray is better than Bentancur, Basuma, Polina?
I would put Gray. I think if you're looking at the club, I think Sar's got no future at the club.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that.
That's not what he asked. Lubo don't answer questions.
I'm answering you. So if Sar is marginally better than Gray, but he's got no future and he's just not good enough, someone with Gray, because you've got a lack of established midfield players, then blood the kids and give them a chance.
But you just said Basuma is marginally better than Gray, but I would play Gray anyway. So what you're saying is you've got better players on the bench, but you wouldn't use them because you'd rather see Archie Gray play.
James, Basuma should be nowhere near this club. He has such a lack of professionalism. It is a disgrace. He has no right to be at Tottenham Hotspur, and I would play Gray, Bergvall in front of Basuma every day of the week.
Okay, Bentancur and Polina then. I'll meet you halfway. Bentancur and Polina. Is Gray a better midfielder than Bentancur or Polina?
Polina, for me, is the best midfielder we've got. I didn't even mention Polina before. Bentancur, I think, is finished. I think he's on the way down.
And still
you
better.
You didn't answer my question, and you didn't answer my question. Who is better, Bentancur or Archie Gray?
I don't know. Should I tell you so? Say Bentancur's better, but you know what? We're going backwards with Bentancur.
No. You're going backwards. You're going backwards because you just said Bentancur is better, but you'd rather play Archie Gray. So you've got better players on the bench. You don't want to play them because you've got a soft spot for Archie Gray. And welcome to Tottenham Hotspur, everybody. That is the problem. We have people like that saying about Archie Gray. We have people like Sean sticking up for Odebert and Kolo Muani. That is the problem with Tottenham Hotspur. It's fact. Listen, Archie Gray hasn't had a good game since he's been at Spurs, where I kind of sit back and go, wow.
How's your goalkeeper doing, mate? How's your goalkeeper doing?
I'm slating him as well. I'm big enough to slate him. You guys can't.
You've been defending him forever.
One second.
Yeah, I did.
Let me pull rank 1 second, right? Do you know what's hilarious? It's not that we can all pick out players that some of us rate that aren't that good. It's the fact that when I get told that we should be rocking up to these clubs and winning these games regardless, look at the players we are arguing about. Yeah. These are not good footballers. So when I see people go in,
they're not footballers in general.
Hang on. The answer is you sell 3 and you buy 3.
Hang on. When I see people say we just rock up and beat Fulham, I don't look at our team anymore and go, we're superior to them. I don't. I look at it and go, overall, hang on. This is, by the way, I'm just using Fulham as an example. I'm not saying we should never win these games. But again, look at the standard of players. We are arguing over whether a finished Bentancur or a kid who is not good enough for the Premier League should be in central midfield for a team that compete in the Champions League, right? Then I've got people in the same breath telling me this squad is better than you say, Savva.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
can't be both ways, right? We have got no established left wing. No. We built a squad.
The players are capable of more than what they're showing, but they're still not capable of winning a league.
So let me ask you then. I'm going to ask this. If that is the case, give me the evidence that they're more capable of what they're showing. Because if you look at Spurs, for the last, hang on, Jesus Christ, let me finish the sentence, right? For the last 2 years, if you go back to when this horrible run started under Ange, where we started losing every week, it's actually been 25 months, correct, right? If you look in that last 25 months, what have we seen that shows these players are better than, I keep hearing they're better than what we see.
We finished 5th under Ange.
Hang on.
We didn't have Europe.
Hang on. Again, so you haven't listened to the question then. That's my point.
Contextual.
If you listen from when Spurs started to go wrong in that first season under Ange, after the 10 games, right? And if you look at Spurs for I don't know how many league games it will be now, 2 years worth of league games, right?
82 games, 40 defeats.
Right. 82 games, 40 defeats shows you the level of these players, right? Not all of them. There's some nice ones in there, some good ones in there. But overall, as a collective,
or the form of these players, or the effort of these players?
But hang on. Overall, as a collective, whether we talk about form, ability, 2 years sample size shows you that when people go so much better than we're seeing, I haven't seen that in 2 years from this football team. I've seen us win a Europa League because we put 11 men behind the ball for the semi-final and final, right? But these players have showed consistently, as a collective, they are not as good as the fan base think they are. We've got 2 years of evidence to show it. 2 years.
Isn't that because though?
You said you were asking a question, but are you actually just answering it yourself?
No, okay, I'm saying to you, doesn't that 2 years show you that that's the evidence? Sean?
We finished 5th in our first season.
When we had
right, it's one bit of evidence. We've consistently beaten.
We had no Europe.
Hang on a second. So what?
Sorry, go on.
So what?
Yeah, but that's more games.
We finished 5th in our first season, right?
Because of the first 10 games.
Yeah.
So, but what the players that were involved in the first 10 games are still
in the
mud. Players that are here now. If you're structuring the question to the point where we avoid all the bits that were good, and then say, tell me all the shit bits, where was the good? Hang on, let me finish now, mate. You had a 2 minute fucking.
Sure, but that's not
a 2 minute statement. That's supposed to be a question. Can I speak without being interrupted for a second, or is it only one way?
Yeah, but answer what I asked, not what you think I said.
Yeah, you said from the moment that everything went wrong, right?
Yeah.
But 10 games before, everything was going right. So you're basically framing the question: when everything was wrong, tell me where the right was, which is basically a loaded question, isn't it?
No, because 10 games is a patch of form. 2 years is your evidence. This is the thing. If you're going by sample sizes, we can say the first 10 games, by the way, I don't actually think the first 10 games were great. I know everyone harps back to them. I thought there was some shocking displays in there that we scraped through. But here nor there, we did well. 8 wins, 2 draws. But that showed that was good form.
So yeah, okay. So you're dismissing the good bits as form, and all the bad bits is quality, and that's a loaded statement.
To the words I'm using.
I am listening to the words you're using, but you're not allowing any room for any context either, mate. And again,
the form of 10 games versus 80.
Every time you're speaking, whenever someone tries to answer, you then interrupt.
No, Sean, 10 games is form. 2 years is norm. Form versus norm.
Why can't you just do within the period of time that the last 2 managers, Postecoglou and to now, where's the good bits been? And if you're saying, well, I'm not allowing you to include any of the good bits, you're filling in the answer for me.
Sean, I don't feel like you're listening.
I'm listening to what you're saying, but I still disagree with the way you're structuring the question, Savva.
The form I'm talking about form, was good. No one said the first 10 games were good. That was good form.
But it's part of an overall season.
Yes, but the problem is when you can't do it consistently. Lubo, we always have this chat. Quality players will be quality most weeks. Average players will be capable of good form or good games, but not capable of doing it over a sustained, hang on, Lubo, over a sustained period of time. That is why the better teams with the better players are normally up there. Teams like Bournemouth will have great periods of form.
Yeah.
And then they'll have
the course of the season, which is usually when you sit there and say, you know what? Let's judge over the course of a season, and in that first season, we finished 5th. Now, if you want to remove the bit out which justifies that, because you've already come to your own conclusion and won't allow people that disagree with your conclusion to bring in the context of where they get to their own answer, that's fine. But don't pretend like we shouldn't be able to include the bits that are good.
I didn't say you can't include it.
I am trying to include it, and every time I do, you interrupt me and say I'm not talking about that bit. I'm only talking about the bits where we're bad.
Said that form was good. I said the form was good. Form is not the same as 2 years of evidence.
Over that season, over that entire season, we finished 5th.
I agree. But that good form, hang on, Lubo, hang on, right? That good form was 2 years ago now. My point is, in 2 years of football now, we have not seen any evidence that I keep hearing these players are better. He's better. He'll be better with a better manager. He'll be better. He'll be better. I've not seen for 2 years
the evidence. Players aren't trying at the moment. They're not trying.
That's a completely different subject. That's a completely
it's part of the outcome, isn't it? It's part of the outcome.
Sure.
It's not a completely different subject. It's a part of the outcome.
Sure, but the ability, whether they try or not, that's a different question for me.
No, it's not. It's a massive part of the story.
I am, and if you let me finish the sentence, I'll get there. That for me is unacceptable, right? but the ability levels don't change, right? The ability levels of the players. I have heard for years and years and years and years and years that these players are so much better. Give them a different manager. All I've seen with my own eyes, with the data that's in front of us for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, these players are not as good as everyone makes out. That doesn't
And they're not as
excuse
bad
that.
as people like you say they are, because you're dismissing.
But the
all of
form
things-
suggests that
Can I-
over
can
2
I- can I
years.
finish the sentence,
Can I
Savva?
just
Every time I interrupt you, you say hang on. Whenever I then get a chance to say something, you then just completely interrupt me. Like, it's got to be two-way,
Savva.
bro. Otherwise, there's no point in having
Okay,
a
but I've
conversation.
asked for evidence, so I'm still
It's a
waiting.
monologue. I'm trying to fucking talk, bro, and you won't let anyone talk. You won't let anyone talk. Okay?
Right, hold on. Say the
Danny,
point.
Danny,
Let me land, bro. Let me
Danny,
just
come on,
fucking-
man.
Jesus. Oh, you know what? It's
Read the
it's
room, man.
ridiculous.
Come on.
I just said, let Sean speak, Savva. I want to hear what he's saying so we can all have a conversation about this.
If you are sitting there saying that the level of the players is bad, but at the same time not accepting, or accepting but dismissing it as a relevant part of the conversation, the effort, when Tottenham players manifest into some level of like effort and desire and will, we have matched teams, we have beaten teams. We did it against Villa, we did it against Man City, we've done it against loads and loads of teams. When we try and we have a game plan, it works out, and we can compete and we're the better team. When we don't give a fuck and we're walked off the park by Forest, by Fulham, by Chelsea and Arsenal, yes, there's a supremacy gap in some of the games we're playing against, but not in others. But when you don't try, that has nothing to do with the quality, but it does affect the opinions of whether the players are good enough, because you're saying we lost to Forest, therefore these players aren't good enough. Or maybe it's these players don't care. Maybe it's these players didn't try. Maybe it's they've lost the dressing room. It's a massive part of how people land on the conclusion of whether they're good enough. And the fact is that when they do play hard, when they do fight, when they do want to win, they are a match. And you can see it because we do have outcomes that are successful. So the effort that is being implemented is a part of the equation. And people that are saying it's a different conversation, to me, that's madness, because when they don't try and we play badly, that then lands people on the conclusion that they're not good enough.
Right.
I agree.
Can I frame it a different way?
Hang on. But Lubo, Lubo, you're a YouTuber now. You know, when we try and clip up debates, it's really difficult when people don't let the two things flow, right? But Sean, I'm not doubting that, right? But the difference is there are teams that will always have those games where the players raise their efforts and they get a win that they were not meant to get. A Palace beating Man City in a cup final. Spurs raised their game to beat Man City here and there. We've raised our games in the past to have beaten a Chelsea or whatever it may be. But the problem is, and that comment is, the form is temporary, class is permanent. And the problem is when you look at this football club,
effort is fluctuating.
Absolutely.
The player.
Absolutely. But I've never once said, right? I've never once thought these players were better than I'm saying they are now. I'm not saying, I don't
That's
think.
okay if you don't believe that, but other people can believe that.
Sure.
And it doesn't make them wrong because you haven't seen the evidence, when the evidence that you're dismissing as part of the equation is you're saying things are form or the effort is a part of a different conversation. I don't think that is. I think that some of the games that we are losing and looking terrible in leads people to land on the conclusion these players are shit, when in reality, if they just tried a little bit fucking harder, or if they actually had a game plan that they knew what each other was supposed to do, they'd actually see better outcomes. And then the pendulum will shift back to a more reasonable stance on how bad they are. They might not be as good as some people say, but they also are not as bad as others are saying.
Isn't that the level of the player? Because
hang on. But this is an average squad that for 2 years the results have shown us. Like, if I can't use the overall results after a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year period, if I can't use all of that, okay.
I'm not the one that's saying that things can't be used. You are.
No, I'm saying, right, is all I've heard is they're better than they are. They're better than they are. But if they were better than they are, right, we would see it at some point, because players' ability and their work rate has to all wrap into how good a player is. So a good player will have good mentality and will want to fight and play. If that player constantly, like Porro for me, is constantly talked about, Porro's really good, Porro's good going forward. I watch him constantly. I'm constantly let down with him, constantly seeing his attitude, right? Same with Romero. Look, I think this squad...
But couldn't he just be in bad form?
You said how long?
Is it also just bad form?
I've seen some of these players for the last 2
Pedro
years.
Porro's been a very good player. Pedro Porro's been
Right.
us for 4 years. Pedro Porro is like wanted by a lot of teams that are better. Mickey van der Ven is wanted by a lot of teams that.
Mickey van der Ven's a very good player.
Right,
Yeah,
but
he's a
yesterday
very
he
good
was
player.
absolutely fucking shit. So form. The argument of form swings both ways.
I think, Sean,
But with-
Porro
with-
is in bad
Yeah, but in
form this
general,
season.
Van der Ven's
He's been bad
good
this
most
season.
weeks, right?
Right, but yet we're still playing badly.
Yeah, but can I
Because
can I
Mickey
can I
van
have
der
my
Ven
bit
is
to
one
this?
player. Because Mickey
Romero,
van der Ven is one
Romero's a
player.
World Cup winner that's won 5 out of 7, 5 out of 6 the finals that he's been in. Are we saying Romero's a bad player?
I don't think
Well,
Romero's bad,
I
but
will-
he's an over- I think he's an overrated
Again,
player. But
But again, can I just say one thing, James? Hold on. Your point about Romero, Sean. Your point about Romero, it goes back to what Savva. It goes. Hold on. It just goes back to what Savva was saying, right? With Romero, in certain games, he can raise his level, and in those big games, he
Agreed.
is amazing, right? He's amazing.
Right.
But the problem with Romero is consistently over a long period, he doesn't have that same level, right?
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
the problem with a lot of the
So what is
players that we
Is that-
have in the squad.
so okay, that's fine. I completely agree with you. So does that make the player good, bad, or does that inconsistency in his form and his mentality, does that fall under the effort bandwagon? Does it fall under the chapter of skill, or does it fall under the chapter of form?
I think it falls under everything because it's
Yeah,
like
all of
because what Sam said, right? It's the level, right? So say for example, you're a footballer, right, and you go onto the pitch. For me, I always give 100% no matter what because I hold myself to a high standard. If the player is on the pitch and standing around, walking around the pitch, that's the player not wanting to put the effort in, and that is whatever that is the reason why. That's the overall level of the player. If they don't have the effort, that's on them. That's not the manager can motivate you to do as much as possible. But if the player goes out on the pitch and doesn't want to put the effort in, then whose fault is that? That's the player themselves because they have to hold themselves to account, right?
I agree in that principally. I agree with that principally, right? 100%. I agree with that principally. But what is the role of a manager?
Yeah,
not
but
just,
sure.
not just in football, in life, in any organisation.
In any organisation,
Inspire
Yeah.
to-
To get the best out,
Yeah.
to make sure that the sum is greater than the parts, right?
Sure,
I agree, but
these
Sean,
players
it's a
did the same
two-way-
with Ange. They're now doing it with Frank. So at what point do we
Right.
say
Can I add,
so
can I
we
add
might
something?
have a player
wait,
problem?
just one thing, and I'll let someone else speak, right? With what you just said there about the manager, Sean, right? It's a two-way thing in anything in life, right? If someone is a coach for you, or a guide, or a manager, or mentor, or whatever it is, right? Personal trainer, they can tell you all the things to motivate you, all the things to say, right, this is what you need to do. If you do this, or I'm going to help you, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to push you. If the person doesn't want to do it, right?
Sure. You can
if
lead
they
a,
don't
you can,
do
you can lead a
the
horse to water, but you can't make it drink it. I know, yeah. Of course,
Exactly. So it's a two-way thing. The player also has to take that in and go with it and listen and push themselves. Because if they don't do that, then they're not going to improve. And that's it in general in life. That's how it works,
I know,
right?
but is the point you're making that these players are not good players because they have moments of inconsistency with their effort, motivation, or form, or whatever else?
Yes.
Can you say-
Hang on, can
one thing.
we get Lubo and James in? Because sorry,
Yeah,
we-
I'm going to say one thing. Sean, on my opinion, on a quality player,
Danny,
is
any chance we can talk?
consistency. That's how I value.
You said that.
Hold
You
on,
said- you said that.
Lubo, just one thing.
hang on, let Lubo
right?
come on. Can we?
Let me just finish this point. And I won't say anything. Right? With the how I deem a player of quality is someone who can do all of those things you talked about, Sean, on a consistent basis. Right? Effort, desire, concentration. Right? If a player does that 100% of the time or 90% of the time in every game and they give their all, for me, that's a player who I deem as a more quality footballer because they are putting in everything majority of the time. If you've got a player who 5 games, he just doesn't want to try, and then for one game he gets up for it. That for me is a player who's not a quality level because they don't just do it. They don't want to for whatever reason.
Lubo, go on.
That's how I deem it. Anyway.
Right, just to bring you and Sean's arguments together, 40 defeats in 92. Let's call it 92, including the 10. Okay,
Sure.
first 10 Ange came in, played an innovative style with 2 at the back, inverted fullbacks, bringing 5 in midfield, 3 up front. It took the division. Listen, we had great results. Performances weren't marvellous. Sheffield United, we nicked it. United could have been 2 down at home with Fernandes and Rashford missing sets from 4 yards. Liverpool outplayed us with 9 men, but we dug out the results. We then got managers became aware, and those first 10 games basically kept us. We went from 1st to 5th, and those 10 games kept us up there. If you're looking at trends, then you could turn around and say from those 92 games, we had a cracking start in the first 10. And after the first 10, from the 11th game to the 38th game, if the results showed that our results were 12th out of 20 after the first 10. So the first 10 carried us through to 5th place. But the trend that showed the following season, the trend showed that we were going down and down and down. And when you look at the 2 seasons together, if you split them into 4 halves, we got first 19 games 36 points, second 19 games 30 points, third 19 games coming into last season 24 points, next 19 games 14 points. So we've gone down from the first 10 games. So you've got, if you break it down, you say, yes, we were 5th. But if you're looking at a trend, then after the first 10, hang on, Sean, let me finish. Because I've waited 15 minutes to talk.
No, I'm not. I didn't want to interrupt you.
If you look at the trends, we've gone from the top, first 10, next 28, we've gone down to 12th. And the average, we finished up with all the other results, we finished up 5th. So we've gone from top to 12th. Season 2, we're 17th. Season 3, we're nearly halfway through, we're 11th. So take out, and you can't take out because we finished 5th. But on a trend level, we've gone from 1st to 12th to 17th to 11th. Those are facts. And players, when you look at players, the players that we've got who are mid-table players, in effect, we are a mid-table team, which means we've got a few very good players, we've got a lot of not so good players, and we've got quite a few average players and others that are really out of their depth. So this team that we've got cannot go any further. The ceiling is that we will play really well in some games, because you get some great results, you get some shit results, but the overall position of where you find yourself shows the level of the team. Now, you can have some very good players who play very well week in, week out, and obviously if you're mid-table,
there's a lot more to it than that, Lubo.
Sorry?
A lot more to it than that. Injuries,
No.
the amount of injuries we've had, the amount of minutes that you can get, the continuity of changes. Why is it that I hear what you're saying about those four quarters of the last 2 seasons, but in the first quarter of this season, or the first half of this season, how many points will we have? About after 19 games, probably like 30 points, maybe 28 points, something like that.
Well, we've got 22, and then we've got Liverpool and Sunderland at home and Palace away. How many points do you think we'll get?
So maybe 25 points, or whatever, something like that. Say that, for example, right? Okay, and so that breaks the trend, right?
So that's on a level with the first season of Ange last season.
Right. So it's here, then it was here, then it was here, then it was here, and then it's back to the second level, right, or third level.
Back up to the third level, but we've gone from the 4th level to the 3rd level.
Okay, but why is it that we could do the second half of the first season? Why is it that was so much better than the second half of the second season? If the same manager, the same players, right? What explains the golfing gap?
What the golfing gap?
Could it not?
It's form, it's injuries, it's in-game things, right? So like, if the players were capable, I'm not waxing lyrical for Angepostecoglou in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, if the players are capable of this at some point, and then this at another point, and even if the trend is doing this, but if the players are the same generally, and you could make the argument the players have improved a little bit over the last last season.
Good point.
Either way, the players are capable of this, and this, and this. Then the players are capable of that, which is the point I've been trying to make, that these players are capable of more. I'm not saying that they're capable of winning or being top four.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that they are capable of doing things that they're not. And so when you have people that say this squad is shit, and you have other people saying it's not that bad, the squad is brilliant, there's a middle ground. I believe, just my opinion, that the players are better than what some people say they are, and they're worse than what others say they are, and that's fine. It's a spectrum. But me personally, the players are capable of far more than they're showing in the input factors. Output will be output, right? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But it's inexcusable to turn up to multiple games this season and look like you don't give a shit, you don't know what you're doing, you don't care, you're arguing, you're bickering, and that the fucking manager turns around and spends most of his post-match press conferences talking about the fans rather than the football. Those things to me are problematic, and they don't explain why it is that you can have moments where you can play well and win, and play badly and win, and sometimes play well and lose and play badly and lose. That's form and that's luck and that's factoring in injuries and all this other shit. But to say that these players are not capable of more than what we're seeing, I think, is agendering. Personally,
Can I add my bit?
When you say an agenda, no, hang on. I've got a problem with this word agenda. I don't think there's an agenda. I just the way I look at it.
Forget the word agenda.
The way I look at it, when I look over these players, I've looked at this for years, and every time I watch us play, we are capable of moments. This is a team that can raise their game for moments. But what I've not seen for years and since the Poch team, what I've not seen is any form of consistency. And that's what happens when you have players, average players. I'm not saying all our players are average. I'm just using the average player. Average players are capable of raising their game every now and then. We see it in cups, right? You see it in FA Cup games, League Cup. Average players are capable. Average players are not capable of performing at that high level week in, week out because they don't have that ability. This is exactly why most teams, guys, get a new manager bounce. Right? This is why most teams get a new manager bounce because new manager comes in, players raise their game and expectations because, oh my God, must impress the new manager. Let me show that I should be in the team. And then what happens after a new manager bounce? Mostly the players revert back to type and the performances revert back to type and the defeats will come. This is why the teams at the top have the best players because they don't tend to have the patches of form. They tend to be consistently better than everyone else because the players are better. Now, this team for me, should we be getting more out of them? I think some players, yes. Other players, no. I don't think we should be getting more out of players like Graham Bergfowl. I've never seen them do anything to suggest we should be getting more out of them. I've never seen Johnson do anything to suggest we should be getting more out of him. Richie is another one. We know what he is. I don't know what we're expecting the manager to get out of him. Porro, I've never seen him as a good fullback. I'm not expecting him to be a good fullback now. Never really seen a Dogie do anything in a Spurs shirt. But he's talked about like he's God's gift.
I think we all agree. I think we all agree, and I think we all agree on the same thing. And I'm just going to say this that just coming on to you, Sean. I'm sure you're there. You look at Arsenal and how many. Go ahead. How many, you look at Arsenal, we haven't turned up. Would you say it's fair to say that we haven't turned up for Bournemouth, Wolves,
oh, for sure,
Chelsea, Arsenal, Bodo, Monaco, Fulham and Forest? That's 8 games. Now,
for sure,
if you compare that, Arsenal were top, City are second. So if you City, but you could turn around and say 1 or 2 games, maybe their players haven't turned up. But with Arsenal, you're looking at their squads and you're saying, you look at their players and you're saying, how many of them have not turned up? Forget whether they've made a mistake, whether they've conceded goals, whatever the result. I'm just talking about mentality here. A mentality, all these players have got skill. They've got a specific skill level that's taken them up to that level. What takes them that step further is mental toughness. Agreed. That's the difference. That is the difference. And
you've got to have both, Luca. You've got to have the mental ability and the.
Our players don't have it. So technically, we might have players that are good, and because we've got the results we've got, you could say, well, they can play better. But if they don't have that mental toughness, it's not there. They're never going to improve.
Yes.
But we're not buying the players that have got that, Lubo. Like when we go out. Look, you look at the players we bought, right? And again, a lot of this comes back down to, and you won't like me saying this, when you buy a lot of young players, right? They haven't got that yet. They've not experienced the world of football. They've not experienced the ups and downs, getting relegated, getting promoted. They've not experienced it. So when you go out and buy soft players like Brennan Johnson, everyone puts the videos of around the training ground. Oh, Johnson, he's a prankster. He has a laugh. I don't want to see that. I want to see the mindset. I want to see leadership. But you've got to buy that, right? You've got to buy that. And when you look at what Arsenal did. I hate talking about Arsenal. Look what Arsenal did, right? Arsenal went out immediately, right? Realised their midfield wasn't good enough, and they went and bought Declan Rice, who is not only a top footballer, but that mentality, that leadership, that work rate. He's a captain, right? They put him in there. You know what you're getting from Declan Rice week in, week out. When I say I don't think this squad is good enough, right, I'm judging it on what our fans say we should be. So if you were to ask me, is this squad good enough for a mid-table finish? Absolutely, right? If you're asking me, is this squad good enough for a top 4 challenge? Nowhere near, right? So when the fan base tells me we should be here, we should be there, that's what I'm judging the players on. But last thing I'll say, Lubo, when I hear that these players are better than we're seeing, I've not seen it with Sarr, Gray, Bergvall, Bentancur. We've not seen it for years, right? Johnson, Tell, Odeber, Adogi, Spence, Porro. I've never seen really long periods from these players where I go, cool, you are brilliant, right? When the average form is the norm, that shows you what the player is, right? Because Harry Kane and Son, Lubo, played in some terrible Spurs teams. Do you agree?
Oh, God, yeah. They
Right?
carried Spurs for years.
Right. But Harry Kane and Son, because they are quality with the right mindsets,
Of course.
right? We never said, oh, but he's playing for a shit manager, or, oh, he's terrible, he's having a bad run of form, because they're quality footballers. Quality footballers stand out. And for me, I genuinely believe this. And the funny thing is, Spurs fans in general can't seem to see it. You go and speak to other fan bases. I don't mean the childish one. You go and speak to other fan bases and ask them about Spurs' squad and who they want, right? They don't want hardly any of our players, Lubo. But we're out here telling the world, Bergvall's best youngster. Oh, you want to see a Dogi at left back. You want to see Porro. The other fan bases look at us and go, you ain't got a Bale anymore. You ain't got a Kane. You ain't got a Modric. You don't have Keens and Berbatovs. Don't have it.
With that, it's very easy to say players ain't good enough. They haven't got the correct mentality. It's all on the coach. The fans are allowing it to be like that. The fans set the mentality out from the get-go. And by that, what I mean is, yeah, but Romero won the World Cup. Hold on. He's playing with, in my opinion, the greatest player to ever step on the planet that I've seen. I didn't get to see Maradona every week. Even Gazza, I didn't get to see that every week to say, you know what, I can compare. So I'm going by what I see. For me, Messi's the greatest player to walk on the planet. So I would expect them to be up there winning those kind of trophies when you've got the greatest man at the game. So I feel like there's a lot of excuses. Kolo Moa, sorry, Sean, and I feel like everyone's digging Sean a little bit. So this is nothing against you, Sean, but Kolo,
who's digging me?
Kolo, no, I just feel like it's all kind of calling Sean out. I'm quite enjoying it, but I do want to add to it. But for me personally,
who's calling me out on what basis?
Me now. What's it? For me, talking about Kolo Moani, I've said for him from day one, he's crap. The first response from Sean was, "Did you see that touch?" Yes, I did. He is a professional footballer. He should be able to do that touch as a professional footballer. I agree. In the weekend, hold on. The weekend's game. I come up with a slogan. Listen, let me get my frying pan out. You are getting cooked. I've said to you at the weekend's game, yeah, Kolo Moani, no go Kolo. That's his new name now. No goal Kolo. He don't score any goals. He ain't a goal threat. No go Kolo. For me, I came into your chat on your watch along and I went, no go Kolo. Is he playing today? And you went, did you see that run? He ran from his own yard, his own area, half, 20 yards, run into 4 defenders. And I said, is that how we're measuring a good player now? He dribbled the ball 20 yards.
35 minutes into the game.
20 yards. He dribbled the ball 20 yards.
If you're going to cook, mate, you need to bring some better fucking oil than that, bro. What are we doing here?
Listen, if you let me talk, I will finish, bro.
One of you, I can't hear either of you.
You don't deserve any better oil with your crap takes. You get
You
fried
bring out the
cheap burgers,
sunflower
get
oil,
cheap
mate.
oil. Cheap burgers get cheap oils. You're getting
I
cooked
deserve
with
olive
cheap
oil,
crap.
mate. I deserve olive at best. Okay, that's what I need. At least
Absolutely
that level. Cook me properly.
The two players you rate, Odegaard and Colomwani. I think correct me if I'm wrong. This is me talking off the top of my head. Colomwani has played in 15 games and scored in 1. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Get me old right about that, boy. You're talking about signing this guy for 45 million. You are cooked, mate. You're cooked. That's it. Club is finished. We want players like this.
Look at the
We
chat.
want.
You're attempting to cook, mate.
We want players like this.
You poured your shitty little oil on the frying pan.
Listen.
You didn't measure it enough, mate, because it's all splashed back and burnt yourself. The entire chat is saying your take is trash.
Okay. So, all right. Everything the chat says is correct. No, you're right.
You're right. People in Hinduism where they fucking self-emulation.
You're right. Romero's world class. He won the World Cup because he's world class. Kolo Muani, 1 good game in 15, signing for 50 million. And then what we'll do, we'll complain that we ain't near the top of the league when we've signed players that play 15 games, scoring 1, and we'll go, fucking hell, why ain't Frank doing any better? Look, I criticise Frank. He ain't doing good enough. But when we're talking about buying players for 45, 50 million pounds that have turned up in 1 game in 15, I'm sorry, I don't care what the chat's like.
1 game in 15 though. He's been very good. He just hasn't scored. He hasn't scored enough goals. But
when's he been good?
More than output. There's input factors. This guy tries. He does more.
Well done. Well, I'm glad he tries because that's all I want in my footballers.
I haven't finished.
I'm glad he tried.
Frying pan and smash you around the head with it. Okay, this is the problem, mate. The entire chat recognises that Muani is the best forward that we've got at the moment. Okay, he is by far the most input.
Did I say otherwise? Yeah? Did I say otherwise?
You said he's trash.
Did I say he wasn't our best striker at the club? Did I say those words?
You're saying he's trash.
No. Stop changing my conversation. You just said the entire chat are saying he's our best forward. Did I say he's not our best forward at the club?
You didn't have to.
Answer my question. Stop circling it. Listen, get back in the frying pan. Get back in the frying pan. Get back in the frying pan. Did I say he's not our best attacker at the club?
Because it wouldn't suit your narrative. You didn't mention either way. You didn't say it was the best or the worst. You didn't cover that.
For starters, is everybody forgetting Kudos is at the club? For starters, is everybody forgetting Kudos?
Muani is a quality player. I much prefer
based on what?
To the likes of what?
Based on what?
Based on what I've seen, based on what I saw at PSG, based on what I saw at Juve, based on what I saw at
Right. So Gyökeres banged in 40, 50 goals last season, has come to Arsenal, done nothing. Are Arsenal fans going, Carl, he's such a good player, look what he did? No, you know what they're saying? They're saying, get this guy out of my club. Big club mentality. What are we saying? He hasn't scored it. He's only scored in 1 goal in 15. Let's sign him up. Let's sign him. That's what I want to see.
James, didn't you want Gyökeres in the summer, mate?
No, you know who I wanted. No.
I'm pretty sure I can go and find about 1,000.
Do it. You know who I want. No, you know who I want. There were 2 players I wanted. The 2 players I wanted was Openda and Adeyemi. They're the 2 players that I wanted.
How's Openda doing at Juve, by the way?
He doesn't play. So
why is that, bro?
But if we're going by your logic,
why is that?
But if we're going by your logic, Kolo Muani's played in 15 games. We're going by your logic.
How's your boy doing? At least my boy plays. How's your boy doing?
Oh, wow.
When not exactly cooking anything in Serie A, are they?
How many goals has he scored this season in comparison? How many goals has he scored this season in comparison? How many goals has he scored in comparison? Just asking.
How is Juventus doing? What is their problem? They're not winning that many games, are they? Right?
Are you crazy? Are you... I'm sorry. How are Juventus doing? How are Tottenham doing?
Your boy
Your
boy Openda. How's he getting on at Juve? He can't get in the front of that.
He scored in 1 goal.
He can't get in the front of Vlahovic. And weren't you last night saying we want to have Vlahovic? Were you saying Vlahovic as well?
I would take him over Kolo. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh dear, oh fucking dear.
Hang
You're
on,
just
hang on. Are we
We love
saying we
that.
wouldn't take Dusan Vlahovic to Tottenham?
No, I'm just saying that his boy Lois Openda, who he thinks is an absolute baller, can't even get into the Juve team, who are struggling, and yet he's sitting there telling me that
I
Mawani's a
blame
bad player.
Look, let's stop worrying about whose player is whose boy. Let's stop worrying about that. Let's be
He
honest,
didn't answer my question. It's very easy to throw mud when there's what does they say? Don't live in glass houses, throw stones. Hold on a minute. You're slating Openda, Adiemis, and players like that when we have a guy that scored in one game out of 15. I'm sorry. Only Tottenham fans get that. I'm sorry. Only Tottenham fans do that. We do it with Gray. We do it with Bergvall. You do it with
He's got two
What about Odegaard?
guys,
He's
you
got
both speak at the same time.
He's
I
got 2
can't
goals
hear
and
you.
2 assists in the equivalent of 8 games of football. We did the math yesterday.
So he's scored in one game in 15 as a striker.
No, hang on a second. In terms of the minutes that he's playing, he's playing the equivalent of 8.5, and now after yesterday, 9 games of football.
Could you imagine players like Defoe being around now that actually scored when they got given a chance? For me, a lot of people say, "Oh, but look at the minutes he gets." To be honest, yesterday he played too many minutes. He was atrocious. Should have been hooked at half time. Awful.
Can we bring this back? Look. I'm not Mawani's biggest fan. I also don't think he's a bad player. I think he's okay. I think we're seeing what we got, which was a last-minute panic. I think we're seeing what we got. It was a player that clearly wasn't in the works. Let's be fair. Up until the day before he joined Spurs, he was meant to be joining Juventus, and it fell through. And then Solanke got the injury, and we took him on loan, right? So I don't believe that he would have been the player that Thomas Frank would have wanted at all, but I believe it was a player that was available on transfer deadline day. However, my question mark with someone like Mawani, it's not, I think he's a good footballer in patches. My question mark is he a prolific marksman? That's my question. And
he plays as a left winger.
Is he worth buying? My question would be, would you buy this player?
Hang on. But the thing for me with him is, can you see a world in which we buy him, make him our number 1 striker, and say, this is going to propel the club? Now, I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe if he played every game through the middle, when Maddison's back and Kulu's back and we buy a left winger, maybe you start seeing him banging goals. I think it's really difficult, though, that we haven't got anything else. Like, I know people criticize substitutions a lot. We don't have anything. I looked at that bench yesterday, gentlemen, right? I mean, listen to this for a bench.
I'd rather Mawani in the squad than not.
Listen to this for a bench. This was the bench yesterday. I bet I can't find it now. Hang on. Here we go. So this was our bench yesterday. Okay. Why can't I? Here we go. Our bench was Kinski, Danso, Paulinia, Tell, Bergvall, Johnson, Odegaard, Sarr, Davis.
Shocking.
Now,
that's disgusting.
When you take Paulinia out of that, none of the other clubs that we say we want to be like, none of the clubs we're aspiring to be in their position in the top 4,
even Villa,
5, 6, right? None of those clubs have players like that on their bench, right? They don't. Even you're right. Even Aston Villa don't have footballers of that level on the bench. Now that's not Thomas Frank's fault. That's what the club have bought over the years.
But my point was more, those clubs don't have players like ours in their first 11. And people are, whether we agree or disagree on Kolo Muani, people like Sean are saying we should be signing him. Why should we be signing it? For me personally, I'm like, right, you've been given a loan spell to prove your point. You've been given a chance up front. You've been given a chance out of left wing. For me, look, I'm not saying he's not our best striker or our best left winger. I think they're all crap. What I am saying is, the fact that us as fan bases are making excuses and allowing him to continue the way he is and say, to even be having a conversation, yeah, he's worth buying him for 40, 45, 50 million. To even be having that conversation, for me, is a small club mentality. You would not see it happen. You would not see that at Villa, because look at Villa. Wait, hold on. Look at Villa. They signed that guy from Dortmund, the winger. Come in, played 4 or 5 games, wasn't good enough, got shifted to the bench, and that was the end. if that was us as a club, we'd be going, sign him up. He's worth 50 million all day long. Because our bar of Richarlison, tell whoever you want to put their name exit is so low. The moment one comes in a step above, we start going, he's better than what we've got. We've got to sign him up.
I agree with you on this. What I agree with you on, James, I'll come to you in a second, Lubo. What I do agree with you on, James, is I don't think it takes a lot for our fans to rate anybody, right? I genuinely don't. Like, a player comes on, makes a 5-yard pass, and we go, God, you see that pass? Like, well, okay, a professional footballer makes pass, right? For me, I don't remember the last time we were like this. And this is what I'm saying. You can tell the players of quality. It's not hard to see. Kudus has quality. Like, I don't think any of us can doubt that. We can argue, is he too selfish? Does he hold on to the ball? But we can all agree, right? Surely on this panel and in the chat, that Kudus is a quality footballer, right?
Yeah.
But then when you look at other players, we're so easily pleased. Papa Sarr will come in, he'll score a goal. People will go, I'll tell you what, if this boy gets a run of games, he's right. And we do this with so many footballers. Archie Gray is a perfect example of this. Comes in, does next to nothing really against Brentford and Prague. Couple of nice 5-yard passes, and it's see when Archie Gray plays. But we do this with Bergvall. Right? Bergvall runs around like a headless chicken for me, smashing into people, right? Getting booked. And we go, God, weren't a difference when Bergvall came on. For me, I want to see the players do something over a consistent period of time before we start rating them. And that's where I think our levels have dropped so much. And the example of this is Kulu and Bentancur, right? Kulu and Bentancur, when they came in, good footballers, good. Don't go overboard about them. Don't go crazy. Good footballers, right? When they came in. You know why everyone went mad about them, James? It's because they were taking the place of nobody on the right wing for Kulu to take the place of, and Winks, Skip, and Sissoko in midfield for Bentancur to take the place of, right? When you buy players of that level, there's no arguing in the fan base. When you buy a Kudus, people go, quality player, right? When we bought in a Musa, quality player, right? I don't think we've got that now, and I think we clutch at straws on any little thing a player does.
A lot of Spurs fans do,
and the top 4 clubs don't do that. We've fallen.
I think that is my problem. Yeah, that is part of the problem, because when you do have things like that, I mean, there's and that was more my point. There's always an excuse. Spurs fans make the excuses for the players, so the players never have to fall on their shield. Like we're saying, there's always like a Romero, but he is a World Cup winner. That doesn't excuse the 30 games that he's been crap for us, or however many he's been crap. I hear Kolo Muani bagged so many goals for PSG. Well, Porro in like the last 3 games has whacked in 45 crosses and he scored no headers. Like there has to be kind of consistency to it. I'm not saying that he's not okay. I think he's bang average. I'll be honest. I do, and I think when you get someone terrible in Richarlison and you bring in someone bang average, you automatically go, he's better than what we got. But if that's the level we're going for, then you cannot be complaining that we're a mid-level club, because in my opinion, he's a mid-level player. So him, Odebert, Kudus I like. Xavi has been playing like a mid-level club player so far. I think I've seen enough of him in the German league to say I think he's a good player, but he's been there or thereabouts. I've seen nothing from Bergvall consistently. Archie Gray's had about 20 minutes of good football. The rest has been awful. Bentancur is so hit and miss. 1 game good, 2 games bad. Polinia, for me, I don't think he's a good footballer, but I think he's an absolute monster at winning the ball back. And that's okay. There's a place for that in my squad, as long as you've got the players around him. Romero, to be honest, I would seriously put him at one of the top ends of selling him, to be honest. I don't like his attitude. Every time he has a stinky game, he never comes out and does an interview. The moment he scores 2 goals, he wants to be the shining light and come out and be the face of the club. That, for me, isn't a captain. You take the shit as well as the praise. He doesn't take any of the shit. He only wants the praise. Vicky van der Ven is quality. Doggy, I don't even know if he's good or not, because he plays 1 game, gets injured for 3 months, so I can't even say.
Exactly.
Porro, I've seen good moments from. Again, he's been stinky for so long that I don't know. And Vicario, for me, has lost all opportunities that he should be getting to starting, and he should be kicked out and given to Kinksky, or we should be looking to move someone else. For me, that as a whole, there's one player maybe two. No, there's 2 players in that squad that I go, I definitely want to keep. The rest are bang average, have been bang average until proven otherwise. And I do put Xavi in there. Prove to me that you're not crap. But he hasn't. So until that point, I can't go, he's an amazing player. Look what he did 2 years ago. It's not how it is for me. For me, prove it, and then I'll have my opinion on you.
Yeah, cheers, Sean. I'll see you tonight for
Take care, mate.
my slotting in for Johnny on the Spurs 5 tonight. No, listen, Lubo. What do you make of that? I mean, it's a scathing assessment by James on our players, but I don't make him wrong.
Listen, when you look at the performances of the players, and I know Stell went after me because I'm meant to be a flip flop because I reassessed what I thought the squad level was. I just want to touch James on Moani. I think he's had last few weeks he's been playing regularly. The first 50% of his time at Spurs, he was injured. He played 17 minutes, I think, against Villarreal. Then he got injured. Then he was out for several weeks. And when you look at, he's not got the best of players around him. Kudus is okay, but I mean, Kudus, God, I mean, we were screaming at him yesterday. There were so many occasions that he just hung onto the ball 5-10 seconds too long.
Would you pass it if your options?
Yes, I think you've got to pass it rather than run into a cul-de-sac and get dispossessed, Sav, which was happening. But coming back to Moani, I just want to say that you give it to the end of the season. You see who he buys in Jan. If he brings a left winger in, that takes the pressure off Kudus because they double up and triple up against Kudus because he is our main outlet up front. And I think you've got to look at it. You can't sit around and say, oh, he's played 15 games. I mean, seriously, would you want to be judged as a plumber after doing your 15 jobs? Seriously?
Yeah, no. But if I left every job with a leak, they wouldn't be calling me back and saying he deserves more chances. That guy's doing nothing.
Wait a minute, he's not leaving.
But Lupo, he's on loan. When you bring in a loan player, you don't bring them in and go take a year to settle. The reason you bring in a loan is because they've got to help you now. And James is right. We took Tell on loan for 6 months. He did the square root of nothing, and the club went, "We'll buy him." Yeah. And clearly, Frank
that was down to Tell, wasn't it?
But also, Ian, answering that question, you just said, look who he's being supplied by, or look who's servicing in Kolo Muani. Well, a couple of weeks. Oh no, I completely disagree with that. Completely. A couple of games ago, he had a header from about 3 yards and passed it back to the keeper. He also, in exactly the same game, the ball, keeper made a save, bounced out to him 3 yards out, and all he had to do was side foot it in, and he scuffed it and missed the ball completely. A couple of weeks before that, he got played through on a one-on-one about 4 or 5 yards out, and I can't remember the game, but all I remember is him shooting it. It went wide and hit the water bottle and went wide again. So to say he isn't having chances and he's being created nothing is complete lies. He's had opportunities to at least get off the mark.
Oh, the service our players have been given.
So he shouldn't have scored. Was it Fulham where he 3 yards out header back to the keeper and then missed an absolute sitter?
Players miss chances.
No, but that's not. So he is getting chances. Then you just said he's not getting no service, and now he does miss chances. Which one is it?
Anywhere near the amount of service he should be getting week on week.
Right. So okay. I'll meet you halfway. He's not getting enough service to where he should do. Okay, but what we are going to agree on is he needs 15 opportunities to score 1 goal.
I disagree. Does he need 15? I mean, look at it.
Right, he ain't showed me anything so far. He's had enough so far. And the problem for me is he's had really clear-cut opportunities, whereas if that was Richarlison, let's be honest, if Richarlison's missing that header from 3 yards out, we're slating him. If the ball falls and bounces in the 6-yard box for Richarlison, he swings and misses the ball, we're slating him. If he gets played through on a one-on-one and he misses, we're slating him. But no, Kolo Muani played for PSG, he was £90 million player, he's a good player. No, call a spade a spade. He's had opportunities, he's missed them. Stop making out these chances that he doesn't have no opportunities and he's so starved of everything. He has had opportunities to score.
I say we judge Moani at the end of the season.
Yeah.
All right, so we say absolutely nothing now, We have no opinion on him now. Let him just keep playing, not scoring. And then if he goes like this to the end of the season and scores more goals.
Let me play devil's advocate. And again, this is what happens when you don't buy what you need in the summer and when you buy late in the transfer window, right?
Yeah.
Not just Mawani, but you think Spurs bought in Mawani and Xavi Simons after the season had started. Both of them weren't on Spurs' wish list, right? Both of them came in, one through panic because Solanke got injured. He wouldn't even be here if Solanke hadn't got injured. And Xavi Simons was because we couldn't get Morgan Rogers or Eze or Gibbs White, right?
And Madison got injured as well.
And Madison got injured. Right. So, this is the problem. First of all, you brought in two players that weren't on the top of the wish list, right? Second of all, both those players had absolutely zero time with Thomas Frank in the summer. Third of all, two players, both with no Premier League experience. One turns up injured. One turns up needs time to get acclimatised. Now, maybe Mawani would be much better. We had a proper left winger. And if James Maddison was fit and supplying him.
Yeah.
It all boils down to the same thing, guys. We can talk about this player, that player, this formation, the output, the input, the work rate. This all boils down to, you know, every summer when fans go, I don't mind when we sign players as long as they come in before the end of the window. How do you plan? How do you structure? Right? This is the problem. There is no plan. And this is what we've said for months now. We need to see, going into this January window and into the summer, whoever the manager is, this isn't a Thomas Frank conversation. Whoever the manager is of this football club, we need to see a plan. We need to see, right, who is it the manager wants? Right, I want him. If I can't get him, him or him, right?
Yeah. But
hang on, Jake, hang on. Get them in early. Get the players we need in the positions we need. Give the manager tools, and then we can turn around and go, yeah, you're crap. Or yeah, you've done a good job. Or yeah, you're not good enough. But right now, we've given a manager none of the tools he needs, right? We haven't. Most clubs go, oh, we need to back up this, but we haven't even bought a left winger for the football team, right? And people are going, we don't create a lot. Well, yeah, we've got one winger in the football club that's Kudus, and what teams do is they just go, let's stick 2-3 men on him. So do what we need to do. Have a plan, act like a proper club, whoever the manager is, and get the transfer window sorted. Because if we
with that, mate, I just want to add to your thing. I just want to add to this because I try to base everything off of as honest as I believe is honest. I have said to Frank, or I've said to you guys about Frank, I need to start seeing something. I don't know what it is. I need to see something for me to say, you know what, you are the right guy. And I keep exactly the same opinion for Kolo Muani. He has been given gifted opportunities to at least score 1 or 2 goals where I go, tidy finish that. Even though it was 1-on-1, tidy finish that. You get my back in. So I can't slate or criticize Frank for not showing me something and then praise a player for showing me nothing. It's all well and good saying he doesn't create or he hasn't had loads of opportunities. No, maybe not. But he has had 5 or 6 opportunities that I expect a £20 million player to be finishing, i.e. Richarlison, if you want to put him that high. So when you get somebody like Kolo Muani in those positions, I expect him to say, I'm Kolo Muani, bang, 1-0. 2-0, and then go missing for a little while, and then we can go, you know what, we're not feeding him because he had 2 opportunities, scored 2, went missing. Had 2 opportunities, scored 2, went missing. But he's getting some opportunities and finishing nothing, doing nothing. And I keep the same with Odegaard. He's one-on-one with his man, I would say 6 or 7 times a game, and does something once, maybe, and then nothing. So how can I sit there and go, you know what, I'm going to give him time because he's young, because he's better than what we've got, because of this? No, if I'm going to judge Frank by not performing and showing me anything, I need to stick to that and show exactly the same with Muani and Odegaard. And I have now started to change my opinion on Vicario, because at the beginning I saw shot saved after shot after shot after shot, and I thought there's something there. He's continuously kept us in games as well as making the mistakes. If we could get rid of the mistakes, there could be something there. Goes to show you could never get rid of those mistakes. So therefore, for me, we need to upgrade. And I'm sick and tired of our fans saying, stupid excuses. I'm sorry, Lubo, but great. But
We do
he's
make a
young.
lot of excuses. We do.
Bergvall,
Yeah.
because he's young.
Do you know-
Udogie,
do you know
but
why-
he's
do you
a
know why,
wing
James?
back. But
Do you
no,
know
wait,
why?
one second. Udogie, but he's a wing back. Okay, well, the best performance I've seen him play was against Arsenal and against Saka, and I'm pretty sure he played left back. So he has got the ability. He chooses not to do it. He's not a big game player. He's not a top quality player. Otherwise, he'll do it week in, week out, or 1 in every 3, 1 in every 4. He doesn't do it at all anymore. So we can't keep saying, well, Frank is this because of X, Y, Z. Andrew was that because he couldn't defend. And then start sticking up for players or criticising players when we ain't seen the whole picture. If you judge one by that merit, you have to judge all. You can't pick and choose. It's not fair. The moment you put that shirt on, you take criticism for what you have done.
I think you're
Therefore,
far too quick.
But just
Honestly, I think
one
you're
thing,
far
just
too
one
quick
thing.
to judge Moani. Far too
Lubo,
quick.
okay, so does that mean, one second, Danny, let me just finish it. Does that mean I can't judge Kudos then? I can't judge Kudos because it's far too quick.
I think that Kudus made a very good start. I think he's.
So do you think Kudos is good as a good player?
Hang on. I think his form dipped a bit, and I think we've had a drop in form, drop in results. I think you've seen Kudus, Polinia, Mickey in games, and Romero all dip. Maybe not of the same game, but over a period of time. I think against the form at the beginning of the season, I thought Kudus yesterday was appalling. I thought he just hung on to the ball. It was like, hang on, guys, you're not playing at school now. You're playing in a Premier League game. You've got other players around you to pass to. Thought it was appalling what he was doing.
Just give it away if he gives it
So,
to
so,
him.
so do you think Kudos is a good player? 1 second. Look, do you think Kudos is a good player?
This is a good player. I will judge.
So why do you get to judge and have that opinion? And I don't?
Guys, neither of you are finishing sentences here. It's crazy. Like,
I will judge
You said
at the end of the season because I'm not quick to jump on people after 15, 16 games.
no, but you said there you just did judge him because I said, do you think he's a good player? And you said yes.
He started off really well. Listen, back before.
So you are naturally judging. We're here to judge. We're here to debate. So you are judging by saying he's a good player.
Savva said
So
to
you're
me,
allowed to judge him, but I'm not.
One at a time. One at a time. Hang on, it's two. Sorry, guys. I can't hear either point because you're both talking at the same time. Sorry.
But my point is that if somebody's good, you're allowed to judge him because they've played well. But if somebody's continuously bad, it's too quick to judge. And that for me is not fair. You have to praise and criticize. The fact that we live in a bubble where nobody gets criticized, there is that. Well, Kudos. So if you're not judging Kudos as a good player now, then I'm sorry that you're not watching football because you can see great touch, beats his man, creates chances. You can see that. So are we meant to say, you know what, I'm not judging anything he does until next season because I need to give him a season? No, I can say what I see. I see he's a good player.
Let me ask this different way, Lubo.
Can I say one thing, Sav? I see more from Moani in the short space of time in terms of what he can do with the football, in terms of his technique, his control, than what Odebear and Johnson have done in 2 years at Spurs. Like, in my opinion, right? For me, he's the level of footballer we need as the average. Like he's the average level of standard we should have, right? So if we had level players like that on our bench, that's the type of player I want to come on and impact a game. Not someone like Brennan Johnson, not someone like Paystar, right?
Based on what?
Like, for me, like, because
when did he change the game, mate? If we judge him from Tottenham Hotspur, when has he changed the game for Tottenham Hotspur and turned it on his head and we've gone, car?
He hasn't really had a chance to have a run in the team yet, has he? Not
well, he is now. He is now getting on to that point where he's been there or thereabouts.
Can I bring this back to? Let me ask a question, right? I guess it's difficult, right? When we're talking about judging players, judging managers over a short space of time, I think the question you have to ask yourself is this: is it different to judge a player on loan to it is judging someone who's permanent, right? Because when you're bringing a player permanently, you can turn around and say, okay, well, he's got time to build and grow, and we've bought him for 5 years, not for 1 season. When you bring in a player on loan, surely it is we need you now. Like we need you now. If not, what we're seeing from him, we could just be seeing from a Dane Scarlett or a Valise or whatever, yada, yada, yada. But on the flip side to that, the question I think you've got to ask yourself is, if right now his loan, let's say his loan was 6 months and ends in January, off what you've seen, would you guys on the panel sign him? Not off what you think might happen, but off what you've seen of him so far. Let me start with you, Ben. Would you sign Mawani off of what you've seen to date? Only with that data.
Can I go? Because I've got to leave. Can I say, because I've got to go back to work?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Can I have mine? So, sorry, Ben. For me, no. You have players that come in and change games and show, like I said, people are judging Frank on the same time period as they're judging Kolo Mawani, but yet we can't judge Kolo Mawani because it's such a short period of time.
It's a good point.
But
yeah,
but
if you can't judge the player,
but we can judge Frank. So for me personally, when Frank is here long term, you go, right, how I think, I'll give him the season, show me what you can do. After January, if I don't start seeing improvements after January, or we start getting another couple of players, for me, Frank's done. That's how I would be, because I'd say, right, you've got 4, 5, 6 of your own players. I expect to see something. For me personally, Kolo Muani is coming on loan. You've got to be showing something to say, I'm getting behind that, because the City game, he come on changed it, or because that game he come on and changed it. So for me personally, I physically don't understand how anyone could say, yes, let's sign him, because so far, whether he's going to turn good in 10 games, I'm not saying that. I hope he comes in and bags 30 goals for the rest of the season. Like, I'm a Spurs fan. But we can't not judge someone and then claim that we want Frank out when they've been here the same amount of time. You can't judge Kudos when they've been here the same amount of time. It's just not fair. People are saying that Gray deserves to start. That's okay. That's fair enough. But you're judging it by the little minutes that he's been given. So you're still judging things on little periods. I'm just sick and tired of Spurs fans getting agendas and dying on that agenda no matter the outcome. It's always the same. No, but he's better than what we got. For me, Danny, I disagreed where you said that's the level I want of a sub. I disagree. I want somebody that's maybe not as good, but comes in and nicks a couple of winners. So when you turn into the last 10 minutes, you go, right, he's terrible, but he always scores a goal. Brendan Johnson, maybe. I don't know. I think he's terrible. But he scored a goal. So if you're 1-1 and you go, Brendan Johnson, back post, he's got a knack for it. So you kind of go, okay, last 10 minutes, he might score. For me personally, I haven't seen anything from Kolo to say he's a goal threat. He changes games. He's good at beating his man. He's good in the air. I don't know what he's good at, but at the same time, I'm not saying he's a terrible player. I'm just saying if you're Tottenham Hotspur and you're aiming for that level, don't complain. Like you said, he's a mid-level player. Well, don't complain if Richarlison's our number 1, for example, gets injured and he has to play 20 games a season and we finish mid-table, because that's where he belongs, if that makes sense. So on that point, I can't criticise Frank and not criticise the players, because that for me doesn't make sense. Big up, lads. Thanks for having me, Savva. I'll be listening in the background. Take care, boys.
Appreciate it, mate.
I think my point is, it's not a question of not praising or criticising, because that's what we do, but it's a question of writing someone off. That's my point. The fans are far too quick to write him off. He's shit. Sell him. I mean, that's what you said about Gray. It was interesting. I was backstage talking. Hang on, Danny.
Oh God, guys, can we let someone finish a sentence, please? It's really.
Just give you. That's my point. You know, we're quick to knock players. I don't think Gray is a first 11 Spurs player. I've asked to see him play several games, because you want to see how a player plays in a run of games. Interesting. I was on Ricky's show last night, and I was talking backstage afterwards, and I was talking to Luke at Spotlight Spurs. And Luke said to me, whenever he sees a Spurs player make a mistake, he looks at the next 3 things in terms of mental toughness and character. He looks at the next 3 things that player does after making a mistake. And Gray's mistake, Gray was 50% for me to blame for that first goal. He's spun and shot for the one shot we did have on target. He's had a drag back and come away from player in a second, and he's tackled on the 3rd one. And he turned around and he said, the guy's got character. You can see that. Whether he's good enough now is another question, but the guy's got character and he bounced back. But people don't see that. People just see, oh, he didn't lay it off first time. He's shit. He's rubbish. And our fan base is so quick. So I'm not saying, I did caveat that by saying I don't think he is. He shouldn't be in our first team. We should be selling in the summer. Bentancur, Sarr, and Basuma, and we should be bringing in 3 top centre backs, 3 top centre midfield players. So those 4 plus Graham Bergvall, there's your 6.
But okay, but Lubo, I'm going to go back to the origin of this whole Gray thing, right? I think the problem is when you're talking about people are quick to write them off, we are Tottenham Hotspur, right?
Correct.
Okay, but we are Tottenham Hotspur, right? We've signed Archie Gray, and everyone will die on this hill for Archie Gray when they've got no evidence to show that he's this good young player that everyone says he is. I've never, ever watched him in the last 2 years at Tottenham and gone, oh, you're special, or there's something about this kid. He looks shy. He looks timid. He doesn't have a particular good skill set at anything. He's weak. But fans like you, Lubo, you die on the hill for Gray. And I rate it in some ways, but we can't ask for Archie Gray to be starting games at Tottenham Hotspur and then be wanting Thomas Frank to be top 6 challenging for Europe. You can't, we can't be asking for Odebers and Tells to be playing. We can't be asking for these average footballers to play games of football and then wonder why the performances aren't good. And I think what I want to see at some point is I want to see what is Gray. I need to see something. I don't want to hear that he's 19. 19, believe it or not, is not the same as 9. He is not a 9-year-old kid. He is a man. He is 19 years of age and been playing football all his career, right? When he pulls on that Spurs shirt, not once have I ever gone, yeah. Not once. Like nothing. I've not seen anything where I've got, yeah. I remember Tommy Carroll playing for Spurs and I saw more in Tommy Carroll when he was a kid. You thought, oh, yeah, he's a good little player, good move. I watch Gray and fans like Wolfie are ringing me up going, how on earth is a club like Tottenham Hotspur buying footballers like Archie Gray?
Yeah. People like Jed Spence, Ozzy Ardiles, Rio Ferdinand all think Gray will make it.
Brilliant. So everything a pundit has ever said means
I'm just
correct,
saying.
Right?
I'm just saying these are pro footballers who know a little bit about it. They've played the game at the highest level.
Right. Okay. So everything, right. So, hang on. So everything Paul Merson says on Gillette Soccer Saturday is correct because Paul Merson was a top footballer. Nah, not having that. Right.
No.
But Lubo, the thing is, you've done exactly what James mentioned earlier. Right. Archie Gray was absolutely atrocious yesterday. Forget the mistake. He was like the rest of them. He was atrocious. But you've still tried to claw and clutch at little things in a game where you've gone, he did the square root of nothing. He was awful. Same as Kudus. He was awful. But you want to see these players start for Tottenham. I don't want Tottenham to be buying these players. So when we're talking about what do we want ENIC to do and what do we want Spurs to be, you can't have it both ways. You either want to buy kids who aren't good enough and wait 3-4 years to say, I told you so, or you go and buy footballers right now, right? The big clubs are not buying Archie Grays for a reason.
Sav, I've always said that we're a big club.
But we're not.
We don't, hang on, we are a big club. We don't act like a big club. And for me, if you've got to
we buy Archie Grays.
If you've got to go, but you buy quality established midfield players at the same time, Sav. But we didn't. We got rid of Javier, Lo Celso and Skip and never replaced them. I'm not saying they were the answer. They weren't. But you've got to replace established players with established players. You can't replace established players
on a kid who couldn't even get into Leeds' central midfield. Like
he got moved. He got moved because they had an injury at right back.
If he was that good in centre mid, he wouldn't have been moved, would he?
Well, I'm not going to get. This isn't about Archie Gray. This whole situation is much, much bigger than Archie Gray. Much bigger. The reason why we are.
But the thing is, can you at least admit, right? This is the thing. And sorry, Ben, I will come to you in a second. Can you at least admit?
I've got all the time in the world.
You spent the first 10 games of this season in the Premier League going on and on and on. Bentancur and Paulinho 8-1. Gray's got to give Gray a go. Give Gray a go. Give Gray a go.
Absolutely. Why not? Why not?
I'll tell you how weak we are now in midfield, right? I'll tell you why not. Because you kept saying, about Paulinho and Bentancur, they don't pass forward. I've looked at Archie Gray's heat maps the last 2 games. He don't pass forward either. So what you've done is you brought in a kid who's weakened the midfield, and that's what you asked for, right? You asked for that, right? But Nottingham Forest, their fans before the game yesterday are going, look at the state of that Spurs midfield, right? Our fans go, we should be battering Forest. Look at their midfield compared to ours. Levels. Sangare, Anderson, and Morgan Gibbs-White, we're playing Archie Gray. If that doesn't tell you how far we've fallen as a football club, I don't know what does. I'm sorry. Listen, he might be great in 2 years and we'll have to do the whole, I told you so, look how good he is in 3-4 years. But right now, this is looking like a very expensive 40 million for nothing back over 18 months, right? Nothing. We've had nothing back, 40 million quid. But fans want to see him play. That's fine. But don't want to see him play, then get on the manager's back because we're not doing well. You're not going to control midfields with Archie Gray in there. He just simply is not good enough and he is weak. He is a boy. Sorry. You've died on this hill. You told everyone for a year that he's a number 6. This year, suddenly he's a number 8.
Well, Frank said he was an 8. So am I going to argue with Frank? Am I going to go ahead am I going to argue with someone who knows? Hang on, Sam. Am I going to argue with someone who knows a lot more about football than I do? He's a professional.
You told everyone for a year that he's a 6. You told everyone that his skill set was a 6.
But that's where he played. That's where he played. Before Leeds moved him to right back, that's where he played all his life, sir. So if I'm told a player's played in one position all his life, am I going to say, no, that's not his position? Of course I'm not. You look at the information you're given.
Well, Ben, let me ask you, right? Let me ask you all this. The conversation today has been very much around listen, Frank and the players and the board. And we've discussed everything. I'm of the opinion, Ben, I think this is a very mediocre Spurs squad. Should we be doing better? Arguably, yes, we should be doing better. Am I surprised at some of the performances? No, because I think we've been seeing them for years and years and years now. Where are you with the whole thing? I know that's an open question. Where are you with this?
It's the history of Tottenham, isn't it? It's the history of Tottenham going from one extreme to the other extreme within a year and expecting it to click instantly, and everyone goes mad that it's not clicking. We've been saying it. For years we went attacking manager in a Pochettino to a defensive manager in this manager, and then going to another attacking manager, and then going. We've done that again, just in a micro sense. We went from a manager in Angepostecoglou who didn't care about the details, things like set pieces and defending, all this stuff. Now we've gone to a manager that cares far too much about those details. So it's gone from one extreme to the other.
Sure.
When I look at the squad of players, you want a united squad of players. But I look at our squad of players and I think Vicario signed for Ange, Porro signed for Conte, Romero signed for Nuno, Van der Ven signed for Ange. Then you've got Spence who signed for Conte, and then Paulini signed for. So you've got 5 lots of players worth of managers.
Yeah,
and you're wondering why it doesn't work because you've got 5 different philosophies of football just in playing squad, and they can't. It doesn't fit. It's a jigsaw puzzle that doesn't work. It doesn't work. So
what's the answer, Ben? What's
the answer
is the answer sacking Frank right now? Is that the answer?
No, it'll never be the answer. Will they do it? Will I be mad if they do it? No, because the results say sack him. That's what the results say.
Sure.
But what I think needs to happen is I think we need to sell 80% of the team so we can have 80% of the team being signed by one manager. It's almost like the Game of Thrones quote of Robert Baratheon saying, what's more powerful, 5 armies or 1 army?
Right,
one army is more powerful because they've got a united voice, they've got a united philosophy, they've got a united this. What we've got is Porro, who wants to be either a winger or doesn't want to be a defender, so he's trying to go up the pitch. Then you've got Kudus, who's trying to run through 5 players every single time. Okay. Pass the ball, Kudus. You got to pass the ball. None of it works. So what we need is to do what Pochettino asked for all those years ago, a painful rebuild. But the problem is, I don't think Tottenham fans want a painful rebuild. I think what Tottenham fans want, and this is why I'm getting annoyed with them, is they want sugar-coated. They want to be told this is the best, this is the best. No, what we need is major, major, major surgery. We need 80% of the players of the squad to go. then we need 80% of the team, even if they're not the greatest. At least they'll be a united squad, because a united squad will fight for each other more, which means they'll get better results. They'll be more able to be a cohesive unit. It's never going to be a cohesive manager if you sack the manager, bring another manager in, who's then going to want his players. So then that's going to be 6 managers worth of players without selling.
Yeah.
Some. You've still got Ben Davis from when Pochettino was there. You still got Ben Davis from when Pochettino was there. So get players like that. Get 3 lots of managers
Ultimate
players out. It's never going to work. We're not the Borg. We're not the Borg. Resistance isn't futile. It's not going to work because it's never the little cogs. You don't. I've got my little Volkswagen out there. Got my little Volkswagen. You're not going to start putting Range Rover parts in it. You need Volkswagen parts for it.
Do you know
what you need?
This is a great point, Ben, about. And again, I know the problem is when you try and have a conversation about the bigger picture at the club, everyone can only just say Frank out. And if we put that to one side for a moment, what we've seen with Thomas Frank, right, is we saw what he did at Brentford, right, and it took time. He built over a number of years, so we've seen that he can do it. Now, obviously, Spurs is the next level up, and the fans expect a lot more, and of course, and we want things instantly. And I've never said, Ben, that. Listen, if Thomas Frank goes, everyone will go, you're manager. He's an employee of the football club, Ben. If he gets sacked, no, I've seen him sacked. How many times have we all worked for a company and we've seen our mate get sacked? And you're like, oh, what? I'm going to miss him or her, but that's life. Colleagues move on. He's an employee, right? My bigger issue isn't football fans in general are silly. They can see right there, Frank. But you sack him, all the things you're saying. You've now got players from Poch, Jose, Conte, Nuno, Ange, Frank, all different managers, all different skill sets, all different types. Then that new manager will come in and we'll go, right, go on, you've got 16 games. I need to see it. I've got 0 patience as a human being. I must see it right now.
Yeah.
Right? And if I don't see it in 16 games, you know what? You can fuck off as well. Go on. You're out as well. Go on, you leave the door. What
did Arteta do when he was? I know, and Spurs fans don't want to hear about it, but what Arteta said, and that is why the board have been brilliant by backing him. He might not be the right manager to make Arsenal the best team in the world. I don't want Aubameyang. I don't want Ozil. Get them out the door.
Right, but this is the point. This is the point.
We need a manager because I don't want Ben Davis. And then Spurs fans go, oh, no, not Ben Davis. He's my good friend. I don't want Ben Davis to go. But I don't want Odegaard to go. I like them. We'll try them at left back instead to see if they're good at left. That's the solution a lot of Tottenham fans have. If they're not good at left wing, let's try them at mid. Let's try them in the number 10. They might be good there. No.
We've got to stop doing this.
So the original conversation you tried to ask me was Kolo Muani. I know it's about 15 minutes ago now. But
hang on, Ben. Hang on, before we go to Kolo Muani, so I just want to continue on this. The problem is, right, is if you are giving one manager 20 games, then the next manager is going to be judged on 20 games, right?
Yeah.
And this becomes a real vicious circle, right? Because what we're seeing is, in Ange's 16 games lost, well, okay, but that was different opponents, different players were available. You know, for the first 16 games of last season, Angepostecoglou had Sonny on the left. He had James Maddison. He had Kulu, Van der Ven. He had his team. This is a manager we've not seen have his team. Now, I'm not going to die on a hill for him, Ben. If he goes, cool. We YouTube some more and we go round and we start the game again. But nobody can seem to give me a solution. And they cop out of it and go, it's not my place to give a solution. Well, if it's your place to say,
being here, then that's why we're amateur YouTubers. That's why we're here.
What's your solution? Who is it? Because when I asked earlier in the chat, guys, I don't know if anyone saw it. And Luba, you were in this earlier. I don't know if you saw it. When I asked everyone, right, what manager does everyone want next? Right? The array of managers with different styles, Ben, was mental.
Yeah.
I want Glasner. All right, but you're going to get Glasner, and then you're going to complain that his playing style is pragmatic. It's not very entertaining to watch, right? You're going to hate it, right? Oh, I want Iriola. All right, you can have Iriola, who's only done it at Bournemouth. And when we say done it, what's he actually done? He's made they're a decent team, right? Right, okay, Iriola. All right, I want Xavi Hernandez. Brilliant. Xavi Hernandez turns up, looks at these players and goes, how on earth am I going to implement my passing style of play with these players?
I love
All
the
right.
Xavi argument, Savva, because everyone's going to be like, oh, Xavi's so great with youth players. I would be brilliant with youth players if I had Pedri, Gavi, Yamal, Jules.
If you had Barcelona set up.
If I would be great with those players. And I'm
But
not a
this is my
manager. I
point.
would be great with them.
And this is my point. So whoever comes in, the next guy, right, will get the same thing as Frank. Our fans are very predictable. We will get the same thing that Frank has had. It will be show me instant improvement, right? Some clubs improve like that. Some clubs, it's a bit sketchy for a year, and then it evolves when the manager gets more transfer windows. People are going, but would you give him money as he hasn't done anything to show it? Well, isn't that backwards? Because you need the money to buy the players to implement what you want to do to show. Like, I just think the whole thing, Ben, this is going to be a cyclical event. And if our fans want a manager out after 20 games, picking them up, by the way, when people are saying we're worse than last year, he picked us up in 17th. He picked up a club, right? Jeff Stelling said this. Sorry, I'm going on a bit. Sorry, Ben. But Jeff Stelling said, he said this morning, have fans forgotten that you only got 38 points last season? So, yeah, it's not great at the moment, but we're already on 22 with less than half the season. So when people are going like, Danny, I see Danny in the chat, Danny, it's worse. What's worse? We're on course to batter last season's point total, right? And we're only 16 games in. So is the football great? No. Do I expect the football to be great? Not with this midfield, not with these forwards. But when are we going to give a manager time? When is a manager going to have time?
The more successful managers in the leagues have had time. They've had years, haven't they, to implement what they needed. Arteta, Klopp, they've had their time in the sun, proved it, and brought in players.
Eddie Howe, Emery.
And then we're sitting here as Tottenham fans. It's the Venn diagram, isn't it? It's like, here's your manager. How many games do we give him? How many games has he lost? And then everything else is dotted, isn't it? I'm sitting there as a Tottenham fan, hearing fans berate a manager that's had 16 games in the league, lost one in Europe, and going, he's worse. We haven't had a chance to really see Frank implement anything because one, players are injured. Two, earlier on, the Levy shadow still hangs over for us. And it's just so annoying to hear. Just give this guy a couple of years, a couple more transfers. We're still holding on to players that really don't work in any system. We're left with managers past. We're not going with present, with a manager future.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Lubo, let me come to you. I think, listen, and again, as I've said, I have to say this because people don't listen. If he goes, he goes, right? If he goes, we start again. But at some stage, Lubo, if it's not Frank, at some stage, we are going to have to stay the course with something at some stage. And as I've said to you, my worry is the next manager, whoever it is going to get the same treatment after 20 games. And I won't be expecting anything if the new manager comes in now.
Well, for me, I'd bring in Pochettino. I think he's in the summer. He's the only manager that will unite the fan base. The board should then come out and say, right, we are giving him 3 years to turn this around. Because he will need 6 transfer windows. And then if the board come out and say that, the fans will back off because the fans' expectations are crackers. I think the problem has been, guys, that the football that we've watched this season has been, apart from a few games, has been really poor. The results now are dropping off. You know, if you're playing pragmatic football and it's really not very interesting and it's a tough watch, but you're winning, you get away with it. We've won 1 in 7 league games now. So there's a slide on. We were 3rd, now we're 11th, I think. And that's the problem. People see that. And it's not just Frank. I think people are just fed up because we've had 25 years where the club have not been ambitious. We've been fortunate where we've had some good managers in there that have done their best and tried to swim against the tide, but have been unsuccessful because at the end of the day, if they don't get back properly, then they can't take the club to where they want to take it. And I just think the fans generally, I think the fans generally are just fed up with everything. And I think Frank is in the firing line. And that's what's going on. You know, I feel demoralised, to be honest. I don't think I've ever felt this low about this club for, I can't remember how long. Honestly, I don't see.
I mean, what, not last season when we were losing 22 league games?
No,
26-0.
26. I mean, have we not?
Because I always thought this is Ange. He's leaving us wide open. His system, his style of play doesn't work. He'll be gone. He won't last the summer. None of us thought we'd win the Europa. And I still think that the players turned around and said, you know what? This guy's played the same way for 30 years of coaching. He's never going to change. He showed that when he went to Forest for 8 games, didn't change at all. Then didn't even learn that a different style of play won the Europa. I think the players won it I think the players dealt with it and they changed. Because for me, you know, if someone has a set way of working for 30 years, I think he's been coaching 30 years, Ange. He's not suddenly going to change for a handful of games. People just don't do that.
Except for the Europa League. Except for the Europa League, where he completely ditched his style of football, put 10 men behind the ball and played counter-attacking football, which proved...
He didn't.
Yeah, but when he was coaching the Aussies, even coaches there said you won't be able to play like this in the Premier League, so you won't be able to last.
Yeah.
And lo and behold.
I feel very low. Are the new board, listen, Joe Lewis is no longer part of it. We've been told Levy is out. So you got a new team that's in. Are they going to make us ambitious? Are they going to try and be and act like a big club? No one knows at the moment. They're talking the talk. Let's see them walk the walk. The players we've got are poor. We've hardly got one player here at our club in our squads who would get into any of the top 4 teams. Hardly one player, 1 or 2 maybe. Yeah,
there's not a lot of them that would get into many of the teams around the league.
Personally, Lou, I don't think we've got one.
You could talk a case for maybe Romero or Van der Ven, but that's it.
I can't talk a case for Romero. I don't think he's good. I don't think I've said this, by the way, for 4.5 years, however long he's been here. This is a very up and down footballer. And I've heard all the excuses for this guy. He is not a leader either. I think we need a captain. I think, listen, if somebody came in and bought Romero, I wouldn't miss him. I think we need stability. I think we need, like we were talking earlier with Sean, we need consistency. We need some consistent footballers, right? I don't know if any of our players are consistent. And I can't remember. It's
problematic when your players can't string 5-yard passes together.
It's massive, isn't it? Look at, I mean, yesterday I could have cried watching that game because the effort wasn't there. I mean, talking of effort, I remember seeing the stats for the Chelsea game where they ran 112 kilometres and we ran 103. And that showed you the gulf between the two teams. And we didn't seem, there were a lot of players out there who didn't really.
I've got to say, a lot of that Chelsea running was done by Salcedo.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe 11 or 12 of that. But we had players yesterday that just didn't look interested. Frank didn't know how to change the game. Didn't have an idea. Didn't have a clue how to change that.
Have we got? I'll ask a question. Have we got the players to change a game? I don't think we've got.
He didn't do what he could have done.
Hang on. I don't even think we've got the players to start a good 11. We're talking about changing a game. I looked at that bench and went, "Okay, now what are we got no creative midfielder that can come off the bench. Hang on. We got no creative midfielder that can come off the bench. We got no striker that can come off the bench. You've got no good wingers that can come off the bench. Listen, I'm not making his subs. That was baffling yesterday, but I hear this all the time. Like, he can't change a game. Well, it's easy to change a game when you're bringing on top players. It's not easy to change a game when you're bringing on Matisse Tell, Odeber, Scarlett. Like these players don't change games. That's
whether they would have done or not. Fair enough. But we're playing horrendously. We're 2-0 down. We were 2-0 straight after half time, 48 minutes, I think. We're 2-0 down. And you're looking for some inspiration from your manager just to try something. Just try it. What you're watching is not working. Try it. Try something different. It may not work, but at least you've tried.
The problem is, Lubo, we're at a situation. We try something, it doesn't work, and people slate him from trying something. So he's damned if he does. He's damned if he does. And he's damned if he doesn't.
But do you know what, Ben?
That is the problem with Tottenham fans. That is the problem with Tottenham fans. They want everything. They want prime Pochettino football with Dembele and Wanyama, but they're not willing to build that team. I've said it in the groups that I'm in. We need for Kolo Muani to work at left wing. He's not a left winger. He's a striker. He's a striker playing as left winger because we don't have a proper left winger. For Kolo Muani to work as a striker, we need a left wing. We need a left back that's going to go on his left hand side so he can get closer to Richarlison to create a pseudo 4-4-2. Then you have two defensive midfielders who sit deep that create that sort of 4-5 man cover that allows that left back to go forward. Fine. Yeah. We don't have a left back. We wanted Morgan Gibbs-White in the summer. We wanted a number 8 who gets around the pitch, passes a foot. We don't have a proper number 8.
Put it back to yesterday. For me, half time, I would have pulled Gray off and put Bergvall on, and I would have pulled Richarlison off, moved Muani into the middle, and put Tell on the left. Now it may not have worked. I'm not saying it's going to work, but I would have tried something straight away because at half time you could see it wasn't happening.
I keep hearing Bergvall should come on. When does Bergvall ever change a game? Like, I get what you're saying, but we're asking for players that don't do what you're wanting them to do that thing. I don't think I got that right. We're asking for players who aren't capable of changing games to change games. Like I get Bergvall on. Why?
If you're one down,
I've got to ask something here.
If you're one down
in all of this,
would you say we're a team? We're a team of moments, players with moments. So you're hoping for a player to come up with a little bit of inspiration. We're 1-0 down. Someone does something special, and it's 1-1.
But who? But Lubo, my point is, who on that bench is capable of that something special?
Well, I don't know.
Not one of them.
Hang on.
We haven't had a strong bench and a decent start.
I'm going to say something relatively controversial, but I think it would work. If we're going to insist on playing Kolo Muani at left wing, Mickey van der Ven has to play at left. Until we've got a fit left back, Mickey van der Ven has to play left back because he's the only one who's fit, that's good with his left foot, that's quick enough to come back. That can get up the pitch and put a ball in the box. Because Udogie, you might as well have a chocolate fire guard at left back with Udogie. I like Udogie as a player, but he's never fit.
Well, he's out for
Spence can't play left back because he can't cross the ball with his left foot. So he's playing inverted fullback all the time, which means you're overloading your own midfield because you've got too many players in midfield. So why not try? That's trying something, Luke. In my opinion, play Danso because I think Danso has been one of our best centre backs this year. I really think that every time Danso is asked to do a job, Danso does a job. And also, when you've got Danso on the pitch, you've got his long throws again, which is good. So play Mickey van der Ven at left back, play Romero at left centre back, play centre back, and play Mickey van der Ven. He plays at left back for the Netherlands.
Well,
he played at left back.
He plays like that for the Netherlands, don't he? So.
Let him put him at left back.
Okay, Ben, that's another decent shout. Why not?
I just think the cogs aren't there to make the wheel go round. And honestly, as I said, when I was on the Spurs 5 during the summer and I called this negligent, they all told me, all 4 of them told me, no, good window. It's not negligent.
It wasn't.
And now we're having problems week in, week out, aren't we? Because we didn't buy a left back. Who plays left back? We didn't buy a ball playing midfielder. Who should play there? Right? We didn't buy a left winger. Oh, he should play there this week. Yeah. We didn't buy a proper striker. This is the problem. If you don't buy what you need, every game, other clubs don't have this, right? Do you think Aston Villa, for example, do you think their fans, what are they arguing about every week before a game? They're probably arguing about which one of the four midfielders starts out of Onana, McGinn, Kamara, and Tielemans, right? Because one of them normally doesn't play, right? That's what their argument's about. You look at Spurs.
How many windows, Sav? How many windows?
No, mate, but Lubo, that's
our point, isn't it, Lubo?
That's my point, is the Spurs fans have seen Thomas Frank have one window where we've signed 2 senior players and loaned another 2, right? They've seen him have 2 proper sides. When people go, he got 4 players, how can you plan for the future when 2 of them are on loan, right? So they've seen him have 2 first-team players come in, loses Maddison, loses Kulu, loses Solanke, lost Son, and we're already going, not seen anything from the manager. Of course you haven't. Of course you have. People have. This is the thing for me. God, it's a better team than last year. Is it? Is it? We've lost 91 goal contributions or something. How on earth is this better than last year? You've lost Son's output and not replaced it. You've lost Maddison's output, not replaced it. You've lost Kulu's output, not replaced it. Right? So when people are telling me, I've seen nothing that says we should give him a transfer window, I'll have a day off. Have a day off. He's got to have some money to spend. He's got to have money to spend.
As we said, 80% of this team needs to go. 80% of this team, of this squad needs to go.
I agree with Ben on that.
If every manager, every football club was given one transfer window, right, to show what they can do, fuck me, we'll have new managers every 3 months at every football club.
Do you know what, Savva? Do you know what the worst
Do you
thing
remember
is?
back in the day there was only one transfer window a season? That was summer, and that was it.
No, there didn't used to be a transfer window.
Wasn't it? I swear it was just summer, and that was it.
No, there was no transfer window, was there, Lubo?
No, there wasn't. It was all the year round.
All year round. You could buy them.
Really?
Was it? Oh, Jesus.
Bring back Bill Nicholson signing Jimmy Greaves in a petrol station toilet. Bring that back. Bring it back.
He stalked him.
Yes, he did. He said he went in the toilet when he was in the loo and said, "You're not playing for AC Milan anymore. You're playing for Spurs because I'm Bill fucking Nicholson. Getting in."
Right. That's right. Sav, the point I'm making is that we all say that Frank needs several transfer windows to put this right. So it's unfair to say, I said in the summer, you 4 said it was a good transfer window. It was a good transfer window for the club.
No, it wasn't a good transfer window for the club. We didn't buy what we needed.
No, it really weren't.
Sorry, mate.
We're not going to.
That's not unfair.
Number one, we're not going to bring in 8 players. We never do. To bring in 4 and 4 decent players for the club, for the
2.
level.
We paid for 2.
Okay,
2
but we've
alone.
got 4 players. Right, hang on. We've got 4 players playing.
We've kicked the can down the road.
They're playing. Whether it's a loan or a buy, we've brought 4 bodies into the club.
No, that's not how. No, that's not how you build. You can't give a manager loan players and then go, "We've given you 4 players." Lubo, I'm not saying you bring in 8 players, but surely you at least buy the fundamentals you need. I.e., Son has gone. The bare minimum you do in the window is go, let's buy a left winger. The bare minimum you do.
Yeah.
Right?
But we know what Frank said. Frank wasn't happy with what Lang was bringing to him. He said that, didn't he, in so many words?
No, that goes back to the thing that I was saying earlier on, right? It's and Ben alluded to it as well. If the whole club, the board, the directors of football, the coaching staff, whoever, if they're not all aligned in the one vision, it's never going to work, right? So it's like expecting miracles out of nothing. It just doesn't happen like that. It just doesn't work. So I just think
unless these guys at the top are committed, the whole thing's a waste of space anyway, because it's just not going to work.
When Levy and ENIC and all that came in 25 years ago, that's when the hairs on every Tottenham fan's neck should have stood up. We're here to make money.
This is the biggest question, because the one thing...
He's muted himself.
You've muted yourself.
Just a sec, Danny. I need to jump. I need to do coffee time. But cheers as always, boys. Always good to see you. Cheers, everyone. Cheers.
Lubo, to your point, right? To your point, if we are going to say it's ENIC and they're not going to do what they do, then what does it matter which manager we have?
It doesn't.
Like this is the point. When everyone's going Frank out, all right, brilliant. But first, I want to know that ENIC are going to back the next guy. If you're not going to back the managers, right? If you're not going to back the managers, I'm at the stage where this has been going on so many years now that I'm at the stage where I'm like, it doesn't matter whether it's Frank, Jose, Conte, Pep Guardiola. None of this matters if we don't spend. So for me, give Thomas Frank January, give him, and unless something disastrous happens in the second half of the season, give him the summer. And we go into next season and go, right, Thomas, over 3 windows now, you've had 12 players, right? You've had 10, 12 players. Most of these players now in the first 11 are yours. Right, what you got? Show us what you've built. But right now, we've got 2 players on loan, 2 permanently signed, and we're all going, get out. I just don't know. I don't know where we go from that as a club, guys. It's not about dying on a hill for Frank. This could be any manager right now. But where do we go from that? What message, guys, does it send to John Smith, the next manager who comes in?
Do you know what, Savva?
Spurs ring him up and go, hey, do you want to come and interview for the job? And go, hang on, you gave Thomas Frank 4 months. How long are you going to give me? Because I need 12 new players. I need 3 years. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't send a good message, does it, to the rest of to other managers?
No.
So I don't know where we go from here. I don't know what we do.
Well, like I said earlier on with this ownership, we've cut one head off the Hydra and we still got 2 of them there, haven't we? We've still got this old ownership.
Lubo, I know you got to go. Cheers, mate.
Cheers,
Appreciate
guys. I'll see you tonight.
See you, mate.
See you later.
Just quickly before you carry on, Corey. Yeah, this comment from my boy Glenn, absolutely spot on.
Yeah,
absolutely spot on.
See you, bro.
We've got a manager now saying no to players that he doesn't want, right? Because he doesn't think they're good enough, and then we expect him to do a job with the crap players that were bought before him. Good point.
You know what gets me? When they were saying now Frank is a yes man, and he's saying no, but Andrew's saying yes to the likes of Odebear, Johnson, Tell, Dominic Solanke.
Yeah.
Oh, finally. I'm going to say, welcome, son. Welcome, Savva. Welcome, Corey. Welcome to Jurassic Park. I say this every single year, and every year I keep getting it right. And here it is, yeah. I've said it to you, Savva, bare times, many times. And my favorite quote is, life finds a way of telling you the truth. Somewhere along the line, life will always find a way of telling you that the squad isn't good enough. Every year I see it. Every summer a manager comes in. This manager can upskill this player. This manager can do this one. He's going to get the best out of this player. Guess what? They can't sustain it because they're not consistent players, dude. So the manager will get a little tune at them at the beginning of his tenure, but towards the middle of his tenure, they're not interested because they can't maintain their levels, which is why I wanted them gone. I've seen 4 years of the pigeon. I've had to watch all 4 years. This is painful viewing.
Philly, we've still got fans and YouTubers telling people that these players are better than what we've seen.
Delusional.
We've seen
Delusional.
for years.
It is delusional.
Other than that 10-game spell that was 2 years ago now, for the last 5-6 years, we've seen these players time and time again not deliver. And we're still sitting here going, well, the manager's not upskilling them. Maybe, just maybe the players aren't good enough. Just maybe the players aren't good enough.
There's that word that you hate, ceiling. I think some of these players have hit that ceiling. The ceiling's fallen on them.
Yeah, no.
I think the ceiling's fallen on some of these players because some of them are just not fit for purpose.
I don't even think they hit the ceiling, Corey. That's how bad they are. Some of them.
We can't hear you, Danny.
They're looking up at it like that.
Your mic's not. I just don't get it, right? Like as I said, I put this up earlier, guys.
Is that better?
Yeah, I put this up earlier. This is who I would keep at Tottenham Hotspur. Right now, this is who's fit.
Romero's at a push.
Obviously, James Maddison and to a degree, Kulu would as well. But I look at, and if I actually take out Paulinho, right? If I take out Paulinho,
yeah, because he's not our player, can learn.
Right. If I remove Paulinho, because he's on loan and he didn't play yesterday, right? So the other 4 played. I looked at that 11 yesterday and I went, there's nothing to this team. What baffles me, gentlemen, is we've got fans in the chat that go, we should be battering Forest. And I'm looking at the 11 going, should we? Like, who is that good that you think we should be battering Nottingham Forest? I looked at their midfield and went, yeah, we're in for a long game here. Sangare, Gibbs-White, and Anderson bossed it.
Three very powerful
Right.
runners and
Bossed
passers
it.
of the ball.
Hutchinson, right? Hutchinson and Adoy looked better than anything we had, right? Milenkovic and Murillo dealt with everything. But we'll sit there and go, oh, Nottingham Forest are crap. Well, listen, Nottingham Forest are 17th because they had Ange for 8 games, right?
Exactly.
If you actually look at Forest either side of Ange, they've done bloody well. 7th last season, and this year they've now lost 2 in 11. So when people say we should be battering them, guys, they've lost 2 games in 11. Now, yeah, I don't expect to see the shit performance we put in. But this is what I look at and go, these are the 5 I wouldn't want sold, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't die on a hill for Romero or Paulinho, but these are the 5 I wouldn't want sold. Yeah. And we've got fans
2 of them we only just bought in this season.
That genuinely look at our squad and say, this squad should be fighting for top 4 with the right manager. What the fuck are they watching?
Do you know, Savva? I'm going to say two other things, right? Firstly, the one thing that people don't want to take account, the fact that the context is that we are in a period where Daniel Levy is for the first time in 25 years is not chairman of this football club going into a transfer window, right? So we're going into unknown territory, whether or not we're going to see the same as before, or whether we're going to see something different. So that's one part of it, right? And this, that's kind of the main part, to be honest. Sorry, hold on. The second part.
Quickly before we go, sorry, Danny. I want to show everyone a casing point in viewers who don't actually listen to the words that came out my mouth and change what you've said, right? Now, let's take the first part of this sentence. Savva, you said we'd finish 6th. Savva actually said, I think when everyone is fit, including Solanke, Kulu, Maddison, all of our players are fit, I think we can finish 6th. All the players aren't fit. I said, without that, I think we'll be anywhere between 6th and 10th, right? And I didn't say, see, this is the play on word, guys. Sorry, I have to point this out because these people are the ones that lie and then everyone jumps on it. And now you're saying that we shouldn't be beating Forest. No one heard that come out of my mouth. I said that we shouldn't be expecting to batter Forest like fans think. Fans going, we should just rock up and win 3-0. No. So please don't put words into my mouth. I hate it when people do that. Sorry, Danny. Sorry. I absolutely hate it when people do that. Danny, sorry, mate. Oh, is he on a phone call?
Yeah, I think it is. I think
so. No, what I was going to say, Savva, is that bench yesterday, was shocking, man. But this is the level. This is what I mean by there's no game changers on that bench whatsoever. So what's people expecting Thomas Frank to do when they say, oh, you could change it? Change it to what exactly? What are you expecting him to do with that bench? That bench is shocking and appalling. Bernard Davis has been here 11 years, dude. That's longer than Ben 10. Come on, man. What we doing here? And I said this 8 years ago, when he was here in his 8th year, he was getting done by Saka for pace. I dread to think what he's going to be in his 11th year. But yet we're going to have to watch this play out because that's the options that you've got at left back. That is shocking, dude. When we look at our midfield, there's nothing in the midfield there that tells me that you've got no one to put their foot on the ball and to force the play forward. There's no one like that. Left wing, it's much to put an X there because that's null and void to me. The forward line, and believe me when I say this, big up James Flower for saying it earlier because I've said it for years. Mwani, I've had the pleasure to watch him for both club and country, and when I watch him for my country, I ain't exactly impressed with him. I don't rate Mwani whatsoever, but then he's better than what the pigeon is. So the bar is low at Spurs anyway. I've always said the bar is horrendously low at Tottenham Hotspurs. It's in the gutter, to be fair. The standards are in the gutter, to be fair. When I look,
We haven't had a strong 11 or a strong bench since Poch's last year, really.
Even
Even
Pochettino
that,
didn't have a strong bench.
his bench was awful. His bench was awful as
No,
well.
but it's still better than what we got now.
No, but
Still better
there
than
was
what we got
never
now,
any strength
Danny.
in depth
I
for him.
don't know if it was.
But hang on, then we were bringing on players like Lamella, Llorente, Dyer.
Yeah, that's true. That is better. Yeah,
hang on,
yeah.
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was good.
I
But
like
right
Lamella.
now, we're talking about, bring on Telenodaba.
Oh yeah, no.
This is good, guys. Have a look at this. I don't know if you've seen this. This just came. I don't normally agree with Matt Law, but this is an interesting comment. I'll make him right. He said Spurs have no identifiable culture. Until that is built and set, and constantly changing head coaches will barely scratch the surface of what needs fixing. Firing Frank won't put the club back into Tottenham Hotspur. And I don't think most of our fans are clever enough to work this out.
No,
Sorry if I've offended people. I don't think, because they think, right, sack Frank. Okay, brilliant. Everything's changed. All the players are happy and the culture changes, and it won't. It won't.
We still have the same core amount of players here that have been either here too long.
Go on, Corey. Savva, I've said this for years. You told me off for this as well. And Danny Bunn, yeah, you've just actually stole my quote, because I've said this for years. And Savva's told me off multiple times, and it's this: I don't care who the manager is, and that is one thing I've always said. I don't care who the manager is, because at some point, a manager can have to come in there and they're going to have to clean that squad anyway and gut it from the inside out. Because I'm looking at the squad and I'm thinking, there's 20 players in there. I wouldn't even shed a tear if they left tomorrow, because I don't rate any of them. And that's a sad indictment of the squad I'm looking at, is that I look at them and I think they're all limited. We had limited players in Sissoko, in midfield, but he offers more than some of the midfielders that we've got today in the scene, and that's how bad it is.
Yeah,
it's true.
I'll agree with you on that one, buddy.
It's comments like this when people say Frank has shown nothing to be backed.
How can he show something?
Hang on, Thomas Frank was signed for £10 million, right, in the summer. They bought all his coaching staff as well. And we're going to turn around and say he's shown nothing to be backed. What were fans expecting? Because I bet you this guy, right, I bet you he rates all of these crap players. I bet you any money he likes. Shim, tell me a good midfielder we've got at Tottenham Hotspur. Shim, tell me a good defender we've got at fullback. Shim, tell me a good left winger or a good striker we've got. What are we expecting from a manager with this squad? You can't replace him. What are we doing?
You want to know what my favourite quote is? Some of these fans are sitting around with rose tints on, aren't they? Oh, this is great, isn't it? Take these off, watch the football.
I mean, Bergvall, look at... I mean, if we're really going to say this is the guy... But again, fans like this really rate Bergvall's.
I've got something to say about that.
He should be nowhere near a Tottenham first 11. Nowhere near it. That's how low our standards have gone, guys. Nowhere
I'm going to
near
add something to Bergvall here.
We used to have Dele Alli, Ericsson, players like that. Now we're talking about Lucas Bergvall. Like, what are we doing?
Bro, Archie Gray, man. All I'm going to say is Archie Gray for our friend Luba. That's all I'm going to say, mate, because I looked at Archie Gray yesterday and I'm thinking, my man, you'd be perfect for Save for the Bell, yeah, or even a Grange Hill, brother, straight out of one of them shows there, blood, because you look well out of place. And Singari bullied him like nobody's business for that first goal, man, because I watched that and I'm thinking, a lot of Spurs fans here are going to blame Vicario, yeah, because he gave him the ball, but you have to understand, Archie Gray called for the ball and he should have been observing around him and his space around him, but he didn't even look to see if anyone was behind him. He called for the ball. He made a mess of mistakes. Sagari closed him down, and Nottingham Forest scored. Now, really and truly, yeah, had he been on loan somewhere lower down, he could afford to do that business, but you can't be doing that in the Premier League because you're going to get punished. But then I said this multiple times, he should have gone on loan because he hasn't got no set position to me. He is the quintessential quote, yeah, of a jack of all trades and a master of none. Because he's got nothing about him in any of the positions. He's not shown anything in any of the positions that he's played for Tottenham in. And that's
look how many were screaming for him, Philly. Look how many people were screaming.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny for months, everyone screamed for that midfield to be changed. And now whatever midfield he plays, they're not happy with. I'll tell you why. Because we don't have good midfielders.
Right.
There isn't a good midfield we can put out.
You know what Bergvall reminds me of, and I think he's playing the wrong sport. You should go and join the NFL. The guy's a middle linebacker. He's good in the blitz. He can tackle, and that's it.
Who's that?
Bergvall. He runs around and into people. Playing American football would be a great sport for him.
Look, I want to say, Savva, I want to say, right, like the thing is with the fans is, this is why I have been saying this for like, since I started on YouTube, back in 2019, 2020, right? So nearly 6 years, right? I've been saying that the fans are the biggest problem at this football club. They're one of the biggest problems because we accept so many fans, majority, not the minority. We are the minority, right? The majority accept this shit standard of footballers and averageness that we have at this football club, which is why we have been allowed to regress and regress and regress, right? And that's the problem. And look, I know the Champions League final that season, that did give the fans a higher expectation of where we should be, but it wasn't a true representation of where we actually were, right? And that is the biggest problem, right? Is the reality, yeah. So for me, it's like the fans have got this really stupid delusional take that Spurs should be a club, right? That we are competing for the top 6. And again, Savva, I know people don't like to say it, and I know you mentioned it earlier on in the show about someone on TalkSport saying this, but I've been saying this at the beginning of the season, right? Why do fans expect us to be top 7 when we finished 17th last year? Like it's the biggest. And the worst thing is, Savva, right? The majority of the players, right? That all of the players pretty much, apart from the ones who are injured and the ones who left the club, are still here. Those core players are still here from the ones that finished 17th. And just because it might have been a blip season in some people's eyes, right? The truth is, those players finished 17th. And what that does to you psychologically as well, because we talk about the mental strength of footballers and in general in life, right? Mental health and all this kind of stuff, right? It affects you, right? If you have been getting battered week in, week out, you were getting beat all the time, right? To change the psychological feeling of how you felt by losing all the time, no, it's a big thing to change. It's not an easy thing to change, right? And the only way you can change it is by consistently going the opposite direction. How do you do that? You get better tools to help you to do that. But we haven't really been given the better tools, or we haven't been given enough better tools, right, to be able to do that. So why do people expect us to be challenging or us to be top 6, right? It's impossible.
Especially when you're getting players from players like Burnley that got relegated.
But this is the thing, Corey, right? I said like a couple weeks ago that I still think, regardless of how we're playing, I still think Frank is overachieving with what he has got right now. And the reason I say that is because if you look at what was, like Savva alluded to, right? If you look at what was taken out of the squad in terms of the goal and assist contributions, Spurs did not replace that. Yes, they replaced it with players who are quality and who've got the potential to maybe one day give us those kind of numbers. Abby Simmons and Kudus will be able to do that. That remains to be seen. But they are of the quality that we need to be bringing in to give ourselves a chance to become the team the fans think we are. And that's the problem, because we are not that team they think we are, right? And until we get more players of that level across the whole pitch, it's never going to change. And this is why I think where we are right now is the exact representation of the squad in terms of the injuries, in terms of the manager, in terms of everything at the club. That is our level. Like, and I don't know why people think that we should be doing better. Xavi Simmons is 22 years old and he's just come into the league, and only in the last week or two he started to say that he's starting to feel at home, right?
Yeah, if you watch that thing with Wayne Rooney.
It tells you that the guy is adjusting to a new culture, a new life, a new style of a new a league? Because let's face it, right? Nowadays, the Premier League's not just about having the best technically gifted players. It's about who's the most physical, right? It's a league that is so fast paced. You have to be 100% in terms of physicality, on point. You have to be concentrated, because the truth is, in the Premier League, any team can beat anyone if the team on that day gives more effort than the team that doesn't. And that's the truth in the Premier League, right? It doesn't matter who you are. It really doesn't. We've seen it this season. Anyone can beat anyone, right? And this is where like I can't understand the fans or YouTubers or whoever, right, who sit there and say that, like, I'll call it out. I said it to him last night on his show. How Sean sits there and says that these players should be doing better than what we're doing. I think it's the most delusional take I've ever heard. Sean
I'll let you take that.
No. Sean knows this because I said it to him last night on the show. But
look, I listen. I just think we're in a really bad space at the moment in general, and we all know. I'm going to round the show off, right? I'm going to do some super chats and that. We all know how this ends. We all know that it's easier to sack the manager than back him and buy proper players. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
And then round and round we go in again in circles. I think that we're at the stage where I think the only thing that stops this noise is for the owners to come out and say, this is our guy. We are going to go through this rough period. We are going to back him in the next couple of summers, and we keep going, right? And then fans can bitch and moan, and we can all cry and moan, whatever. But we all know the stance.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem we've got here. Hang on.
Maybe this board needs to come out and say, "This is our guy." Shut up, like they did with Man
Yeah, exactly. But the problem we've got here, right, is you think for the 3 games where we didn't lose, I didn't see anyone saying Frank out. The moment you lose a game, it's Frank out, right? So Spurs now could go the next 3 games without losing. The moment he loses a game, Frank out. And the problem is we're so reactionary on every game. Like, I think it's really funny. I see all these YouTubers hardly make a video when Spurs win.
Yeah.
Right? Hardly post
something that
anything.
gets me as well.
Hang on. They hardly post a video. They hardly post a video or post when Spurs win a game. As soon as we lose, it's great. And that's because there's more in it to be bad. There's more in it to not winning. So as I've said, I'm going to end the show on this, right? I will do super chats as well, but if Thomas Frank goes, Thomas Frank goes. We're all big boys and girls, right? Oh, well, manager gets multi-million-pound payoff and flies into the sunset and picks up another job. Boo-hoo, see you later, right? But for me, this is not just about Frank and the new manager coming in. It is what is the precedent being set.
Yeah.
All of the nonsense we would have heard in the summer from the club wanting to build, wanting to back, wanting to compete would have meant nothing. It would have meant absolutely nothing, right?
Yeah.
What it will show again is, hey, we've not given a manager the right tools, a few bad results. See you later, mate. And that's fine, but then expects it to carry on that way. And the thing is, everyone right now that is saying Frank out after 15, 16 league games, right? Let's see where the next manager is after 15, 16 league games. Because if that manager has got the same record, does that mean everyone else is going to be saying next Iriola out? Or actually going to realise that somebody needs some time, right?
Well, the one that gets me, dude, is every manager now is going to be compared to Ange's first 10 games. And in those first 10 games, we were very lucky. Now, that Sheffield United game took us 97 minutes to find something. Luton. Oh,
Liverpool.
Wait. The FA Cup match versus Fulham. 9 changes, and we lost.
Yeah. Look.
I'm not saying anything because I said this last season, and I know I have Savva in stitches when I say this year. Watching Ange football was like watching the 10 Commandments here with Moses parting the Dead Sea, brother. Every game it was just wide open FC. It was more open than Jordan on page 3. That's what I keep saying now in the chat. It was wide open FC. Every game, Not once did he buy, in all the signings that he made, not once did he buy a defensive midfielder. Yet there was a hole bigger than the Grand Canyon, in the Spurs midfield every single game. So anyone saying to him about Ange, by the way, we lost to Nottingham Forest last season, by the way. The same Nottingham Forest that beat Liverpool 3-0 this season. So anyone saying that Spurs should rock up to Nottingham Forest and beat them in their ground, I suggest you go and have a look at some of Nottingham Forest results, because actually beat Liverpool this season.
This is, football
Amen.
fans can't actually. It amazes me how many people say things without actually going and doing their homework. When people are going, "Oh, this is an awful Forest in bad form," they've lost 2 in 11. That's not bad form.
Yeah.
You've lost 2 games. You've lost 2 games in 11, and our fans are going, "Should smash these." What? Why? Sorry. Why should we smash these? Like, when did we last smash Forest or Wolves or Fulham? Every time we play a team, we go, we should smash these. We never do smash these teams. Yeah, we still think every game we should turn up. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to start to see the fans realise, and I think it's going to take a new manager for people to realise that the players aren't quite good enough to do what they want to do. Right? A new manager will come in, mark my words, it will be win 1, lose 1, draw 1.
Yeah.
Win 1, lose 1, draw 1. Right?
Do you know my favorite one, Savva? Yeah, it's when they say we should get a manager like Conte or Mourinho. No, I don't want to see it again. I don't want to see a manager come into the Tottenham Hotspurs, and not get what he needs to be successful. There is pointless hires. They are pointless hiring a Mourinho or a Conte or any manager on that level, because they're not going to get what they need. The club will never give them what they need to be successful. So it's a pointless hire in the first place. So don't bother hiring them. That's what I said. And I said that after Mourinho, by the way, long before Conte even stepped in the building. Because I said Conte, will never be back to the level that he was at Inter or Juventus or even Chelsea. So there was a pointless hire in the first place. And that's and I've stayed with that.
Completely agree. This is the thing, right? And in some ways, you've got to remember as well that the players that those managers would want, they don't want Tottenham. So like everyone was going, can't believe we didn't give Conte Bastoni. Bastoni didn't want to come to Tottenham. Why are you leaving?
He wants to stay at his hometown team.
But our fans just go, listen, for me, I'm not saying, right? I am not saying, oh, by the way, hang on. Is this guy, Sonny J? Weren't you the person last night in Sean's chat calling me an absolute prick? Yes, you were, weren't you? But hello, how are you? Thanks for being here. It's funny, isn't it? People just call you a prick and then come back in the next day like nothing's happened. This is the thing. We have so many fans. There are fans right now in the chat that are acknowledging that the squad needs a complete overhaul at the same time as berating the manager and saying we shouldn't give him time to overhaul it. Make it make sense.
I know, right? I agree.
They're going, but this isn't the man to give that money to. Well, who is? Who can tell me right now as a guarantee who is the manager to back it? Who can tell me someone right now? Who is the man that's guaranteed to do
the season? No one.
Jose couldn't. Frank couldn't. Who is the guy?
No.
Who is it?
Not in mid-season, especially top managers.
Do you know? Also, can I just add something? That comment you just brought up, Sav, it makes a point, right? Because it kind of, I get the vibe and feeling that when players come to Tottenham, it's more like just a social gathering, like a social club. Like you look in the training ground and all they do is they do these, the Spurs media team like to do these funny little stupid videos when like the real fans, the real Tottenham fans couldn't give a shit about that, right? All they care about is how that team plays on the pitch. But because they're trying to target a different generation of fans now, it's like that's what they want to focus on. They want to focus on the social media and how we look on social media. And it's like, I'm sorry, you're a professional footballer. You're a professional football club. Play football and not like a bunch of wankers basically on the pitch. And then maybe we might actually have something to actually get behind.
You know what gets me? The Madison video this week. They're all in the changing room and they'll sit there playing on a whiteboard going, who's the player that's been at the club the longest? Get in the fucking cardio room. Go exercise. You're paid $100,000 a week. Go do something.
Look, I don't mind this. I get it. Like everything's now social media centric. I get it. But look, I don't know. Look, I don't know, guys. Look, I mean, this comment from Dan said, "Savva in the window, should Spurs buy for what Frank wants or buy for the club?" Well, the problem we've got with it, that Dan, is when you're saying buy for the club,
what do the club want?
We don't have an identity.
Nope.
Like because we're not going to give anyone enough time to build an identity so that we know what we're buying for. So if we say we're buying for the, I'm not having a pop at you. I'm just saying if we're buying for the club, again, we're just going and hitting and hoping. We're not actually buying. And that is why you've got to get a manager and back him.
Yes.
The last
Because
player we bought
Savva-
for the club, I think, wasn't it Spence? A buy for the
Yeah,
club.
yeah. But the thing is, but the other thing as well, when was the last time Spurs had an identity? Was when they gave the job to Pochettino and he built something that we hadn't had before, right? He built a belief within the fan base, within the club, and he in a vision and a way of playing, and he filtered that through the whole club. It wasn't just himself; it was everyone was on board, right?
Some of the fittest I've ever seen the players.
Well, this is the thing. We were one of the best teams in Europe, right? In terms of playing football, the quality of players we had in a first 11, right? But when it came to the sort of real okay, we need to go to the next level now. What did they do? They went 2 windows without signing a single player. And that is where it's the demise started. Because when you're at that level, go on, Sav.
Danny, right now, what they should be doing is what they should be doing is saying, are you our guy or not? Right? If he's not the guy, sack him, bring in a manager and say, right, you're going to come in, we are going to back you. If Frank is the guy, right, Frank, what are the 2 immediate things you need in January? Then what are the 4 immediate needs in the summer? Right? That's what we should be addressing. But fans want him out after 1 transfer window. 1 transfer window. Like, this is mad. I get that the football's shit. I get that we've not seen a lot. But
the football was
at
worse
what
last year.
point? At what point are we going to have any patience? Because I'm bored of changing managers now.
Yeah,
I'm really bored of it, because all we're going to have is the next manager is going to be based off, oh, but Frank did this. Oh, but Ange did this. How many people talk about Ange? They can't talk about Thomas Frank without talking about Ange.
Yeah.
Right? The last 2 years, other than the Europa League, was 2 of the worst years I've seen watching Tottenham Hotspur. Right? But we can't. But Ange. How about we let Frank build? How about we let Frank build? Not with Ange's players and Conte's players and Nuno's. How about we let Frank build with Frank's players? We saw what he did at Brentford when he built with Frank's players, but we don't want to give him that time.
No, but Savva, you know what that's saying, is it a club signing or is it a Frank signing? Either way, it's going to be the same anyway, because Frank's going to need a left winger. Frank is going to need a ball playing number 8. Frank is going to need a striker. Frank is going to need. So it's the same thing anyway. Spurs need that anyway to even bother to compete. So it's the same thing.
Yeah. And do you know what, Sean? You're absolutely right, dude. The next manager will be sacked just like Frank. Listen, look, all I hear now is when I talk about this is people go, oh, but you wanted Ange out. Ange was here 2 years, right? I didn't see any improvement for 2 years. Thomas Frank's had 4 months and 1 window. If Thomas Frank, I'll say this, if we're sitting here this time next year and nothing's improved, right? And we are not picking up
I'd want him out as well.
There's no style, I will want him out, right?
Exactly.
But right now, as I said in the summer, the reason I've been calm about it this season, guys, is I wasn't expecting anything. This year for me was a reset. This year was a reset. But fans, what? I haven't seen anything. I don't like the football. And you're like, hang on. Look, dude, Norsey, listen, I'm so bored of this now. All people like you do is talk about all you do is talk about Ange, right?
We're lucky to win that trophy.
Jesus Christ. Can we we've moved
Exactly
on. I'm hoping when we get, if a new manager comes in, that we don't still talk about Ange and Frank. Like, can we talk about what's, imagine I still talked about my ex in front of my wife every day.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't be married anymore. That's the problem.
Can you imagine?
This gets me with it all.
Imagine if I said to my wife, who you two have met my lovely wife, like, can you imagine if I said to my wife, I want this for my birthday, right? Oh, Shwin, I didn't get that for you. Oh, well, my ex got it for me. So why haven't you? Can you, what?
Yeah, you'll be sleeping on the sofa that night.
Oh my God. Ange. This is not about Ange. This is not about Frank. This is about Tottenham Hotspur. Can we please get together and be Tottenham fans? No, Nausea, there's no hypocrisy. Ange had 2 years and it went like that. For 2 years, it went like that. This manager's
It went down quicker than the Titanic.
This manager's had 4 months, Nausea. So no, this is not, as I said, if this manager had had £400 million and 2 years, fine. Get that out of my club. He's had one transfer window where he's turned around and said to us that the director of football and the scouts aren't bringing me the players I need. Right? We all asked for that. We didn't.
And we got 2 permanent transfers and 2 loans. 2
permanent transfers, two loans. So people really need to stop doing this whole hypocrisy.
No. Right. First and foremost,
people don't use that.
This is hypocrisy, because my man Nosy, is it Nosy? Yeah. What he said first of all, is that Ange finished 5th to win a trophy. No, Ange finished 5th in his first season when Spurs playing 1 game a week, and when the second season when he was playing 2 games a week, he finished 17th to win the what was it now called it last week? The equivalent of passing your red, learning how to swim in the baby pool. That is what I call it last week for the Europa League. That's what he won last season, when he finished 17th. So to compete with the big boys in the Champions League, he would have to be relegated. So let's use that narrative there.
Hey, Stanley. Well, what gets me with it all last year, right? Last year's cup run was made easier.
Who manages Tottenham, by the way? Stanley, I just don't care. You don't care.
Last year's cup win was made easier with the rule changes FIFA and UEFA made around the competitions. Gone were the group stages where finishing 3rd, where you trickle down.
Champions League in it.
This is it. You don't get to trickle down. So automatically, teams like Tottenham, Man United had better seedings and stronger than all the other teams in that competition. And then when I hear, we battered Bodo last year, the same Bodo team that's come to the Champions League and got some pretty good players and on loan as well. They brought some strong players in around their league and scaled it and strengthened. We brought in 4 players, 2 permanents, 2 kick the cans down the road.
Corey, they didn't even buy for what they needed. This was my issue with Tottenham Hotspurs. I said this at the beginning of the summer, and I say it again now here for everybody in the chat if they listen to here, right? Spurs didn't buy what they needed. They needed to buy a left winger because they knew Son was leaving, and even if Son had stayed, right, he was getting older. So therefore, they had to bring in a left winger. The fact they didn't bring in a left winger, right, and there was no contingency plan after Sonny was shocking and appalling. They didn't buy a ball-playing midfielder. They didn't buy a proper competent hold-up forward, so you can't even bring the wingers into play properly. You didn't buy another left-back here because Spence is not a left-back. He is a right-back, right? Poro is a wing-back. Wing-backs do not defend, or wing-backs struggle to defend. You don't see Denzel Dumfries defending for Inter Milan, and you don't see Trent Alexander-Arnold defending for Real Madrid or for Liverpool before that, because they don't defend. Right, but every week we get the same old argument. Oh, he doesn't defend properly. Of course he doesn't defend. He's a wing back. What do you think he was?
Well, what I said the other day in another chat is I would put Poro as right midfield or where Kudus is. Put Kudus out on the left because he can use both feet. I put Xavi in the middle.
No, Kudus is not good on the left. He's not good on the left.
What we're doing there, but you see, we're doing what we always do. Rather than actually buying what we actually need, we start talking about shuffling players. We're talking about Van der Ven going to left back.
Right back.
Like I think January,
hang on. What about buying a left back? Right?
Yeah.
I heard it for 2 years. Why don't we play Romero at DM? No. Why don't we buy a DM? Right? Why would I want to take Kudus away from right wing to go and play on his weaker wing on the left? Right? Surely we could just be a big club and buy what the F we need.
You know that.
Right? The window opens in 17 days. How many games have we got? How many games have we got left between them? 3?
3.
Yeah, 3.
Right?
Yeah, 3.
We got 3 games. Right? Let's get through those 3 games. And in week 1 of the window, fucking show us. Show us. Week 1. Show me the signings. Week 1. I don't care. If you have to go and get a Lookman on loan, great. There you go. There's your left winger for the season. I don't care. Oh, but his attitude. Shut up. I heard this about Rashford. I heard this about Grealish. I heard this about Garnacho. All of these players seem to be doing well, right? But Oh, we don't want Grealish because Grealish is a drunk. What? Like,
Wasn't
oh,
Gazza.
we don't want Rashford. Rashford's not good enough. Currently
We don't
scoring
want
goals
Garnacho.
playing for Barcelona. Like, it's honestly, like,
We don't want
buy what
Garnacho,
we
but
need, buy what we need, back the manager, and let's just have a year where there's not a drama at this football club for once.
I agree. I agree.
Just for once.
I-
Can't we
I-
have 1 year of no drama?
More
No.
drama than EastEnders. I always say it. More drama than an episode of EastEnders, and yet people love EastEnders, and that's why they love Spurs, because they just love the drama. But really and truly, I just couldn't care less. I couldn't care less about the results this season. I took a back step at the start of the season. When I heard fans, do you know what annoys me, Dan? Right, I'm going to say this now. Yeah, it's the Frank and upskill every single player in the squad, right? At the start, because we played Burnley, yeah, and our useless foul pigeon decided to score 2 goals, yeah, in that game. He's gonna score 20-odd goals.
Oh,
Really? Really?
Oh,
On
we
what
do.
do
plan
you
are
guys-
you gonna score 20-odd goals?
Do you guys think Porro could play as a central attacking, like a number 10?
I don't think
I
he's
don't
that
think
good.
so.
No.
Danny, can I be
Don't.
brutally honest?
Go on.
Other than a couple of good crosses every now and then, I don't know what people see in Porro. I've heard for years.
This season, he's not been good. This
I
season,
don't think he was good last season. I think he's got a wonderful cross on him.
Yeah,
And
does have a
other
good
than
cross.
that, I don't ever see him take a man on. I don't see him scoring. I don't see, like, I don't, you know, I'd rather, sorry, Matty Cash, players like that. I'd rather a proper solid fullback who does his job, gets forward, gets back,
Agreed.
defends, pops up with goals. Look, I'm going to do some super chats, right? But I feel like we are, look, right now in the summer, can you imagine our fans would have melted down if we had gone and got a Rashford? Rashford right now would be our best attacker.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, we seem to forget who we are at times. We have fans who don't want Grealish. They don't want Rashford. Don't want Locatelli. Couldn't have Locatelli. What?
Locatelli's
What?
ace.
Like, don't want him. Don't want Conor Gallagher. Not good enough. But please, can we watch Bergvall and Gray? Honestly, we are a really strange bunch of football fans. Let me do some super chats. Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? There's some good comments in here, and there's 20 of them. So thank you very much to everybody. Are you ready? There's some good comments. We can talk about them. Big up to Control Bass Delete, who's become a YouTube member. Big up to you. Look out for the members only show this week. And there will also be a charity stream this week, because next Monday, myself and whoever wants to come with me, we'll go around London giving out blankets, hot drinks, sandwiches to the homeless. If anyone would like to join me, we're meeting at London Bridge at 10 a.m. next Monday. So, by the way, I put that post out on YouTube. The first comment come back from somebody said, "If I see you, I'm going to bottle you." I was like, "Cheers, good,
Nice.
lovely. I look forward to that." So big up to you, my man.
By the way. Noble cause for you giving that is a noble cause, my friend, giving away to the less fortunate at Christmas time, because everybody deserves to have a Merry Christmas, my friend. So fair play to you, and for anyone who goes down there on next Monday, man, you'll fair play to any of you, because it's a noble cause given to the less fortunate at Christmas.
No, thank
I'd
you.
say I'd be coming down to join you, but my little man's going in hospital next week.
It's absolutely fine. Look, let me smash through these. Aris said, behind success starts from the boardroom. It does. But at the moment, and we're all guilty of this, the manager takes the brunt of everything. I've been guilty of this with Ange and with other managers, but right now, Frank's taking the brunt of not being backed. Big up to you, Aris. Appreciate you. Daniel Marlowe. I think he's in Thailand. Hope you're, yeah. Big up from Thailand, Sav. This team is a combination of failed managerial projects. This January, the first window without Levy. We can't blame Frank yet. It's my opinion, mate. That's where I'm at.
Yep.
Doesn't mean I think it's good. By the way, Serge Regulon to Inter Miami. Here we go. We just had a here we go from Fabrizio Romano. Serge Regulon. So that's Spurs themed, isn't it?
Bring him back.
Where are we? Yeah. So big up to you, Daniel. Completely agree with you. Let's see what the owners do. I don't think they sack him, by the way. I think the noise is more from the fans than it is from the club. Big up to you, Daniel. Big up to Adam Horlock. How you doing? Member for a month. Said first our players on the pitch fighting for the badge. Well, at the moment, they're fighting each other, aren't they? But yeah, you're right. We want them fighting for the badge.
Themselves. They're not even fighting for themselves.
There's so much emphasis put on fighting and and
You know what I'll do to
battling.
these players?
But more important for me than that is the quality. You've got to buy quality. You can have battlers, but we need quality. Big up to you, Adam. Really appreciate you. Jamie Allen said, why would any decent manager take this job? Poch wasn't good with Chelsea and the board let him go after one season. Poch in 2025 won't have the same success.
Can I just add on that comment, right?
Yeah, go.
Pochettino, when he came into Chelsea, he had accumulated more points than any other team in the league, right? Until the end of the season. The only teams that accumulated more points were the number 1 and number 2 team that finished number 1 and 2 in that season, right?
Agreed.
A lot of Chelsea fans wanted to keep Poch. They didn't want him to go. The reason why Poch left, just to clear it up, is because they had disagreements on the players. He didn't want to sell Gallagher because Gallagher was his captain and they wanted to sell him. That's why they fell out, because they disagreed on who the club should keep and who the club should sell. So when a manager is saying, I want this player, do not sell him, who is the club captain, and they go, well, no, we want to sell him and him, right? What can you do? The manager, it's like Conte when Conte blew it up into Milan. He goes, if you sell these players, I'm gone. And that's exactly what happened. It's the same thing. They agreed that mutually, it was a mutual agreement. It wasn't that they sacked him.
He started slowly. He had if you remember that season, he had the exact opposite to Ange. The first 10 games, Chelsea were dreadful. And for the last 28 games, I think they were like the second
best teams in the league.
point scorers.
They were.
He actually, but listen, I think this is always going to be the debate, right? Poch did so well I know he didn't win, but he did so well the first time. I just think, I mean, is he going to hit those heights again? I can't see it. I can't see how he would. But hey, who knows? Big up to you, Jamie. Big up to Nathan. Thank you very much. Nathan McSweeney said, morning, mate. Love your content as a United fan. Big up, mate. Thank you very much. It's nice when I'm not being called a cunt and people say some nice things every now and then. Thank you, Nathan. That is very generous of you, my friend. Thank you. Really appreciate you. Someone who is always very generous to me is Jordan Coys. Thank you, Jordan. Really appreciate you. Said, other than our centre-back pairing, who I think is overrated anyway, if you look at the rest of our team in the midfield and forwards areas, I don't believe our team is that much superior to the likes of Fulham and Brentford.
Yes.
Jordan, this is what I've said for ages.
Well done, Jordan.
This is what I said for ages. The reason we were superior for so many years was Kane and Son. Kane and Son right now in this team, Tottenham are in the top 4. Right?
Yep.
Right now, Kane and Son would paper over every crack, Jordan, wouldn't they? And Spurs would be top 4. Right? So hang on. If we look at it, how many points are we off 4th? Right? Spurs are 6 points.
Oh, 6 points, yeah.
6 points off 4th. Right? You're telling me we couldn't have turned a couple of those games with goals from Son and Kane? Like it's. This is my point, my man. We think these players are better than these smaller clubs, but with no real evidence to show it. Big up to you. Really appreciate that. Craig has said, big club, rubbish team, small mentality. Well, but this has got to be all the way through the club. This has got to be all the way from the owners to the fans.
Yeah.
A lot of our fans have small mentality.
Yeah.
I want Tell. Do you? I want Oda, but why? Like, what are we? Anyway, big up to you, Craig. Thank you very much. Igor, my man, how you doing? He said, I'm calm on Frank. I genuinely think the team is clearly not good enough, putting in performances when they choose to. With the same 11 last 3 games, putting in a good shift, then come out with that. Mate, told you, average players are inconsistent.
Yeah,
average players are inconsistent.
Saying,
Absolutely. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much, Igor. Big up to Craig coming again and said, hypothetically, we got what Frank wanted. Would we be in this position? No. I would trust Frank more if we get his players. It's too soon to sack him.
Yeah.
And that is the key thing for me. If we had given Frank what he wanted or what he needed and we were doing like this, I'd be worried. But we didn't.
Well, to add to the sacking him part, you're not just sacking him, you're sacking his coaches. So you're paying off the manager, his 8 coaches, and everything else. So it's a knock-on effect.
Well, how much did it cost them to sack? Wasn't it? Was it 7 million to sack Ange and then 10 million to bring in? Yeah, that's nearly 20 million pounds. So I don't think Spurs are going to invest 20 million pounds to then go and get rid of him 4 months into the season.
I agree.
It's an investment, right? It's like buying a player. Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
It's stupid.
And that's why, as I said, listen, I truly think we'd be doing much better even if we had Maddison and Kulu fit.
Oh, 100%.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Creativity, 100%. Goals, shots from outside the box, carrying the ball, holding it. You know, big up to you, Craig. Really appreciate that. Big up to WNF Goals, who said Frank's thrown Gray under the bus. That goal is on Vic. Carrick has a video on it. Wrong foot.
I agree with that.
Along, worrying that Frank thinks it's on Gray. I mean, do
I
we
agree with
know
that.
that Frank?
Yeah,
do we
yeah,
know
he
that
did.
Frank
Yeah,
thinks-
in the press conference, he basically in the post-match press conference, they asked him the question, and he said it basically was on Archie Gray, which I completely disagree with, because for me, Vicario I think it's partly on both, but I think the biggest problem was Vicario, because he's the one that can see the whole pitch. He's the older player, right? Obviously, Archie Gray's mistake was him not knowing his surroundings and taking an extra touch. But at the end of the day, Vicario can see what's in front of him. If you can see a player coming up,
Dan, I agree with that.
You don't pass the ball to him, put him under pressure. You just
I
give it
agree
out.
with that. But equally, if Archie Gray's dropped that deep and gone, I want the ball. Listen,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
agree
mess.
with that too.
It's a mess, right? It's a mess.
Yeah.
Big up to you, WNF Goals. Appreciate you. Ledley's knees. God, what I wouldn't give for a Ledley King right now. With all the audits, etc., going on behind the scenes, the owners thought Frank would be a steady Europa League qualifying coach, and he's struggling to achieve that. Well, I mean, look, this is where I think fans get crazy. When you say he's struggling to achieve that, right? Let's have a look at the league table, right? So the Europa League is going to be the top 6, right? Tottenham Hotspur are 4 points off the top 6 after 16 games. When we say, can we get the season over with before we say what we've struggled to achieve? Like,
still 22 games to play.
This is utterly mental. Like, this is utterly mental.
Not even half a season yet, Sav.
By the way, when you're saying that, right, you have no way of knowing that that's what the owners thought Frank would be. That's your guess, right? You're guessing. Big up to you. Marianne, thank you very much, said there is no point of this manager merry-go-round. Whoever comes in will fail because of our squad. Then all will again start screaming for his head. Mate, I'm telling you, when I get the people in the chat like the Marioses going, out, right? They will do exactly the same with a new manager if he doesn't start well. So what do we do? Hey, big up to you, Marianne. Daniel again from Thailand said, get a grip, Sean. Oh, yeah, let's have a go at Sean. Let's let Poch back so he can fail so the fans can accept it. What are we doing here? No, I think what Sean is saying is more for all the people that are saying Poch, they're going to have to see it with their own eyes to get it out the system, because all we ever talk about in this football club is Poch. And
we talk about the past.
We talk about the past. We never talk about the future.
Earlier on.
Yeah.
Living in the
everything
past,
is Ange. He's the past. Can we talk about where are we going, not where have we been, right? Where are we going? I've got a mate like that. Whenever we go on a pub crawl, someone will go, oh, that pub was shit. And he'll go, no, it's not about that. Where are we going now? And I like that. Like, where are we going? Yeah. Where are we going? Let's have some fun. Big up to you, Daniel. Jordan Coys said, whoever our manager is, we need 2 of poor recruitment. Yes. This is like people who abuse their body for a decade and then think that going to the gym for a month will make them skinny, right? It is, isn't it? Years of abuse can't be solved in one summer. Yeah, I know people are going to say Manjaro, but years of abuse can't be solved in one summer, right? There isn't a Manjaro football type thing. Said, if we don't start buying senior pros for the positions we need, then we ain't catching up with clubs like Villa. And Jordan, do you know how far we've fallen? Is that we're talking about catching up a team that 6 years ago were in the Championship, right? That's how badly we've been run for years, that Aston Villa were in the playoff final when we were in the Champions League final, right? And they are now 3 years in a row they finished above us. They will probably finish above us this year, and still our fans go, we've got a better squad than Villa. No, mate.
Ridiculous.
But the thing is, Villa's board come and said, we want to be competing in this amount of years. They actually came out and gave their fans modus operandi to believe in. This board for 25 years has sat in and taken that and not given us anything. 2 cups.
Listen,
17 years.
I get it, right? And by the way, isn't it funny, right? everyone criticised Frank for chopping and changing the team. Then when he keeps it basically the same for 3 games in a row, right? People are coming out going, "Oh, he got it wrong yesterday." Hang on, people asked for the same team. You asked anyway. Big up to Ian JD.
It's the contradiction to what you said last time, yeah. What you just said there, it's the contradiction. How many fans here were crying for Archie Gray to play on Sunday against Nottingham Forest? Lots of them were crying for Archie Gray to play. Lots of them were crying for Bergvall to play. Lots of them were crying out for Odegaard to play because of his 25-minute cameo against Manchester United against 10 men. But so careful, be careful what you wish for, because when you get it, you have to hold it, dude. Because when these players do play and they don't play to the level, yeah, right? That's on you, because you wanted them players to play. And so I can't bash Thomas Frank here for doing that, because he gave you what you wanted. You wanted Archie Gray in the midfield. He gave you Archie Gray in the midfield. It's not his fault that Archie Gray isn't good enough.
Yeah,
simple as.
That's what I said in a chat group yesterday when I saw that team lineup. I was like, "Oh, not Gray." And someone went, "Oh no, why not Gray?" I went, "I would rather have Polina and Bentancur for the strength. Polina breaks up, he tackles, he puts his body in. I mean, that's what I want.
Yeah, look,
my midfielder put their body in."
I said yesterday, Corey, I know it wasn't good to watch, but the moment, sorry, you know when you can feel a sneak, yep, bless me, you know you can feel it, and then it's gone, and then it comes, right? As I said, Ian, I'll come back to this comment in a second, mate. I'm not ignoring it. I said yesterday, I've been trying to win this show for about an hour and a half, but we're still going. I said yesterday, we got to be careful, right? Because when Paulinho and Bentancur were starting, I know it wasn't nice to watch, but we were actually in every game. And if we lost a game, it was by 1 goal. And we weren't conceding loads and loads of goals because those two put out fire after fire after fire, right? We've come away from that. Honestly, you go and look. The moment he came away from that double pivot, it's like 4 against Arsenal, right? 3 against 3 against whoever else. 3 yesterday. I'm telling you, right? That is why I think he did it. I think he did it because he realizes we don't have the players to play through midfield and really be controlling. But fans were like, "No, be more adventurous." Lubo, I called him out for this. I'll call him out tonight on this. I want Gray in midfield. Get Bentancur out. But whenever Bentancur doesn't play in the midfield, by the way, I don't even rate him, guys. But
100%.
When Bentancur doesn't play, we look worse in midfield, right? Yeah. But again, the fans wanted that. The fans wanted pick one formation, stick to it. All right, he's done that. Nah, he got that wrong. Right. So yesterday, if he hadn't have started Richie and had started Tell, people would have gone, "Oh, why is Tell playing?"
Right.
If he hadn't have started Gray and started Bergvall, it's, "Oh, why is Bergvall?" I genuinely don't know with this squad an 11 that will make people happy. I don't. Anyway, Ian JD, big up to you, my man. He said, "I've seen the same performances from these players under Conte, Ange, and now Frank. No top teams are buying our players. That says it all." When did anyone last come in here and with a bid for one of our players at a really good price?
Kane.
2 seasons ago, Man United wanted Dyer.
But one that we've bought. I kept hearing everyone wants Romero, but I don't see anyone whacking down money for him.
No one.
No one. No one's coming in.
Yeah,
with
like
big
Corey
bids
said,
for us.
the last time was probably when Man United, Mourinho wanted Eric Dyer at Man United. That was probably the last time.
Yeah.
So basically,
and then no top clubs are looking at Romero.
Who was the last player we made a profit on? There you go. It's a good question.
Kane.
But
well,
no,
excluding Kane. Yeah.
No, we broke even on Bergwijn.
Modric.
Even, I think.
Bergwijn, yeah, it was Bergwijn.
I'd say Modric.
Bergwijn, we actually did make a profit on.
It's mad, isn't it? Like it's utterly mad how badly we buy. And then I'm told these players are better than we think. But why is no one trying to sign these players? Oh, but Pep wanted Udogie. Where was the bid? Sorry, where was the bid? If Pep wanted Udogie, I can assure you right now, Udogie would be a Man City player.
Yeah. Udogie, the player who plays one game and then gets injured for 3 months, like that.
Mad. Ian, you're absolutely right, and this is the problem. Ian, these players will put in these performances again. Sorry if I'm sounding like a broken record, but these players, if a new manager comes in, you'll get a 3 or 4 game bounce, and everyone will go, see, Frank was shit. This manager's great. And then after the first 3 or 4 games, it will all settle back into games like yesterday, and people will go, oh, this manager's shit. You can't get the best out of them. They're not working hard enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you play average players,
you want to ask that question about players that made profit on. We made nearly 17 million on Modric.
Yeah, but mate, that was about 20 years ago. Like, that was about 20 years ago, my man. I'm asking,
still asking who do we come in for and sold? But there you go, that's one.
That's how bad it is. Luka Modric, that's how bad it is.
When we sell these players, right? You watch, when we sell Gareth Bale, when we sell Richie, when we sell Johnson, watch how much money we lose on these footballers because we buy so badly.
And Solanke as well. You can add Solanke to that, Savva, because that's a loss as well. I can't see another team paying 65 million for Solanke. So that already I'm counting as a loss as well. They're going to lose money on that.
You think Conte gets
no way.
With this
no
team?
way. No way.
With no Kane or Son, you think Conte
Delusional.
gets top 4
There you
with
go.
this team?
Use these. I don't need them anymore.
Honestly, what?
That's just stupid. That is just.
Conte got top 4 when his front 3 was Kane, Son, and Kulusevski, right?
Yeah.
Right now, he'd have Richarlison, Mawani. Mate, you're having a... What on earth is that? But again, this is our fan base. Look how much they overrate these players.
Yeah.
Do they think a manager could get top 4 with this group of footballers?
No way.
It is mental. Big up to a user. So don't understand why Frank is getting so much heat so soon. Why was no other manager scrutinised this early? Poor summer window and Ange leftovers equal issue. Mate, listen, forget Ange, a user. The club for 6 years has been run terribly. Bad signings, chopping and changing managers, no culture, no ethos, no identity. But our fans go, I've not seen anything. Yeah, it takes time. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Stefan has said, let Gray make mistakes on loan, not at Spurs. I can't agree more.
Can we give him to Arsenal?
Stefan, do you know the point? It's not even about the mistakes. Just let him learn on loan. Like, get him 90 minutes. But again, the superlatives that this lad gets. Has anyone seen? I did find it funny. And again, I'm not knocking him. I thought it was funny. I watched Ben Bowman. Someone sent me a clip of Ben Bowman today. He was doing a video with somebody else who was asking him about Archie Gray versus, it was like 10 young players in the Premier League. And it was, who would you rather have? And Ben Bowman said no to every single player. Have you seen it, Dan?
No, I haven't seen it, but I've seen something similar.
Would you? He said Lewis Miley. It was like Lewis Miley or Gray. Kobe Mainoo or Gray. Lavia of Chelsea. Lavia or Gray. Sorry, Gray. Would you rather? It was Miles Lewis Skelly or Gray. Ethan Waneri or Gray. I'm sitting there going, what? But our fans think these. They think the crazy profiles are up there. It's truly crazy. It's truly crazy.
I'm going to say, Savva, big up, my friend. I'm going to say this now, yeah. A lot of these fans, yeah, who say about Archie Gray, I don't think they watch European football in the main. If they actually sat down and watched teams like Barcelona or teams like who actually do have young players, yeah, because I hate that young excuse, young players, yeah, who actually do have quality, then it wouldn't make so much out of Gray. The problem is they don't know a good player and they don't watch European football. So they live in this bubble of just the Premier League. Now, if you've watched European football and you watch other leagues here, you'll see generational young players here, like Pavlovic at Bayern Munich, or like Kabassi at Barcelona, or even Namal at Barcelona. Young, good players.
It's that young centre-back Barcelona have got.
Yeah, Kabassi.
Yes. Oh.
Mate, but it's... Again,
he's 17, by the way. Anyone who says 19.
Yeah, but Philly, these people are making this judgment on Gray without having watched him properly. Everyone saw his game against Chelsea for Leeds, right? Oh my God, you see what he did to Chelsea? Oh my God. Oh my, and now we've got to live with that. Now, if anyone says anything about him, you hate young players. No, I don't. Yep. But go out on loan and prove that you should be in the Tottenham 11.
Let's
Yeah,
compare
like-
young
it's
players.
like-
Yeah, let's go back a few
Yes.
decades.
Yes.
Yeah.
If anyone
Oh,
watches
yeah.
Bayern Munich,
Oh.
watch Carl. Right.
He's very good.
Right.
Michael Owen
Look, watch
versus
Carl.
Gray. You're taking Michael Owen.
It's utterly mad. Then yesterday I had my chat. No, listen, I'm not having a go at Ben Bowman. No, by the way, I'm not having a go at him. I'm not starting any beef. I just don't understand.
That is shocking, though. That is shocking
But
takes.
yeah, but I just don't understand how anyone has watched this player and gone, yeah, Archie Gray over Mainu, right? Archie Gray over Lavia. Archie Gray. Who was the other one? Waneri. Archie Gray or Lewis Hall. He went, oh, Archie Gray, and I'm like, what?
Did he say believer in that video as well?
Belieber as well. Archie Gray or Belieber.
Oh my
Belieber. Gray. And I'm like,
Gray, believer.
But at the same time, fans want these players, but then want to sack a manager so soon. That's got it's utterly madness.
Mate, I'd
Super
rather
chats.
take young
I mean, let me-
Hinchelwood at Brighton over Gray.
Oh, Hinchelwood's another one. He said no. Gray over Hinchelwood starts for Brighton. Like honestly,
Hinchelwood is
we
levels.
overrate everyone. We overrate everyone, right? And then the expectation is based on our overrating.
Yeah.
Right? Look
Which is
earlier,
why I
the
say,
chat I had with
Savva,
Sean. Look at the
fans
Danny. Look at the
are
chat
the
I had
problem.
with Sean. Right, that based off of 10 games at the beginning of Ange's season, that was over nearly 2.5 years ago now, that we know what the players are capable of. But we've had 2 years of nothing since. Like, anyway, big up. Ledley's knees said Mawani only flexed against his ex. He can go back. True. He only had a good. He only scored against his current employer, should we say?
Yeah.
You don't want
and
him
Finn-
back, by the way.
Hang on. And Finn has said, name a time we made a profit on a signing and they didn't degrade in value. We take too long to sell, gambles with flop, and no one wants trash at
Yep.
half the market value. Finn,
Yep.
I did a show. I can't even remember who it was with now. I don't know if it was Henry, maybe Sean or someone. And it was that window a couple of years ago where Dyer went, Davinson Sanchez went, Højbjerg went, Bing, this went, that went. And we all turn around and went, yes, we've got rid of the Deadwood. And I turned around and I said, watch. I said, we buy so badly, in 2 years, we'll be talking again about getting rid of Deadwood, right?
Yep.
And this is what we keep doing. We keep buying Deadwood, overpraising it. So, for example, when people think I'm harsh on players, right? When people think I'm harsh on players, everything I'm saying now about people like Graham Bergvall, I remember doing with Skip, and I was told I was wrong, give him time. Winks, I was wrong, give him time. Ndombele, I was wrong, give him time. Sanchez, really good to it, give him time. The right manager, right? We did this with Ng, we did this with Lamella. Every fucking footballer, give him time. You're harsh on players, and then in a
Because
couple
he
of
plays
years,
for
the
the
same fans.
He plays for that. He plays for the logo. That's why. Because he plays
Yeah,
for
but
that
you
logo.
can't be-
They
Yeah, but the
think
thing is,
that
Dan,
they're going to be amazing players. That's exactly.
Yeah, but Dan, I always say this, yeah. It's best to be truthful to yourself, yeah, than to live a lie.
I agree.
And this is the problem,
agree.
yeah. A lot of the players that Spurs fans put on pedestals aren't as good as they think they are. A lot of them don't provide what the club actually needs. And this is why I said last week, yeah, on this channel, yeah, I said, right, really and truly, young players should come in to supplement the squad, yeah, right, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there at the end of the game, not be relied upon solely to be as a first team player. And that was the biggest mistake at Tottenham Hotspurs, is that they threw everything behind getting young players in. And I've always said, yeah, buying young players, yeah, but not at the expense of the first team. The first team must always come first. Then you supplement the squad with young players coming in. But we didn't do that. So I'm looking at the thing. The management is poor.
It is. And also, just to add to what you said, the youngsters that we did buy were not quality players. They were average players, right, who might have shown glimpses in 1 or 2 matches, right, of potential, like the Tells. Like, you might have seen one game of Tell Bayern Munich where he played amazing, and then the rest of them were bang average, right? And then the fans grip on that and say, oh, yeah, he was amazing. Like, he's worth it. He's worth it. Like, Odegaard might have had one good game in the Premier League for Burnley, and then that was it. And it's like.
And then they start making videos. Why Odegaard completes Tottenham?
Why he picks his position.
Why he
putting arrows on pitches.
What
this
Matisse
is
tells
why-
us solves Spurs' issues. Oh, fuck. What
And
are
this
you
is
talking
why, this is exactly why that we have a massive problem at this football club. And until, like, if we're going to buy top young players, buy top young players, not players who are actually very good right now. Like, not
I'm
players
gonna
who
say no,
might be
Gray.
good.
I'm saying this. Oh, I'm going to offend your Archie here, Loops.
Yes,
Archie
you're
Gray
going.
You heard
and his
great.
brother
You heard great.
are only
You
in
heard great.
football. Of the
We're having an
Tottenham
all-dayer.
fan.
Hang on, I've just got...
Let's go.
Go on. I mean, yeah, I'm just sick
Bergvall.
and tired. I'm sick and
How our
tired
fan
of
base, Danny, how our fan base was gassed when Bergvall chose us over Barcelona. No, he chose us because he knew he could get game time.
yeah, exactly.
Only
And the
reason.
same for Dragusin over Bayern Munich, right? He chose because if Dragusin went to Bayern Munich, he would have sat on the bench. He would have hardly played. Like, he would have hardly played at all. Look at the players they've got in there. He's gonna have to fight with. I know Eric Dyer had half a season there on loan, but at least he still won something. And he actually did all right in Bayern Munich. He actually did not too bad, to be fair.
What? It was Harry Kane's back carrier.
Of course he was. But look,
And the
I
fact
think
that he can speak 6 languages.
so. When you hear, look, I will say it openly because I don't care. I think Stell's opinions on our players should be doing better than what we have, I think it's ridiculous. I think Sean's take on it, I think it's absolutely it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. Like, it's insanity to think, right, that our players can actually do better than what they are. It's like, and do you know what the funniest thing is? That football fans seem to forget very quickly, right, what they were saying last year about a lot of these players. Oh, Richarlison shouldn't be a Premier League footballer. Odegaard shouldn't be playing in the Premier League. Archie Gray's not good enough. He's all right for a utility player, but he's not good enough for the first team. And it's like, well, nothing's changed. We're still using these same players. So why do you think it's going to change? Like, Kudus and Xavi Simons, unfortunately, cannot pull the team together, cannot pull the team out of the trenches because Xavi Simons and Kudus are nowhere near the levels of Harry Kane and Heung-min Son were when they were doing it for us, right? It's like maybe in a couple of years, right, or in 2 years, Xavi Simons could be that player who is pulling us out of games single-handedly, right? Maybe Kudus might be as well, but
I'm going to say this:
right now,
Xavi's
they're
joined
not.
us about the same time Sonny came over. You know,
Yeah.
Sonny was an unknown.
Exactly,
He was
and
enigma,
also,
wasn't he, in
Corey,
Germany?
people forget that in Sonny's first season, right, he was actually on the verge of leaving Spurs because he didn't want to be here anymore because he felt that he wasn't going to be he didn't want to stay in England, right? He genuinely didn't feel that he wanted to be here. And what happened was we ended up keeping him, we didn't end up selling him, and the rest is history, right? And that is exactly why I say sometimes with players, you have to give them a chance, right, to see what they can do. You can't give them a couple of games and then think, oh, that's it, they're shit, right? Like we were just saying about how Son, in his first season, right, he showed glimpses of he could be a good player, but at the end of the first season, he actually wanted to leave the club. He didn't want to stay at Spurs, and they were looking at selling Son. In the end, he ended up staying, and I said, well, look what happened then. The rest is history. He became Son Heung-min, one of the greatest wingers we've ever seen at this club.
Danny, we looked at Son's performances in that first season. He was either a 9 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10. There was never any in between. And then the second season he kicked in, which was the season with, was it with Leicester? Or the following season. It might have been the following season. But by the way, I see you're into an all-dayer here. I just wanted to ask, Corey, been meaning to ask you since yesterday afternoon, whose fault, Vicario or Gray or both, as a goalkeeper?
As a goalkeeper, goalkeeper's problem. As a midfielder, asking for a ball with a player on his back, his problem. So both, but mostly Vicario's.
I agree completely.
He's got the vision of the pitch.
Exactly.
He can pass it out to Romero.
Van der Ven was next to him on the left.
Yeah. And this is what it's
I'm sorry.
Really annoying with Vic.
They both have to take. Like, I'm sorry.
Take the L.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm really
just
annoying me
asking-
is Vicario.
Trav, I'm asking a
You cannot
goalkeeper's
take a
point
goal
of view.
kick.
Yeah, because he
I
was the
know,
goalkeeper.
The
No, you're
fact
looking
that
for
Archie
excuse,
Gray
guys.
couldn't control the football, I mean, was.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you agree now, Lubo, that he should go out on loan and play?
You see, I think we should have the correct number of established midfield players
Sure.
for him to be learning from at the club. That's my feeling.
So for me, I'd like to see Spurs with a midfield of someone like I don't know. You could say a Stiller, Ruben Neves, a Gallagher, and a Paulinho. Now that's a midfield I'd be fucking happy with. Like that, I'd say okay. Then you can have Archie Gray behind.
Imagine you had Ruben Neves and Conor Gallagher in your midfield, right?
And then you have Paulinho and
both physical men, both can play with a ball. One will dictate the game, the other will do box to box. How many times have I said Conor Gallagher over the years and everyone goes, wouldn't want him? Now, I'm not saying we can,
but
I don't
Savva,
know, we could probably get him now.
But Savva, it's not even just the one player. It's like you need a midfield of 4. Like you need 2 number 8s, 2 defensive midfielders, right?
You do, yeah.
Like that's why I said for me, my dream midfield would be someone like Angelo Stiller, Ruben Neves, Paulinho, and Gallagher. For me, that midfield 4, fucking unbelievable. I think that is a 4 that can challenge for top 4. Those 4 players.
That's right. And then you got Graham Bergvale behind, and that's how it should
exactly
be.
that. Then I'd be happy with that.
No, I don't want Gray behind. I don't want Gray at this football club.
Amen.
I think you crackers, Sav. Honestly,
No,
you've not seen anything from him for me to go. Yes.
Give me
What's
one
he
performance
done?
here. Give me one performance from Archie Gray where he stood out. And give me one.
Philly, how many 18-year-olds come into a team, injury ravaged team, stop, in out and play in every single position in the back 4 and don't let themselves down? He was 18 years old. Come on.
Okay, so now let's stop talking about the makeshift Archie Gray. Now let's talk about him in his actual position. Because I'm not judging him on, thanks for filling in and not letting us down. I'm judging him as, you're a midfielder. I've seen nothing about you that tells me you're a good midfielder. He just looks like a scared kid, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, Lubo. You die on this hill for Archie Gray.
Listen, I think it's a couple of years away. I think it's a couple of years away from being an established first team player.
So it's going to be 4 years before we see Archie Gray.
Okay, but some players not. Based on all the bits and pieces that I'm seeing, I'm sorry. I think he's a good player. Don't think he's exceptional. I've never seen him.
Tell me what he's good at.
He's comfortable on the ball. He's composed.
Comfortable on the ball. After yesterday, we want to say he was comfortable on the ball.
Yep.
The man was just 5-yard passes, Lubo. What we're doing here?
Go backwards.
I've got to say, I must say, I was just thinking. I tuned into some of Sav's watch along yesterday, and the first 15-20 minutes you were complaining, can Gray give more than a 5-yard ball? But he was the only one that wasn't giving it away at the time.
It's easy to not give the ball away when you're only passing it 2 yards to the person next to you.
But the others didn't do it, did they?
Come on, look. Again, we talk about standards, right? And this is what I mean. No one with their heart on their sleeve, no one can tell me they've seen enough in Gray to say this guy should be at Tottenham Hotspur.
I've got something to ask him.
We only talk about players' ages. Have you noticed when they're not very good? Have you noticed?
Yep. Agreed.
No one's talking. No one.
I'm going to ask him something, Sam.
Right? He's 17. No one's talking about his age. They're just going, have you seen him at Bayern? Right? This is. I cannot believe we are still dying on this hill 18 months later. And what will happen is, if he finally establishes himself, like in a couple of years, Lubo will go, there you go. 4 years later, there you go. What are we doing?
I want to ask him something now. Gray or Belieber?
Oh, Belieber.
Gray or Hitchwood?
I was listening to your the Ben Beaumont conversation, Ben Bowman conversation you were having. He was ridiculous. They're all better than Gray. All of them are established Premier League players. They're all better than him. So that's ridiculous. You know, at the end of the day, I think Gray will make it. I'm not that blind to say that. I mean, Lavia, I'd love Lavia in our midfield. What a player.
But Lubo, this is like when I had the conversation with Sean earlier about the players being better than they are. When have we seen these players be better than they are consistently? Like, when has anyone seen Tell consistently, Odeberg consistently, Johnson consistently, Richarlison consistently? We've seen moments of them in their careers, like moments. But this is the difference. Now look at Arsenal, right? Now I know that's going to the extreme because they're top of the table. Arsenal are playing people like Zubimendi, who have been playing one of the top leagues in the world, centre mid for Real Sociedad and centre mid for Spain, right? They're going and they're backup. They're bringing in Norgard as a backup, who is a seasoned international Premier League footballer.
So
right?
you're now onto the macro now. We're now back to the macro.
Sure, I get that. But look, like if you look at yesterday, right? I'm just looking yesterday against Aston Villa, against West Ham. Aston Villa played Onana, Kamara, McGinn, and Tielemans, right? They had 4 central midfielders all in the team and make it work, right? Power, goals, creativity, passing, captains, leaders. I then look at us.
A few years ago with Tielemans when he was on a free and there's a lot of Tottenham fans going, no, not him.
Yeah. He'd be our best midfielder by a country mile. We don't seem to rate anyone.
Get him.
We don't rate anyone until they put on the Spurs shirt and then they become the best player in the world.
I think
look at the bench. Look at the Villa bench here, and look at the options that Aston Villa have at their disposal. Yeah, if they need to change the course of a game, Lubo, yeah, they could easily just do that. They've got the players on the bench here to actually say, look, right, we need this specific. That team is weak in this department. Yeah, let's just throw this player on here, and they can actually see there's a strategy behind it. There is nothing on the bench that tells me that.
Freddie, how long has Emery been there?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, three and a half years, is it? Something like that?
Yeah, about 3.5 years.
That's right. And tell me about the owners. Are the owners ambitious? Hang on. Are the owners?
Yeah, but there's a difference in their owners to our owners. Their owners gave a clear statement of what they want to do, and our owners are like, "Give us your money."
Absolutely. So we're not even in the game. We're not. You know, we're talking about Villa. We're not even in the game because our owners are not allowing us to be in the game. We're not even competing.
Hang on. No. I'm going to disagree here. I'm going to disagree with this, right? The difference is, right, we spend more than Villa.
Exactly.
Right? We spend more than, if we look, let me bring this up. This is Villa's team from yesterday. Now, this is not, by the way, I'm not going, oh my God, look how good this team is, right? None of that. So I'm sure you can see that, right? Just there you go. Hang on, let me make this a tiny bit smaller so I can get it in. Right. I'm not sitting here, guys, going, oh my God, this is a brilliant team, but they've bought sensibly. Villa have not spent anywhere near as much as us and bought sensibly. Look at those players they've bought. Sensible footballers, Lubo. Our owners, for whatever we say, have given Lang and Paratici a lot of money. Exactly. A lot of money, right? Are you telling me that our owners wouldn't have bought Tielemans on a free? That our owners wouldn't have bought Kamara on a free? Or John McGinn for $2.5 million? Or Morgan Rogers at 20, whatever, at 30 million, whatever. I'm sorry, but we can blame the owners. But for me, this is a scouting issue. They have gone out and bought proper footballers. Look, and what do you notice? Look at that 5, right? Of Kamara, Onana, Rogers, Tielemans, and McGinn. Right? Not a child in sight. Not a weakling in sight. Not one of them is a skinny little weak player, are they? Look at all 5 of them powerful athletes. Right? And then you've got Watkins up front as the goals. Right? That's not an unbelievable team, but it's been built. It's been built properly. Why can't we build something like that?
I mean, I'd have Matty Cash right now as well.
See, but like, look, people go, Lindelof is crap. You've got to remember, Lindelof isn't their first choice centre half, mate. You've got to remember that. Yesterday, that is a team that is missing Mings and Pau Torres. So again, Villa haven't done anything. Villa haven't done anything with oil money. They haven't done anything groundbreaking. They haven't done anything. Oh my God, that player was 90 million. They've gone out. They've bought sensibly, and half the players that play for Villa
Scouted in the right markets as well.
Our fans turn their nose up. I remember when we were Onana was linked with us. Wouldn't want Onana. Nope. Okay, cool. No, don't want Yuri Tielemans. Okay, cool. Wouldn't want Ollie Watkins. Okay, cool. Right. But there
Wasn't
they
he
are.
linked to Kamara as well?
Possibly. Possibly.
I think it wasn't.
Yes,
How
yeah,
are
like
they
I said
doing it
earlier.
every time?
6 years ago, yeah, they were in the championship. We have to remember that, yeah. When Spurs won the Champions League final, they were in the championship.
6 years ago,
Right,
Philly,
they've
we
been
can't be
promoted.
going back 6 years.
Yes, we
Well,
can.
let's talk about now.
Yes, we
We're
can.
talking about now.
Yeah, okay, Luba, I'm going to go to now, yeah? In them 6 years since they've been promoted, yeah, they showed more ambition than Tottenham Hotspurs in the market, yet they spent less than Tottenham Hotspurs. And they've also done something that Savva didn't mention, yeah? They've also sold players at the right time to get the maximum amount of money to then regenerate back into the football club. When you look at the likes of their striker that they sold last season, was it John
A
Duran?
young Belgian kiddie they had.
Oh, Duran, yeah.
Yeah, they made money. They made how much did they make on them? 77
And then they
million.
saved Ramsey. They saved Ramsey to Newcastle in the summer as well for 40 million.
So they've also generated money. You don't hear their fans carrying on about, oh, we shot. No, they
Who's
just get
the
on
winger?
with it.
Who's the winger they bought and
Diaby.
then sold? Like they bought Samuel Illing Jr. for 14 million.
And Philogene as well. They sold Philogene, didn't they?
Right, and then they sold. They bought. Philogene's the one I'm thinking of. They signed Philogene for. Hang on, let me get this right. So they signed Philogene for 16 million, and then if I'm not wrong, they sold him the same year, right, to Ipswich for 23 million.
Yeah.
See, so they bought in a young player. It hasn't worked out, and they've gone right. Let's move him on. Not as Spurs.
Did they
Give him 2 years. Give him 3 years. Fucking hell. And this is the difference, Lubo, between us and Villa. If they had bought in Archie Gray, I'm telling you, by now they've moved him on or he's out on loan somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? We've bought him.
Savva?
He's playing.
Yeah.
Did they sell?
Give him 2 years, give him 3 years, give him a contract extension.
Did they sell?
Bought him in.
Diaby.
Gave him a
Did
year.
they sell,
sold him on. Right?
That's it.
They sell Leon Bailey.
Properly run.
Yeah,
They're a proper run football.
They sold Leon Bailey as well.
Yeah.
They sold Leon Bailey as well.
Oh, so Leon Bailey as well. They sold him. They got rid of the wingers that weren't good enough, and they brought in better players. And also the other thing as well, just to mention of Aston Villa, is in order for them to get the higher quality level of players that they did bring in, right? They raised the one thing that footballers want nowadays, which is the wages, right?
That's it.
So they raised their wage structure, right? Because they've got a higher wage structure than we have, and now. This is why now, this is another thing that I want to see Spurs do to show me that this new board is actually going to make a difference, right? Because I don't care if you bring in a player for 50 million, right? I want that 50 million player to be a quality player. And if you have to pay him 150 grand, 200 grand a week, you pay that money. There's obviously, it's obviously in line with what the kind of value is. I'm not saying go and pay them 400 or 500 grand a week unless you're Erling Haaland. Or do you know what I mean? But like, for example, if Spurs turned around and said, do you know what? We're going to go and buy Osimhen, right? For 60 million pounds, but we're going to pay him 350 grand a week. I'd actually say, do you know what? That's ambition. Like, because Osimhen is one of the best strikers on the planet. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a difference.
Power,
when you
pace,
buy,
control.
When you buy a level of player who is at that level, who you know is going to deliver because he is just that good, then I'd say, okay, go and pay them 350 grand a week, right? But until I see Tottenham buying quality, I don't think anything's going to change in this football club. That's why.
Interestingly enough, yesterday's first team, 2 of the players are on loan. 9 of them, the 9 players that have been bought, of those 9 players that have been bought, Frank's bought 2, Conte 3, Ange 3, and Nuno 1. And they cost 340. They cost 340 million.
And,
What's that,
and,
the
and we want the
Slubo?
new manager now to take that over and have all these other managers playing. Honestly, we are.
It's the definition of insanity.
Definition of a Spurs
Really
fan.
We,
Yeah,
do
the
you know
definition
what?
of a Spurs fan.
Dan, whether it's 100 million or not, we need a superstar in midfield.
Yeah,
I
we
have.
do.
Lubo will probably hate me drumming this point. I have said this for
Need more
years.
than one.
Tottenham Hotspur need a midfielder that comes into this club and is the midfielder that everyone, the managers, the coaches, the fans all go, he's our main man.
No, I fully agree, Sam. I fully agree. I've said to you.
Hang on, no argument of should they start week in, week out, but who is our main man? Wolfie, hello.
He had to come today, didn't he? Of course he did.
He snuck in the back door.
Tell us about the midfield that we played yesterday and how happy you were to see Archie play man.
Wait, you played the midfield?
No, we stuck some players there,
Is that what
Wolfie.
those two mannequins were? I couldn't quite figure it out during the match.
Wolfie, the one thing you've got to learn, remember, and I do remember a few weeks ago, you were crying. You were crying. So let's be a little bit humble now that
I was crying yesterday. I was crying with laughter yesterday.
You were
I cry a lot,
you were
man.
crying tears. You were crying when Ange took you into the relegation zone.
Oh my God, man. Savva was crying when he heard Ange was announced at Forest, man. Like, we're men here. We're comfortable with our emotions.
I like crying. You know the difference
We were
is-
crying because we got rid of him to you.
You'd all take him back right now, though, wouldn't you? You'd all take him back for season 3, man.
No.
Yeah, season 3 was meant to be Forest. Unfortunately,
Season 3 got cancelled.
we just wanted
Ange
to stay at Forest because Marinakis would get relegated and Ange would take you down, and then that would shut up all the Spurs, all the Ange sexuals that are still in love with him. But unfortunately,
I wanted Ange to stay for his YouTube revenue.
Man, I wanted Ange to-
YouTube.
Lubo, you
I
can't
didn't-
say
I
that
wanted Ange
anymore.
to say Sean
Obviously,
Dyche
it's called a
don't come in.
francosexual.
Well,
I don't like
I know,
it.
right?
Is
The
that
joys of being in
Wolfie,
certain chat rooms.
On a serious note, Wolfie, what yesterday? What did you make? You said before the game. You said, "What is that midfield?"
Yeah.
That is the midfield. That is the midfield we've got. What did you make of it?
I was in your chat just before I was going live, and when I saw your team sheet, I just knew we were gonna win, man. I'm never really confident for a Forest match because you got your Spursiness, we've got our Forestiness. But when I saw you put Archie Gray in that midfield and Benton
Lubo
washed for 2 years, I was like, Anderson and Sangare versus
just
Archie
levels.
Gray
Levels.
and Benton Core, man. I was like, if Sean Dyche doesn't play long football, this is gonna be like work. And it was. And you know what was funny was, I don't know if you heard Frank's pre-match interview when he was saying how Forest were going to play, and he completely got it wrong. It was like, so I expect all these long balls out to the wide and all this stuff, and they're going to give us the ball. It's literally the opposite of everything he said. So he needs a lot of blame because clearly he read the situation completely wrong. And it was, I was just so, you know what surprised me the most was, okay, the first goal, I mean, what a joke. But it was your reaction, or should I say lack of reaction, to going behind. It was just like, do your players care?
No.
Did they give a damn? Did they have
Are
any
you
respect
scared of
for
any
the
of our
team?
players? Is there any players you watched and thought this guy's scary? You know, like when we had Kane and Son, for example. Is there anyone in Spurs' team you think, God, I wish we had that player at Nottingham Forest?
You know when you have the X, man, it's like, what are you there?
Archie Gray.
It is just the case of the X, Maya settings, isn't it? It's like, oh my God, if Spence or Jono scores at the City grounds.
Well, he was the best player for us yesterday, probably, and that's saying something. Spence was our best player.
Bro, why did he hook him and bring Davis on? I didn't understand that substitution. Like, what is he doing? I just...
We're still holding on to Gentle Ben 8 years too long.
How's he still at the club, man? I thought him and Dyer were the same person, like, and he shipped him away, man.
Both the names on the team sheet.
Wolfie, I want from your point of view, and without all the banter, like honestly, when you look at this Spurs squad, and without the banter and blah blah blah, well done for winning and all that, but
Thank you.
what do you make of it? Because my criticism is, we spoke on the phone earlier, and I said this: there are so many Spurs fans that seem to really rate this squad, Wolfie, and I can't see it. What do you make of it as a rival?
I don't think your squad is that bad, bro. I don't think it's Big Six worthy. Let's be real here. But I don't see this squad as a squad that should be struggling away at Forest. A squad that should be struggling at home like you have this season. It's not elite level. I've seen Spurs with better teams. I've seen Spurs with worse teams. But
Yeah, sure.
It's just not balanced as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. I think like if you break it down into the 3/3, I think your defense is good, but then explain why they're leaking so many goals. I think your weakness is your midfield. It's like ridiculously bad, your midfield. And then I just don't see you with a goal scorer up front. I don't. So there are holes, but every team has holes.
So we've got no
holes in my
midfield,
team.
no left winger, and we don't have anyone who can score goals. But we've got fans who think we should be rocking up to Forest and winning 3-0.
Yeah, no, but
also
at the same
you said
time,
as well-
at the same time, we've had no attack of worthy notice this season. Our top goal scorer is now joint top goal scorer from yesterday. So Hudson-Odoi is on 3 in the league alongside Gibbs White. So we haven't got the firepower.
He took Porro to the cleaners, didn't he?
You said it as well, Wolfie. You said it as well, right? That when you looked at that team sheet and you saw Spurs in the midfield, you just knew you were going to win, right? That is saying something, because I believe where the game is won in midfield, right?
Correct.
And if you haven't got a midfield, I mean, I look at your midfield: Morgan, Gibbs White, Sangari, and Anderson, and that is levels above.
With Douglas
lot of
Luiz on the
teams-
bench, bro. Don't forget.
What's that?
With Douglas Luiz on
And
the bench.
Douglas Luiz on the bench. Those
Mental,
four
innit?
players are better than
Oh,
every single one of our central midfielders at our club, except maybe Paulinho. Paulinho is good at certain role. Right? He's good at the defensive side of the game. His offensive side of the game is not that great. But that's the problem. You need other players to do the jobs that he can't do, and we don't even have that. So
Yeah,
it's like,
but Danny, what I'm saying is, I think you need to know what your squad is, and then the manager needs to be able to work around your squad. So I said Sav earlier, if the midfield is so weak, the easiest fix for a shit midfield is to chuck an extra body in there and make it a 3-man midfield instead of a 2-man midfield. Just to put, some bodies in there to create it to be a little harder to walk through, because we walked
Take
through
away some
them
space.
yesterday.
Hang on, he's done that multiple
Yeah.
times this season, where he's played the DM and 2 box-to-boxes like with Saar and Bergvall, and everyone loses their mind. And this is the problem we've got at the moment.
But it doesn't matter if they lose their mind. Did you win those games?
No, but the problem is we've tried that a loads of times, and the problem is the quality of the Bergvalls and the Greys and the Sars and the Benton. It's not good enough. So we've got the bodies in there, but they get out muscled, they get out worked, they get out passed.
pass a 5-yard ball.
Honestly, I can't remember a midfield. Listen, bearing in mind, I've seen a midfield of Winks and Sissoko. I think a Winks and Sissoko midfield is better than what we're seeing now.
I do too.
That's how bad
I
we've
do
got,
too.
I think, in midfield.
But-
I think it's so bad.
Bring Winks
But
back.
I would say this as well. I don't know if you guys have discussed it. I've been on and off streams. I've caught a couple of minutes here and there. But I think you've got worse as the season has gone on.
Yeah.
And that would be my biggest worry. Because, Sav, you've said it to me. Like, this guy is meant to be a guy who can come in and coach. Was he coached?
But Wolfie, the problem is the squad isn't good enough to play 2 times a week in the Champions League, right? So he's not actually getting any time on the training ground.
He's
Right.
had 3 weeks out of 18 this season.
Okay, did he have a preseason?
Yeah, he had a
Yeah,
pre-season,
yeah,
but then the players were bought
What was he
late.
doing in that preseason?
Yeah, but the players were bought late, Wolfie. The likes
the
of
players
Xavi
were
Simmons.
bought-
How
Yeah,
much time has Xavi Simmons had on the training pitch, Wolfie? Because remember, he came
Okay,
in.
this whole training pitch thing is there are 9 English teams in Europe this season, or 8, or it's 9, isn't it?
How many of them have got a
competition is
brand
9,
new
yeah.
manager?
Hi.
2 of us.
He's saying they
Yeah.
have
We
a
do.
brand new manager.
We do.
Yeah, sure, but you are down low in the table, like we are. right?
Yeah,
So
well,
I'm talking
don't
about-
look at the table yet. Only when you're taking a piss out of Spurs.
But the difference is when you look at it like this, right? Glasner has got that squad drilled over a number of years, right? So they know what they're doing. That squad are well versed, well drilled into how Glasner plays, right?
Well, you
If
say that stuff. Sorry to interject, but Glasner came in. I can't remember what month it was. About February, I think, if I remember rightly, from Roy Hodgson.
The end of the season.
And they were crap when he took them over. Glasner went on an unbeaten game streak, about 10 at the end of that season. He then struggled when they came back, and they had like Mateta was late and things. So there are managers who can come in and hit the ground running if they can see within the squad how to do it.
Wolfie, we are missing so many pieces of this jigsaw, mate. Look, your point about the 9 managers in Europe. If I bring up the league table, right, and we look at who the teams are in Europe, we'll see a bit of a trend here, right? So if we look who's in Europe, let me go up. Where are we? Right. So if we go up, right. So you've got Arsenal in Europe. They've had their manager 6 years, right? Man City are in Europe. They've had their manager, 9 years, right? Aston Villa are in Europe. They've had their manager 3.5, 4 years. Chelsea in Europe. All right. It's Maresca's second season, but his second season, he's had loads of players in those 2 years.
Yeah,
it's his team.
Squad they got.
Right? Crystal Palace.
Yeah,
have had
their team busts
Glasner,
3 levels.
just under 2 years. They all know how he plays. Liverpool, whatever. They're a weird team this year, right? Who else is in Europe? Spurs and Newcastle, the other 2 in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Both having a nightmare season.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, I get you, but when we're talking about time on the training ground, you've got to remember this is a team that finished 17th last year, Wolfie, and got 38 points.
Yeah.
This is a team that needs time on the training ground. This is a team that desperately needs an identity put through to it. So
then you could make the argument, why did you hire Frank? Because he's never had a European campaign where he can juggle these sessions. They probably get 1.5 sessions on average a week on the training ground. Why would you hire someone who needs to rebuild a squad? Huh?
We had Andrew had plenty of European experience. He couldn't juggle the two. The problem is this squad doesn't even have a really good 11, let alone a squad that we can rotate for European games. So, for example, right, I talk about them a lot. I almost support them at this point. When I watch Aston Villa in Europe, right?
Why did I guess you're going to say them?
But Wolfie, when I watch Aston Villa in Europe, they can rotate their front three and play Donny Marlon, Sancho, and Guisan, right? And beat the teams they're playing around them. Yeah. When we're playing in the Champions League, we haven't got anyone to rotate. We don't have good footballers to rotate into this squad.
Yeah.
So we're playing like the same team or roughly the same players every 3 days without a left winger, without a top striker, no midfield, and they're having to play and churn out every 3 days. Mate, some of us...
I'm not saying your squad is good. What I'm saying is your squad is shit and your manager's shit. That's what I'm saying. That I don't think...
At Brentford?
Well, here's the thing with the Brentford thing. Brentford is still fine without him and with a shit squad.
Hang on. Whoa, hang on. See, but this is the thing, Wolfie. I've got to call you out on this. I'm sorry.
Cool.
Everyone who tells me Brentford are fine without him, right? Brentford are worse this season on every metric than they were last season. Second of all, Brentford will always be okay because of what has actually been built over the last 7 to 9 years. And Frank was there for 7 to 9 years. Frank's built everything there with them. He's left that club in a great place. So the new manager coming in hasn't got a mess to pick up. Right? They scout brilliantly. They know their succession plan. They buy players well. They know what they are. They know what they're not. So Keith Andrews is just...
No, I disagree, bro. I disagree because Brentford had their attack ripped up. Sure. That you know what I'm saying? Like, and Brentford, and when I say Brentford are fine, what's Brentford's objective? Survival first, and maybe can we get anywhere near European football? That's their objective, right?
But Brentford right now, again, are 14th, right? So, I mean, what are we judging it by? Are we gonna take a manager's 7-year body of work and belittle it and just pretend he didn't do it?
Well, you can't say that he was the heart and soul and the only reason Brentford did what they did. That's what I'm saying here. Because you could say the same about Harry Potter.
Component. He's the main guy, right? In that component. He's the main guy.
No, I don't know. I don't know their setup in their background. It's like saying the Brighton model, for example. When Graham Potter left, Brighton churned out their next manager. Zerbi didn't struggle. He picked up where he left off. De Zerbi leaves, the new guy comes in.
But that's the point, Wolfie. Brentford are a well-run club for what they are. Spurs.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can't just give Frank all the credit for that.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not. Listen, if you are at a football club for 7 years and you take them from mid-table in the Championship to never ever being in a relegation zone or a relegation battle, when most teams come up and go straight back down, is he not getting credit for that 7 years of what he built at Brentford? Is he not getting credit at all for that?
It's okay. He kept them up. Congratulations. But Brighton did the same thing. Brighton, Marinakis done the same thing with Forest. It's like, it doesn't matter who's in charge. Cooper was in charge. The Nuno was in charge.
A small club like Brentford.
I think we're
really talking to a Brightonian here, so
yeah.
This is mad. Whether people
again, you're selecting from the point. I'm saying it's not a unique situation that Brentford are the only club in the last 20 years to come up from the Championship and stay there, because Fulham have done it, Bournemouth have done it, Forest have done it, Brighton have done it.
I didn't say it was, but you've got to remember when Thomas Frank took over Brentford, they had like one of the lowest salary wages in the Championship. They weren't fancy to go up. He gets them promoted. Then every year I'm told they're going to get relegated. Keeps losing his best players. They keep scouting well. He keeps developing players. Look how many players Thomas Frank has developed in the last 7 years that have gone on to big clubs.
Okay.
How is he getting no credit for this work? Is mad.
I haven't said no credit, have I? I've just said we don't know how much of the credit is his. That's my point. There is credit.
Ivan Toney, Damsgaard.
Is he the one who scouted them?
He's got to be part of the.
Because I'll tell you what, Tony was at Peterborough, which is my local team. He was the talk of the town. Everyone knew Tony was going to go on and do things. I wanted him at Forest. So he's taken a raw talent, and that raw talent has developed. Okay. Now, but would it have still developed anyway in any other team?
Yeah, but he's done that with. Hang on. This last window, everyone is screaming for Mbeumo. He did that with Mbeumo. Wissa, Tony, Watkins, right? Nico.
How good were they before they went to Brentford in terms of their potential?
They went to Brentford for hang on, what are we doing? Listen, I'm not saying Frank's the greatest manager, right? But can we not give any credit for people?
I haven't said he's getting no credit, Sav, because you could say it about Bowen. Bowen was at Hull and then went to West Ham. West Ham
he's done it repeatedly. Like repeatedly, he's done it.
No, he went from Hull to West Ham.
Yes. No one's saying.
So you will see these players that make jumps up, and it doesn't be Bowen is what my point is. Some of these players are natural talents. Now, it doesn't matter what manager you put in front of them, they're going to develop and they're going to show their class, right?
Sure, but I mean, if that's the case, then no manager gets any credit for coaching.
I didn't say don't give him any credit.
No, but that's essentially what you're saying. That's essentially what you're saying, right? So it was just Brentford got really lucky with Tony, Watkins, and Mbeumo. Who was the other one there? Neil Maupay got a move, didn't he? He got a big move to Everton.
Left back, Rico, what's his face? Henry?
Yeah. How many players has this manager done it with, right? And
but you missed the initial point. Did he scout them, or were they given to him?
Well, he's going to be part of the team that look at the players, and they all do it together, don't they?
Exactly. So he's part of the sum, not the sum.
I'm not. I just feel like when we're saying he's a shit manager, ask Brentford fans where they were 7 years ago to where they were when he left, right? That is a great body of work that he's done. And I think he can be really proud of that. Not many managers do that with average teams from the Championship to what he's left them in. Doesn't mean he's the greatest manager in the world, but come on, we've got to give some credit, like for what people are doing good.
I've not discredited him. I just think. Hold on.
Everything.
I said I think he's shit because I don't think he's right for Spurs. This is the point. I liken him to Potter. That's the point I'm making here. Potter did a similar body of work. Whatever amount of credit you want to give each of them, feel free to. But it's a similar trajectory. Potter then goes to Chelsea and can't handle it. Now, Chelsea are...
Can we have context? Can we have some context? Right? Potter goes to a Chelsea who were in utter disarray, right? Utter disarray with the new owners that had just taken over at the football club, didn't know anything about running a club, right? He's thrown in and yeah, he's not good enough. Like there's got to be context. There's got to be context.
So the context for what's his name now? Frank going to Spurs, where you were in disarray, you finished 17th, lost 22 games. You've had your what's his face, Levy go. Do you know what I'm saying? So there are little similarities you can write between those two. So the thing is, I just don't think he's the kind of manager that can handle the expectation of your fan base, whether or not you agree with the expectation of your fan base.
Right, but those two things have to go together, Wolfie, because it's all well and good Spurs fans having an expectation, but I see loads of our fans that think we should be in top 4, Wolfie. That their expectations with this squad is top 4. My expectation with this squad is what? Like, so listen, this isn't about, as I said to you on the phone earlier, Wolfie, if he goes, he goes, right? It is what it is. But if we're going to give the manager 4 months and no transfer windows to do anything, then how can we ever turn around and go, well, the job was too big for him? Or this next manager, whoever we get in, Wolfie, is going to struggle with these players. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
We all know it.
I'm going to go.
Everyone on this panel knows it. The new manager will struggle if he is not backed and given better players.
Wolfie, can I just ask you something?
Go for
Wait a minute. Wolfie, can I ask you something here, right? What are Nottingham Forest? Are they attacking or defensive? Because this season, yeah, right, I look at them as a defensive. Me personally, I look at them as a defensive side.
Oh,
That's
we just
why
changed
I
the
think they did
subject.
well under Nuno, right? But and then when they went attacking here with Ange, right, you couldn't win a game for Toffee, yeah. You lost all 8 games here. When you went back to defensive Dutch, yeah, right, you started winning games again. So I think you're more of a defensive side. Tottenham Hotspurs have no personality. They don't know if they're attacking or defensive. You've got players from attacking managers, defensive managers, all congregate together, yeah. So there is no plan whatsoever in the football club. So whoever manager comes in there, right, it's got a mismatch of players at their disposal. But at least you had a progression plan, because despite your 8 games with Ange, right, your team was always set up for a defensive manager to come in there and just do the job properly. That's why when Morgan Gibbs-White saw Ange leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was like, thank goodness, yeah, Ange is gone. That's what I looked at.
I kind of
I'm going to say this about the Graham Potter thing, right?
Go on.
Graham Potter took over at Brighton after Chris Hughton steadied his ship at Brighton. He took over, got Brighton competing, and got his move to Chelsea that were in disarray. So Graham Potter's whole body of work is just null and void because he went to Chelsea.
Yeah, but then he then goes to West Ham.
Right nowism, Corey, it's right nowism, right? Like the point Philly's just made, right, is an excellent one. Lubo came on just now and told us, even from this 11 that we saw play this weekend, there were players from Nuno that Nuno bought, players that Conte bought, players that Ange bought, players that Frank bought, players that Poch bought, and players that Jose bought. This squad is just a mismatch with no players have been bought with any identity in mind, right? And our fan base want the manager to come in and create an identity with lots of different mismatch of players within 4 months. People saying 6 months. The season starts in August, right? End of August through to mid-December. September, October, November, December. It's 4 months, right? He's got to have some time. At least the time to be able to turn around and go, yeah, it didn't work. But one transfer window, Wolf, are we really saying one transfer window where he's been given 2 players on a permanent basis is enough to say you are not the right man? And if that is the case, Wolfie, if that is the case, this is a dangerous precedent, mate. This is a dangerous precedent because it means every manager now gets 20 games and we go, shit, get out. This is a dangerous precedent to set.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there. Firstly, you got to make the decision if whether or not you think if you do give him another transfer window that he can change anything. That's the key, and that's what your board needs to decide. Your board are tight ass, right? So for them to, I've seen 100 million being floated around in the Spurs fan base. I don't know if that's true or not, but for them to invest 100 million, they've got to be confident enough that this guy and the players they get are going to be able to perform on the pitch. Now, the evidence so far from the season that started isn't that great for you guys. You're sitting 11th, 12th, wherever you
what
are.
happens if you give him what if you give him the players he needs and the missing pieces? Then
Okay,
doesn't
but
that
Sav,
spiral change?
I think you would say you need at least 6 pieces minimum.
Mate, I think we need. I would keep
more
5
than
or
that.
6 of this entire squad, Wolfie.
Okay, but
Yeah.
let's call it 6.
Yes,
Just as
I think we
for
need
a
a left
number.
back. I think we need a left back. I think we need 2 new centre midfielders. I think we need a left winger, and I think we need a striker just to get us back to some sort of competence.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's my
And a
2
goal-
points on it.
And a
I don't
goalkeeper.
think you can do that in a window if you're talking about signing the quality you need. But let's assume you could do it in the window. Then the next narrative comes into play. He needs time to gel the squad. This squad needs to settle. Some have come from foreign leagues. Some will need to get used to it and what have you. Either way, even if you get the players, people have already made their mind up on Frank in your fan base. The narrative, for those of you who back Frank, you will say these players need 6 months to settle, get them a preseason. That will be the buzzword in the January window. They're going to need a preseason to all settle in. For those of you who want Frank out, you're going to be like, he's been backed, he's been given his players, and the results are still shit. Or we're not seeing the identity or the improvement on the team. My point here is Frank is becoming too toxic for your fan base. And sometimes, whether you want him
these
or
fans,
not,
Wolfie. These fans are idiots, honestly. Spurs fans.
but
They're
I've
idiots.
been saying it for 30 years, bro.
Yeah,
I'm glad you lot are finally seeing what I've seen, man.
mate, I've been seeing it for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. But
go on,
my
sorry, go
point,
on.
my point is, if the manager becomes divisive, that's the problem. So if I give you an Ange example, when Ange came in, he had no chance at Forest because the majority of the fan base, most of them didn't want Nuno to go on the footballing pitch, and secondly, no one really rated Ange. So his back was up against the wall. It's never going to end well.
Okay, so Wolfie, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. I've said all along, right? Contrary to belief, if Frank goes, I can't believe I'm saying this again. If Frank goes, he goes. If he's sacked, he's sacked. We're grown-ups. He goes, boo-hoo. He's got, I don't know, what, £10 million in payoff, lucky bastard, whatever it is, right? My worry isn't that, Wolfie. My worry is what you just said about the Spurs fans. Who is the one guy that comes in and unites us and makes everyone happy with the style, because everyone seems to want something different. So, Wolfie, what I'm saying is, you might say Frank's got toxic now. In 4 months' time, the new manager will be toxic as well, because somebody won't be happy with the style of play, or somebody won't be happy that he doesn't
Depends
play.
on who it is.
Okay, so I'm asking you. So, who is that guy?
Bro, if it was me, I'd put Sam Allardyce in charge just for the
right,
jokes.
so let's
But
be serious.
joking
Who is
aside,
that guy?
one, it's not really for the Spurs fans to answer, because you'll come up with different names. But if you want names that would unite you, wait, hold on. But you got to understand, Sab, it's like if I'm going to break up with my missus, I'm not going to sit there and think, who am I going to go to next before I break up with her? You get me? It's like, it's come to the decision and I'm in an abusive relationship.
Hang on. No, because in life, human beings are allowed to be single. Football clubs have to have a manager. So you can't just say, stack him, don't worry about
There is a thing called caretakers, bro.
Sure, but
Ryan Mason, you know what I'm saying? But look, anyway, but the point I was going to make, if you want someone to unite your fan base, I know who you should get.
Go on.
And I don't, well, it's come to me now.
Oh my God, go on.
Number 22, striker. Irish.
Robbie Keane.
Robbie Keane.
Yeah, someone else said that today.
Would you guys not take him? He's doing a good job with
it would listen, Robbie Keane would be feel-good factor because he's an ex-hero, right? But right now,
exactly.
Okay, let me give you this example, Wolfie. And by the way, love Robbie Keane. What a player. We don't sign players like that anymore.
He's doing a good job now as well.
Sure, but if Robbie Keane's name was David Smith and he was managing where he's managing, not one person in the fan base would go, that's the guy we need. That's the credentials. He will come in, Robbie Keane, and then people will start going, yeah, but he's only managed in Hungary and Israel?
Crete.
No.
Feather National. They are hungry. They are hungry. Yeah.
Faros in Hungary and
Yeah, hungry.
Maccabi Tel Aviv.
Maccabi Tel Aviv, right?
Yeah.
So Robbie Keane for me, by the way, right? Listen, I don't care who the manager is. I've got to say this, Wolfie. I'm at the stage now. I don't care which manager goes in next, but the fans will be on that manager's back the moment we have a bad run.
Not Robbie Keane's. Not Robbie Keane's.
Mate, they will. They did.
No. My point is, Robbie Keane. Wait, hold on. Robbie Keane. Would Robbie Keane be given more rope? Would Robbie Keane be given more rope than John Smith coming in?
Only for sentimental reasons, and that's not the right.
Okay,
reason.
but that's what you need right now. Look, if you look at what Forest done, bringing Daesh in. Okay, I didn't want Daesh, but what did Forest do? They spun the PR.
Sentimental. Sorry, aren't I the opposite of sentimental here?
Yeah, but Savva, this club is sentimental FC. Eric Dyer, Ben Davis coming on the pitch yesterday. That's how sentimental this.
Ryan Mason will be back soon. But do you
That's
get my
point? The contract.
You can see how tired Wolfie is because Wolfie's been cooking Spurs fans all day. You can hear it in his voice. He's like,
bro, I won't ever get tired of it. But my point here is this: look what Forest did with Daesh. Everyone knows what Daesh is. Okay, he's just that manager that you firefight with and what have you. Forest spun him like he was coming back as a club legend, and everyone brought into it. He brought Ian Wone with him, Steve Stone with him. They showed all the goals again, the Ian Wone free kicks against Spurs, all that stuff, and built it up like you would have thought he won the European Cup with Cloughie. That bought him the time to start to sort things out. My point here is you can't be going for a Glasner or an Iriola if you do sack Frank. You have to go for someone that the fans will buy in to allow him time. Now, Robbie Keane, I think, has started impressively. And I actually think Spurs need a manager who's young and up and coming. Okay. You've done the Conte. You've done the Mourinho. You need this up and coming. You guys need to stop thinking that you need to compete with Arsenal, with Man City and whatever, and build from the ground up. If you were to trust in one of these, younger managers, and this guy's perfect because he's young, he's building his career, and he's connected to Spurs. It would work.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I have been a Tottenham fan for 43 years. I know how this fan base works. And your theory, in theory, it's great. In reality, they would turn on Robbie Keane the same way we would with any other manager if we went through a spell like this that we're having with Frank now under Robbie Keane, right?
Yeah,
they
but
will.
2 points.
They will.
2 points. One, he gets more rope. And secondly, his style of play is fucking better than Frank's. And I think that style of play is more important to Spurs fans than trophies.
Wolfie, you've got to have the players to play the style of play. You said it yourself yesterday. Look how shit our midfield is, and we've got no forwards.
Yeah, but Sav,
what style of play is an attacking manager going to implement without the players?
I'm not saying you, but fans have more tolerance when they see the style of play they like and can take losses that way. You can accept a loss if you can see a means to an end. My problem with Frank right now, from a Spurs perspective, is I don't know what style of play you lot play. I don't know what yesterday was. I couldn't, if I was a Spurs fan, relate to the identity that Frank is trying to put into this team. You played against Arsenal, you started with a back three. You started the second half of that with a back four. You played against Forest, I don't know what you played. You played against Brentford, you look different and better. There's no consistency with the style of play under Frank. I think that's the root of the concern. It doesn't matter if you think the players are good enough or not, but if you see a direction.
Yeah, but do you think he's tinkering because he doesn't trust the players, Wolfie? Do you think he's tinkering here because he doesn't trust the players that he's got at his disposal? He's thinking, if I play a 3 at the back here, right, I might get something. If I play a 4 at the back, I might get another result. If I play this player here or this player there, because right now I think he's still searching for his best. Like Savva says most of the time, yeah, I think he's searching for his best 11. And that's the problem to me, yeah, because he doesn't have a best 11. Because I don't think anyone in the squad.
He was asked the other day, wasn't he, about the left wing? And he went, yeah. He said, I've not found the solution there. He said, no one's made the place there. He doesn't have a proper left winger. He doesn't have a proper striker. He's got a really crap midfield. His fullbacks aren't actually fullbacks, right? But we want him to implement a style where we play really nice attacking football.
Yeah, but you can't say because he hasn't got a left winger, he can't implement his philosophy and his style because of that one position.
No, I'm sure I just named about 5 positions. Like
no, you said he said. No, you said he said about the left side, yeah.
Only because he was asked about the left wing position. But this is the problem, Wolfie. If you don't buy what you need, right? If you don't buy what you need, to play good, attractive attacking football, you've got to have technical players all over the park, right? We don't buy that. We've not bought that. We've bought runners. All of our midfielders are runners. Our wingers are runners. We've not, other than Kudus, right, and Maddison, who is obviously out for the year, none of them are technical. None of them are hold the ball up, quick first touch, interchange of pass. None of them are those players. They are all runners with the ball. Star.
But you're doing the chicken and the egg thing, aren't you? You're living in this platonic universe where he has to have almost a perfect squad to be able to then put his philosophy in. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's what it's coming across as.
Could we at least get a first 11?
But we're holding on to too many philosophies from managers past. 6 years.
That's on Frank then. If you're holding on to too many philosophies, that's on Frank. Did Ange pick up the philosophy of Conte? No.
No, and that's why we lost nearly every week.
Yeah, but Corey, you're saying he's holding on to these philosophies. That's on him. If you're holding on to these philosophies, that's on Frank. Because even Ange, as shit as he was, he didn't have to hold on to anyone's philosophy. He came in, demanded his philosophy, whether or not you agree with it or not. But at least Ange had a clear vision and a clear direction and a clear identity. Frank has none of those at Spurs.
Sorry, Ange's identity was just no defense playing on the halfway line. Like that's not an identity. That's just
it's a shit identity, bro. But it's an identity. At least you can describe it. If I ask you to describe Frank's, you can't describe it.
Sure, but we've seen from Brentford what he wants to do. Right, we've seen, right? But the funny thing is, at Brentford, he had better attacking players than he's got at Tottenham. How sad is that?
No, but he's managing you guys. His mindset for me is too much Brentford mindset. And what I mean by that is when he played at Brentford, he would play the opposition. Whereas I would expect Spurs to go to most games. I'm not saying go to bloody Highbury, what's it called now, Emirates, and play the Spurs way. Obviously, you have to adapt for certain teams. I think he adapted even yesterday for Forest, and he adapted wrong because he called it wrong. My point here is, where's his identity that says this is my team and this is the direction I want to go in? That's what I'm not seeing with him. Now, can that develop? Of course it can. You could argue, bring the players in and he can develop it, but there's not even the embryonic stage for me. I've seen about 7 or 8 Spurs games in full this season. Every single one is different.
I agree.
That's true.
But I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you, and the comment somebody just made is other fan bases don't seem to understand just how poor some of these players have been under a number of managers, right? This is, if we're seeing the players play that bad for Conte, and then they're playing that bad for Mason and Stellini, and then they're playing that bad for Ange, and they're playing that bad for Frank, at what point are we going to turn around and go, the players have to take a huge slice of the pie here? Like, I get it. Frank needs to take a lot of blame, and the managers will always take the blame. But at what point are we going to acknowledge that these players are not good enough to play this attacking football that people want to see? Did anyone see yesterday? The ball was played into Richarlison. Did anyone see this? And his first touch,
shinned it forward.
Matt, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with players who can't control a football. Right?
And that's a worrying precedence, isn't it?
Well, we lose control of the ball. We lose control of the ball more than anyone else in the league this season.
If you can't control a ball and pass it, you should be in the first team.
See, now you guys are starting to get to the root of the problem here. And I'm glad I could help. This is my gift for the 3 points yesterday.
I could help.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wolfie.
The root of your problem is you're either on this side.
Jackie like that.
Yeah, you're either on this side or you're on this side. This side it's Frank's fault. This side is the player's fault. Okay. The accountability is on both. And there's
Of
too
course,
much, and
it's in the
it's
middle.
not just the Spurs thing. It's not just the Spurs thing. This is across the board, right? Because if Forest lose, it's the players' fault. If Forest win, Dyche is the Messiah. Okay, this is a whole fan base thing. This is a footballing thing. This wasn't really a thing back when we were growing up, Sav. I don't know how old everyone else is, but you know what I'm saying? Like, we never broke games down like this. You just got annoyed if you lost. You got happy when you won. You didn't blame the manager and the players separately. They were part of one unit. But this goes to underline even further how disconnected your fans are to your players, to your manager, to your board. The issues are so deep in Spurs that Frank being here or not, or better players being here or not, isn't going to fix this issue. I think Spurs needs minimum 10 years. And that's after you burn it down and, you know, rebuild the foundations. It's so bad at Spurs. And I don't think people understand that. Now, can you pave over the cracks with a good manager and good players? Yes, you can.
Understand that. And that is why you have to give someone...
I'm saying your fan base, bro. Your fan base does not understand it.
Oh, yeah, the fan base don't, because let's be brutally honest, right? And it's not often I listen to Matt Law, Wolfie, but Matt Law said this, right? I'll show you again for anyone that missed this earlier. This is what Matt Law said, and I think he's absolutely spot on. We seem to think that changing a manager is going to change everything. But look, this is absolutely spot on. He said Spurs have no identifiable culture. Until that is built and set, then constantly changing head coaches will barely scratch the surface of what needs fixing. Firing Frank won't put the club back into Tottenham. And this is the problem. What I think will happen, Wolfie, I've said this over and over again. I think a new manager will come in. He will get an immediate bounce because players are up for it. And then we will naturally settle straight back into, well, the players aren't good enough. They're not playing well because we've not given any time to build a culture, build an identity, have some transfer windows, train on the... This is the problem. So sacking a manager 4 months in doesn't fix it. In the long term, it fixes people feeling bad in the short term. It's the equivalent of taking an aspirin when you need surgery. It will make it better for a few hours, but in the long run...
Sav, there are managers that can change clubs. Like, if you look at, and I hate them more than I hate Spurs. If you look at Man U, they had the Glazers, but they had Fergie in charge, and Fergie could glaze it. Now, I know I'm going to the extreme example of who a good manager is, okay? But some managers can and have that persona and respect that they can walk into a club and the club builds itself around that manager. You're kind of seeing that at Arsenal now to a certain extent with Arteta, right? So I think maybe you need to ask yourself the opposite question. I get what you're saying. New manager comes in, 3-4 months down the line, you're in that same spinny circle. But what if they get it right? What if there is a manager who can change it? Because it comes back to this question.
We've had 6 managers in 6 years, Wolfie.
Okay, look at Chelsea. How many managers did they run through, and how many trophies did they pick
there's
up?
a huge difference at Chelsea. Chelsea pour billions of pounds into it and will buy top footballers. Tottenham go, it's not worked. The new manager will get more out of these old crappy players again.
But money spent doesn't necessitate decent quality players. We're seeing that, like with Wirtz, for example.
Hang on. Look at Chelsea, right? They look at their midfield. Caicedo and Fernandes are quality players. What was that? 230 million between them, right?
Okay, but then not.
Spurs
But
where
but again, in terms of perspective, Chelsea should be spending that money to be challenging and winning the league. They're not.
I don't doubt it, but the problem we've got is this chopping and changing managers hasn't. Barry, Nick, let me bring you in. We can all. I get what Wolfie's saying, but this hasn't worked for us for decades. Why is it going to suddenly work now? Like if we bring in a new manager right now, in your opinion, Nick, what changes in the long run, or is it just a short, sharp boost of adrenaline?
Well, we need something, because I don't know what we are anymore. I mean, I went with Danny to the Fulham game, and I hadn't been for God knows how long, and it's like it got worse. It hasn't even nothing's changed. It's actually got worse. And then, like what Wolfie was saying about Frank being toxic and everything else, in the fact that he's saying, calling out the fans. He's not trying to do anything that wins anyone over. He's actually
that's true.
He's actually pissing people off.
Do you feel connected to him, Barry? Do you feel connected to Frank?
No. After that Fulham game, I literally went on a massive. Me and Danny went on a massive rant, like saying, "Who the f does he think he is?" Calling out the fans after serving up what he served up. Do you know what I mean? The same with Porro. Porro's sitting there giving it the Billy Big bollocks, like, "Oh, come on, you know, you should be cheering me." Well, how about you do something on the pitch that makes me want to cheer you, mate? Because at the moment, he's just awful. They're all stealing a living. Now, you can argue and sit there and say these players are better. I don't think they are, if I'm honest. I think we saw 10 minutes against Fulham after we scored, and then we saw a little bit of effort, and then we saw Romero do his, the slowest bicycle kick I've ever seen at Newcastle, and do these types of things, right? And we see it in patches. But instead of seeing it, look, we're not asking for 100% of the time, maybe 70% of the time. We're not even seeing it 10% of the time.
Yeah.
And then the manager, you saw what Spence did again on the bench, like when he came off and then he was sat there. There's that picture of him like going like that when Frank's trying to say something, and the players aren't bought into him. And look, we've said it all along that these players will get these managers sacked, but the manager is not doing things to help him or the fans or the club or to try and engage it. And I think that's the issue.
So what's the solution?
Well, I can tell you what the solution is, but you don't like it.
Give me a solution.
Okay, the solution is very simple. It's very simple. You can't sack 22 players. You can sack one manager. So whatever, even if you don't think it's the right solution, that is the solution. That's the problem with the way football works right now.
That's not a solution. What's the solution is the manager's gone. What's the solution now? What are we doing?
You get a new manager. If he works, good. If he doesn't, then you go to the next one. It's a cycle.
The new manager's going to get more out of them than Ange and Frank. This attitude these players have got is suddenly going to disappear. They're suddenly going to be much better play. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. And somebody's just sent me this, right? Somebody's just sent me this. And I think this is quite interesting. I won't say who. They said, nothing has changed from Conte's rant. He said, he was spot on. We can keep changing managers. Nothing will change. Yet here we are after 4 months demanding another manager goes. And listen, as I said, if he gets sacked, he gets sacked. But I'm telling you, we'll be here in 4 months. We'll be here in 4 months doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm going to take it further than that. Sorry about this, Wolfie. I'm going to take it further than that. I'm going to go back to Mourinho, because Mourinho, bless him, gave a wicked quote, Savva, and it's different managers, same players, same results. So for anyone out there, if you ever break that down, it's the same rant that Conte gave. It's just in those few words, Mourinho summed up Tottenham in a heartbeat. And so it seems to, and Wolfie, you said it earlier, a manager can come in there and change he can't do that. We had Mourinho and Conte, both big managers coming to the club here, but it's up to the club here to back them and give. You can bring a horse to water, Wolfie, but you can't make it drink. And as soon as they come into the club here, right, the club, it's on the club here to back them, but the club didn't back them. So what was the point in hiring them? That was always my issue, Wolfie. So I'm looking at what you said, and I'm thinking you can bring the manager in, but the club ain't going to back him. So what's the point in bringing the manager in?
When you say they're not going to back him, what do you mean?
They're not going to give him what he needs in terms of player level that he needs to be successful, Wolfie. All they're going to do
hold on. Are they not going to give him the cash? Are they going to give him the cash in the transfer window?
We don't know yet. We don't know.
Okay, but we can assume, can't we, that at some point Spurs are going to spend money in a transfer window?
Sure. We always spend money.
And usually you spend quite healthy. You spend it on crap, but you spend quite healthy, don't you? You spent a lot under Ange, for example.
But it's not about the money. It's the players that they bring in. The level of quality they bring in is abysmal, Wolfie. They want to go play down in the relegation zone, buying pigeons from Everton. Well, we all seen him at Watford and Everton before that. He's not a good player. We've seen Solanke. There was a reason that he was at Bournemouth.
Who's in charge of your recruitment? I don't know, obviously, as an outsider.
Lang and Paratici, both of them, are as bad as each other, but we've got to look forward to that in January, both of them together.
How many managers have they seen? How many managers have they seen?
Right. So Lang and Paratici, if I'm not wrong, have overseen this club for 5 years between them, if I'm not wrong. Right? Yeah. Roughly 5 years between them. In that time, we've had 6 managers, right? And unfortunately, Wolfie, you are right. We spend healthily. We do. We spend, when people go, oh, ENIC didn't spend. The problem isn't spending.
Most, isn't it?
It's who we spend it on. We go and buy cheap. We go and buy lazy. We go and buy young, right? And I think the point that Philly is making here, tell me if I'm wrong, is we can go and bring in like we bought in Conte and Jose, but we can't buy the players that a Conte or Jose needs to win.
Right.
We can't buy that level of player. So
Well,
a Conte
Savva.
or Jose is pointless. And this is going to be the same thing. A lot of people in the chat are going on about Klopp. Now, Klopp has said he won't manage any other team other than Liverpool and England. But let's assume Klopp comes. If Klopp comes to Spurs, Klopp's going to have an absolute shock and want to get rid of 23 of these 25 players, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That means Spurs will need to go and spend big. And we will need to buy really, really good players. Are those really, really good players going to come to Tottenham? How long are we going to give Klopp? I don't know. But
Klopp
there
doesn't
has to be a
demand that.
plan. You can't
Just
sack
a
him
quick-
without a plan. There's got to be
Who did
some
Klopp
can't.
take over from at Liverpool? Was it Brendan Rodgers?
Also,
Was
hold
it
on,
that one?
Wolfie. Before you say anything, right?
Well,
Was it Savva? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't
Yeah.
Ange bring in? Was it 19 players or something like this?
Ange
Was
had
it 18
19
players?
players and 400 million pounds. Yeah.
19 players is nearly a whole squad. That says it all. And look at the level of players that he brought in compared to what.
yo, Danny,
could've-
you trying to
It's
impress me,
nuts.
bro? I brought in 14 in the last transfer window. At 19, don't you know? It's like fucking change to me, bro.
All right, Shania, explain.
Wolfie, can I say I'm not? Listen, as I said, it's not about boo-hoo. We must keep Frank at all costs. But it's just at what stage are we going to stop playing this game? Like at what stage?
You never will, Sav.
Hang on, Wolfie.
Ever.
Hang on. So I ask this to everyone: if the new manager comes in and in 4 months we're playing the same or the results are the same,
Sack
what do
him.
we do? Do
You
we then
sack
sack
him.
that manager and we go again? Are we
That's
then
the
going
game.
to realise that it might be a lot on the players as well as them? Like I don't know. I don't know the answer.
But that's the
But
game,
this
Sav.
isn't about dying on a hill for Thomas Frank, because I agree with Nick. I agree with what Nick said. He's not endearing himself, but we did this with Ange. It all started so well with Ange, and oh my God, look at his press conferences. He's lovely. And then after about 3 months, we're like, bloody hell, this guy's horrible in press conferences, not endearing himself to the fans. Why, whilst the Jed Spences, the Poros, the Romeros, they just get away with this attitude with every manager. They just get away with it, get away with it, get away with it. And then we go, look, the manager's lost the players. All right. So the new manager comes in. You watch. How long until we get the first? The players aren't playing for him. Or
Okay, I'm
the
going to say a
manager
name and you're
playing.
going to laugh.
3 weeks.
I'm going to say a
Go on.
name and you're going to laugh, right?
Go on.
Ten Hag. Because he came in and he got rid of Ronaldo, didn't he? He beefed up with Ronaldo. He got rid of. If you want a manager who's going to come in
Funny.
and just, I can't keep a straight face. But
Ten
that's
Hag.
kind of, forget the name, but that's what you're asking for, I think, Sav. You want a manager who's strong enough to say,
I can tell
you
I'm
can't be in
definitely
my
not
squad.
Ten Hag.
Give me Nagelsmann.
Wait,
That's
wait,
right.
if we're looking for people out of work, what about Chris Hughton?
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that name in front of me.
Gus Poyet.
He nearly relegated
Look,
us.
We can chuck whatever name we want. So I put a poll in the chat, right? Just a little while ago, right? I just said only 178 votes because I changed the poll. It was like, who would be your next choice for manager? And I just put in Poch, Iriola, Glasner, someone else, right? Someone else. Poch has got 35%, Iriola 6%, Glasner 19%, someone else 41%. Now I'll tell you why this is funny. When I did a poll about 2 months ago, when people first started talking about Frank out, do you know who was the overwhelming favourite in the fan base?
Iriola.
Was Iriola of Bournemouth. And isn't it funny? Iriola from Bournemouth is now what? They've won 1 in 10?
They're
1 in
getting
9?
relegated. I said
Right?
it when they were
And
third.
now all of a
Favourite of the
sudden,
month was worn off.
now all of a sudden, he's not flavour of the month. So this is my point. That who the fans want, let's say Wolfie, right now, right? What is it? Nearly 4:30, and we've been going for 6
shit,
hours,
man.
right?
Yeah.
Nearly, right?
Might as well turn it into a charity
right.
stream today.
5 p.m. on a Monday afternoon, right? Thomas Frank is sacked, Wolfie. The fan base will all have a different idea of who they want and the style of play, and they'll all back that manager, blah, 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 blah. This manager, look what he's done for whoever's
And it'll be
flavoured.
Ryan Mason.
When that manager comes in and we start seeing them struggle, Wolfie, all the excuses will come out that we're seeing. It will either be Frank's Iriola's only ever done it at Bournemouth. Spurs is too big for him. Or it will be Glasner. Oh, his football is really pragmatic. Or, Xavi, he's trying to play tiki-taka. We keep giving the ball away. He's got to adapt.
But aren't you just doing that now anyway? That's what you're describing that could happen is what's happening in your fan base now.
Right. But that's the point. So if you're going to change manager to have it happen again, like we're just going to be in this vicious cycle every 6 months.
But Sav, it will happen again. This is the thing I don't think you're making your peace with. I think if you brought in Pep, there would be a percentage in the fan base who didn't want Pep or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? There's always going to be that thing in the fan base. I've never seen a fan base that's unanimously behind a manager 100%. It just doesn't happen. This is football. But it doesn't matter if half your chat want Iraola or Glasner or whatever.
It's not about the chat. The problem is, Wolfie, they will start piling the pressure on the next manager the moment something goes wrong, right? And if we do that, my point is, Wolfie, if we do that after every 4 to 6 months, right, no one's ever going to get time to build and grow.
But no one is allowed time.
But we need time. It needs time. Whether that's Frank or someone else, somebody has to get. Surely, Nick, you're a sensible chap. Surely, whoever it is going to need time at some point. We're not giving.
Yeah, they're going to need time, but they look at what's happening at Liverpool. They won the league last year, and they all want slot out.
Exactly. Here's the thing. Do you know what gives you time?
500 million in the window.
There's only one thing that gives you time.
What I've just sent you, it's already starting. Thomas Frank is facing internal doubts, but sources insist there'll be no knee-jerk reaction to the loss at Forest.
Sources? What? KP? Heinz?
It's already started. It's already started.
So it's this article, right? So it says Tottenham head coach Thomas Frank is facing internal doubts, but sources insist there'll be no knee-jerk reaction to the loss at Forest. There is a sense that his position is under no immediate threat.
There you go.
Do you think
well, then come out from the
come
board
out
then.
and say this like
It's bollocks. Because every single manager is 3 losses away from being talked about, being the sack. Here's the bottom line. Okay, this is why I don't have much sympathy with Thomas Frank. Every single manager who's in the Premier League knows the only way they get time is if what, boys? The one thing they can do to give themselves time, win fucking matches.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. So this is the game. Whether or not we like it or dislike it, or we want a project or want to give someone 2 years, this industry does not allow that. It's as plain as simple as that.
But this club needs it. This is the problem. Is we have been so badly run for years that if we don't go through that at some point, Wolfie, I'm not disagreeing with you. This is the industry. But at some point, what are we hoping then? That someone in 6 months magically turns the club around and we go, oh, that was amazing. Somebody needs time. Somebody, right?
Yeah.
Somebody. Look at all the successful teams, right? Look at Man City.
But Savva,
9 years. Arteta's been at Arsenal 6 years, right?
Done nothing.
You're saying done nothing from a winning perspective, but in terms of right now, how many clubs in the country would swap to be in Arsenal's position with their squad?
Yeah, bro. But
Everyone,
again, Arsenal, for them, it's not acceptable to go 6 years or 21 years without a title. This is the thing.
I'm not talking about winning a trophy. I'm talking about the club. Whether they get over the line or not is down to Arteta, right? But the club is in the healthy position to do it. I think we all agree as fans, Arsenal have to win the league this year. Otherwise, Arteta has failed, right? He's had 6 years and at 1.2 billion. I'm not talking about the winning a trophy, Wolfie. I'm talking about Spurs need to get back to a place where we look like a club. Because we must be one of the only clubs in the world that can win a European competition whilst being an absolute shambles, having no identity and being a complete mess on and off the pitch.
Yeah, but have you asked yourself this? Because I don't think Arteta gets sacked if he doesn't win the league this season, unless if he gets top 4. Okay, I think the fans will want him sacked because I think Arsenal's board, their objective is finance Champions League secured. Now, when I look at Spurs, have you guys asked yourself what are the internal objectives of what they want from Spurs? Now, we saw, was it Levy coming out saying, yes, we want to be challenging for the league and the Champions League and winning this and that and the other. All PR spin. Bottom line is, these clubs that are owned by the owners that are currently there, it's why I love Marinakis. They just care about the Champions League money and the league position. which gets you into the Champions League. Everything else they tell us as fans is utter bollocks. Is
But
utter
if that's
bollocks.
what our owners want, you need to buy the players that can get you into the Champions League. Right?
Yeah.
Not
But
sneaking in
at a minimum level.
of the Europa League. This squad is not ready for the Champions League. So if that is what they want, Wolfie, you got to go and buy the players to compete with City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Villa.
No, you
Luton.
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. What you need to do, is have a squad that's good enough to get fit. You don't need to be competing with Man City and Arsenal. You got to be good enough to be better than the team in sixth. Your squad
I
has
agree.
to be good enough.
We are currently not one of the best 5 teams in this country. The squad is not one of the best 5.
Yeah, I agree. But I'd also say the
So
manager
if
is
they
one
want,
of the
if
best.
they want
players.
Champions League, go and buy Champions League level footballers.
Yeah, but I'm saying, when they assessed the squad at the start of the summer, would they have thought that they'd done enough to get into the Champions League?
I mean, if they did, then they're crazy because we didn't even replace Son. We don't have a proper left back. We don't have a proper midfielder. We don't have a left winger. We bought in Mawani on the last day as a panic. If they think this squad is Champions League, then
But Sav, you didn't think this squad was a million miles of Champions League. You predicted Spurs could finish anywhere between 6th and 9th, if I remember rightly when we talked.
Yeah,
in the
if everyone is fit, and they're not.
Yeah, I hear that. But for them to then say do their internal assessment to predict potentially one place higher isn't crazily out of what you think the squad's potential is.
Yeah, but I said that if you've got a fit Kulu and a fit Maddison with the fit players now, then I think we are. But we don't have a fit Kulu and a fit Maddison. So when I said 6th with everyone fit, not going to happen this season because we don't have those players. They're out for the year.
Okay, so let's explore that a bit. If Maddison and Kulusevski were fit,
yeah,
do you think Spurs are a lot better this season?
Yes,
absolutely,
100%.
Absolutely, because James Maddison scores loads of goals, gets loads of assists, controls the football, takes play. Yeah, absolutely. And Kulu's a decent player. I don't go overboard about Kulu, but Kulu's a good footballer.
He's a decent player. Yeah, he's a good player.
Unless you ask Lubo and he says he's finished like Bentancur, right?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I agree Maddison is a good player, but what are you guys then doing to Xavi Simons?
Well, Xavi Simons clearly looks like someone who needs time to adapt, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so
there's
you
nothing
drop
wrong
him.
with
You
that.
can play. You can play.
Okay, you drop him.
Xavi Simons
Maddison
was bought on the back of James Maddison getting injured. Kolo Muani was loaned on the back of Dominic Solanke getting injured. Neither, I think, are any good. So
I'll tell you what, I don't think with those 2 additions into your squad, you guys get top 6. I'll be honest with you.
I don't think we're going to get top 6 anyway. Wolfie, I thought we'll finish 10th.
No, I'm saying if your full squad was fit, I don't think you get top 6.
I think we get 8th, 7th or 8th. That's what I think. I don't think we'll get any better than that. Honestly, the squad is. Look who we got up front. We've got
you answered it yourself. He's answered it himself, Danny. Though, so if he's saying even with those players fit, we're 8th. So then, what's all the pressure for Thomas Frank to go? If this is what we think our squad is,
no, because you said that squad could get 6th.
I said could
Your
get 6th.
opinion. Your opinion. Yeah.
Hang on. People always take the line I said out of context. I said if Spurs have a fully fit squad, right? And we get lucky and everything goes our way, we could finish 6th. But so far, we've had the worst injuries in Europe, right? Which happen. But of course, that affects where you're going to be. And the fact that we didn't buy what we needed, this window is massive. Wolfie, this window is massive for Spurs. We need players. We need quality in this team badly.
I'm just, my point is on the generic sense that I think your owners felt that you had enough to get 5th. And I think that's their target. Get us Champions League money. So this whole other thing about, okay, let's get a transfer window. Who are you getting would be my next question. Because I don't see who you can get. And I'm not saying this for banter. I just don't. I feel you would get the scraps of everyone else is top
that's
5
that's
stuff.
what
You know what I'm saying?
Also,
and Lang should have been working on for the last 4-5 months since the transfer window shut. That's their job. That's their job to identify. Right now, Wolfie, we should know who we are bidding for come January the 1st. Right now, if they've
already bought
anything
players.
about them, right, they should know exactly who they're bidding. Not wait until mid-January or the end of January. Right now, we should be waiting. And on January the 1st, it should be here's our proposal for this player. Right? That's
Let
what
me
we
ask
should
you
be
guys
doing.
a question.
A
right?
minute past mid.
There's a guy in the chat, Ade at 5:36 said, DK, we will get top 5 with the right manager. Does anyone on this panel, including you, Wolfie, think that a better manager will get top 5 with this current squad?
No.
It's like I said earlier on.
Fully
No.
fit. You
I
saying
think
fully
half
fit,
these
Danny?
players have
I don't
met
think
their
fully
ceiling
fit.
already.
No, you saying like Madison, Kulusevski, etc.
Yeah, if everyone is fully fit, do you think
No,
a better manager
We've
can
got
get
no
top
goal
5?
scorer.
Bro, I
We've
think you
got
can get
no,
16.
no goal scorer. We've got no ball playing midfielder. We've got one left back who's never fit.
I agree there.
Right? We've got no left winger. Sorry, like if this is Conte would get 5th with his squad. No, Conte would get 5th if he had Kane's son.
Shut up.
Right?
That's rubbish.
Let's stop making out Conte to be a miracle worker. Conte got us top 4 because he had Kane, Son, and Kulusevski as a front 3 that between them scored goals for fun. Right now, you've got Solanke, Richarlison, and Mawani.
Oh my God, I
score
forgot you
goals
got
for fun.
Solanke.
Right.
I forgot about it. But yeah, back to my point. Do you get my point? I don't know who you guys think you can get that is going to improve this squad to push you up into a top 5 squad in this transfer window in January. That's the point I'm making here. Even with 100 million.
I'll tell you, if Spurs could go out and get again, it depends how far off we are the top 5, right? By the time the January signings are made.
Let's assume you're in the mixer. Let's assume you're in the mixer. Right.
We need a Lookman type player on the left who scores and creates. And we need a goal scorer. And I think we need a ball playing number 8.
No, Sab, I'm not saying what you need. I'm saying who you need.
Okay, so I think we need somebody like a Lookman.
No, not somebody. Who? That's still.
Well, I'm saying Lookman. Like I'm saying Lookman.
Lookman.
I think we need Lookman or Savio or Fofana, somebody on that left wing of that ilk, right? I think we need a ball playing midfielder, someone like a Ruben Neves, someone like a Stiller, someone of that ilk, right? I think we need. I actually think I would try and get someone.
You can get these players, bro. I don't think you can get these players.
Okay, right. So this brings it full circle. If Spurs can't attract Lookmans, right, and Savios and Fofanas and Stillers, right, fine. What's the point in sacking the manager? If Spurs can't attract those players, what is the point of bringing in a better manager?
The point would be, so are you saying, let's say Spurs get nothing in January. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Why sack the manager?
I think we do buy in January.
Yeah, I'm saying, but on that point, just as a kind of constant, you're saying basically you'd still have the same squad on February the 1st. Yeah. What's the point in sacking the manager? I would say there would be more reason to sack the manager if your squad wasn't strengthened in January, because he hasn't been able to get a tune out of this squad, and this is your squad until the end of the season. Therefore, I think logically it would make sense to sack him. But if you invest in January, then I think the argument is stronger to keep him if he's had an influence in the players that come in.
Sure. But either way, if he's not got the best out of these players, I still don't know what the best out of this squad is. This is a squad that some of it finished 5th when they were playing one game a season. Then they finished 17th. I don't know what this squad is, Wolfie. Like, I think some fans are making it out, right? I don't know if the other Spurs fans on a panel agree, but some fans are making it out as though Frank has picked up a team in the top 4 and destroyed us. Right? I think people have got to realise we got 38 points last season in the Premier League. 38, right? So whichever manager came in was picking up an absolute shit show. Now, granted, it's not gone as quick as people would have liked. Granted, we're not seeing nice football. Granted, we're not seeing enough that we can turn around and go, I get the identity. But you know what? The next manager is coming in and picking up the exact same thing. And this is the worry for you. Right. Yeah. And just to say this point, right? You've answered your own question. The front 3 of Son, Kane and Kulu had the highest GA in Europe from January 22 to the end of the season. Yes. And that is why Conte finished top 4. We don't have that. We don't have that, mate. We don't have that. And when people keep going, but Conte had a terrible defense. Sorry, I don't think we've got a great defense now. I don't think Porro and Udogie and Spencer, these great fullbacks people think they are. We've got a crap midfield. I think we've got poor fullbacks, no left winger, no goal scorer. And we got people going, yeah, Conte would finish 5th. Would he?
We've been struggling for wing backs since Rose and Walker.
Yeah, but you can't make the argument that it can't change under a different manager, because I'll use Dyche as the example. Not that I really want to. It's actually probably a good example. No, but it's probably a good example because he's picked up an Ange squad just like Frank has. Ange won 0 in 8 games. Dyche came in.
No, this wasn't an Ange squad. Ange didn't have a squad.
I didn't say it was an Ange squad. I said Ange won 0 in 8 with the squad.
You just said he picked up an Ange squad. You just said he picked up an Ange squad, right?
Okay, fine.
Ange Postecoglou, right? Basically, you guys fucked around with something that worked. You had something good. I know what you're going to say about Nuno and the director of football, but Nuno found a formula that worked for Nottingham Forest, and he did you well. You won't disagree with that for last season, right?
No.
Ange came in and completely tried to rip it apart and go do the gung-ho thing. And let's be fair, your board have been very sensible and gone, right, but let's get Dyche in. He's going to go not back to the same thing, but he's more of a Nuno, right? Yep. And he goes, right, he's just doing the sensible thing that was working before Ange came in. Hence why you've lost 2 in 11 and you're now an organised football team. We've not had that for years, Wolfie. We've not been a good team for years.
Yeah, but you're missing one big chunk out, Sav. You're missing one big chunk out. Forest summer recruitment was designed to get more attack-minded players to step away from a counter-attacking system into a possession attack-based system. That was the philosophy.
Sure, but you've still got the players there to do what Nuno did. We saw it yesterday. You've still got the players there.
Well, a lot of it revolved around, say, in Alanga, for example, to do it in Chris Wood, and Chris Wood's been out pretty much the whole season. But I get what you're saying in the reverting thing. But Dyche, and I'm giving him credit here, so if there's any Forest fans in the chat, don't say I have an agenda, right? Dyche picked up a squad that was designed to be more attacking based on the recruitment they did in the summer and converted them into a more counter-attacky, low-blocky team. So there's still that you had the
ingredient, but my point is, Wolfie, you still had the ingredients to do what you had done before in your squad. Tottenham don't have the ingredients for any one style. We don't have really good wingers. We don't have really good wing backs. We don't have really good ball players. We don't have really good strike. Like there's no.
Yeah, but we're missing the 3 big components. We're missing Chris Wood, who scored over 20 goals. Alanga, who got 17 assists. Einar. Sure. That's already a third of the team, and then Murillo has been out injured. Now he's back. Thankfully, he came back against Spurs. What I'm saying is, he still had to work with pretty much a third of the team missing to get them back organised.
Matt Sells was your keeper last year, right? Savona, not Savona. Nico Williams, Murillo, and Milenkovic were all in your back.
Murillo was injured.
Yeah. Right? Anderson, Gibbs White, and Sangare were all here last year. Callum Hudson-Odoi was here last year. The crux of the team that did well is all there for Dyche to implement his system. Plus people like Douglas Luiz. And the striker you've bought is a pain in the arse to play against. Right? I love him. Now look at what we've done, Wolfie. When was the last time Spurs had a really good philosophy that we all went, God, that really works? Poch.
I knew you were going to say Poch, man.
But it is. But it is, right? Sorry, guys on the panel, am I wrong?
It's true. Yeah, no, it's true. That was the last time.
So everyone keeps talking about Spurs need a rebuild. I'm like, rebuild from what? What do you mean rebuild? This is what people want to rebuild from. You ready? How long ago was that team? That was the brilliant team, right?
Why do you have that on speed dial, bro?
Because when I've got people telling me about how they want to play the Spurs way and an entertaining attacking football, and they want to play like Poch's team, I say, sure, buy players like this then. Sure.
Okay, wait. Bring that up. Bring that back up. Bring that back up a sec. Right. Let's just go through this. Right. So Lloris, where did you get him from? Was he out in France when you picked him up? Leon. Okay. His rep was pretty good. Let's go through the defense. Rose's Academy, yeah?
No, Rose was bought from Leeds.
Oh no, Leeds. Leeds United. Yeah.
Was he from Leeds? Okay.
Walker from Sheffield.
Sorry, Walker from Sheffield. I love that you called him Sheffield and not Sheffield United. You're a legend. I love it because it pisses him off. Where did you get him from? Where did you get him from?
Came from Ajax and Alderweireld came from Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
Man, your memory is good, bro. Okay, and just run me through the rest because I can't remember.
Southampton.
Ericsson came from Ajax, Dele Alli came from MK Dons, Son came from Leverkusen, and Kane through the academy. But it all just clicked.
Yeah, okay, but these are not household names until they came to Spurs, apart from a couple.
Well, I mean, Vertonghen and Alderweireld were household names, right?
Yeah,
Hugo Lloris was a household name.
Yeah.
Christian Eriksen was one of the best young playmakers in Europe that people wanted.
He wasn't a household name though. He was.
But the thing is, all of those players had real quality for Poch to coach. And by the way,
but they were recruited well. That's my point. They were recruited well, and talent was spotted. Now,
was that?
Here's what it looks like.
Paul Mitchell.
Paul Mitchell. Yeah, that was Paul Mitchell. Now we've got Lang and Paratici bringing us in Gray, Bergvall, Sarr, Odegaard, Tell, Richarlison, Solanke, Brennan Johnson. There's levels.
He's the most important striker you've had in the last 40 years, my friend.
Who's that?
There's levels.
Brennan Johnson. But my point is, no, I'm good, mate. My point is that I think they're still trying to copy the same model. They're just doing a shit job.
All right, £9.99.
But that's the point, Wolfie. That's why Spurs fans are so desperate for Poch to come back, because they believe he's going to do the same thing again. But right now, I look and go, is there anyone that's a young Eriksen? No. Right now, I look and go, is there anyone as dynamic as what we saw with Kyle Walker as he was coming through? No. Is there any centre-half anywhere near Toby Alderweireld and Vertonghen? And I don't want to hear Van der Ven and Romero being mentioned in the same breath as those two. No. Right? No one's anywhere near as good as Danny Rose. Like, there's Dembele.
Danny Rose? You not rate Danny Rose that highly?
For a couple of years, he was fantastic.
Yeah.
For a couple of years, he was
all I remember him for was his debut goal against Arsenal.
Mate, he for 2 years.
Didn't you ship him off to
He was one of the best left backs in Europe at the time.
At one point, yeah.
He was.
Danny Rose. I never thought Danny Rose was unbelievable.
Rose and Walker.
Yeah,
Rose
and Walker were the best.
Walker, yes. Walker definitely. Rose.
Yeah, and do you know why? Do you know why Danny Rose never went to a bigger club? Because he had injury problems galore. That's why.
So he for the 2 seasons, I think back to back, Spurs had the best back four in Europe, didn't we? For goals conceded.
Yeah.
Right. That back four was
and
phenomenal.
goals and goals from the fullbacks as well.
Yeah, we were that back four was brilliant. But what you had, and again, the man that made it all tick, Moussa Dembele. Right.
Yeah.
Moussa Dembele. God, did he make Tottenham tick? He was absolutely sublime. Now look at the crap we're putting.
Do you want a fun fact on Moussa Dembele?
Go on.
I don't know if it's true. My brother told me this.
Golden assist stats now, isn't he? You're
no. I was just going to say. Apparently, my brother told me the Spurs players used to call him the Doctor because they said if you give him the ball, he'd always make it better. Some weird shit like that.
Listen to some of the biggest ex-pros have played. They all say Dembele was the best player they've ever seen.
Oh yeah, no, I rated Dembele. I rated him, but
he was.
Wolfie, everyone's still searching for that. This is the point, right? Everyone.
But I don't know what I'm defending or attacking here in this discussion. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't really care, but
not every conversation is defending or attacking. But the problem we've got is people keep using the word rebuild, Wolfie. And Poch said in his last year, Spurs need a painful rebuild. And at the time, he was right. At the time. But now fans use it 6 years later. There's nothing to rebuild from. You know what we need, Wolfie, rather than a rebuild?
A miracle.
No, we need a build. We've got to build something. Right?
I'd say miracle.
We do need a miracle.
Hang on, but Poch built something, right? And in Poch's first, let me tell you this. If Poch's first year, in his first 15, 16 games, they were very similar to this. We weren't good, right? We weren't good. And then he got better in the second half.
What year did he come in?
2014, 15, 14, 15.
Yeah, he was in charge when we played you. So that was that his first year when we got you in the cup?
God knows.
Or that was 14.
Guys, I really need to wrap this up. I'll be honest, mate.
I'm on another stream in 8 minutes. Yeah, go on. Give us your conclusion. Huh?
No, I was going to say, Savva's got a team tonight, man.
I said, Sav, I'll jump on for 15, man, and then Sav gets me freaking all talking.
Yeah, I love
At 2 o'clock, I'm going off at 3. Walk off.
Just,
I'm going
I
off
know.
at 5.
I know, and I've said I'll join the Spurs 5 tonight because Johnny's not about. So, God, that's on at 8. So I'll be back in 3 hours.
Fine.
But,
Oh, yes, I might tune in for that one. Finally,
Dean Law.
you need to get back on that Spurs 5, bro. There's not enough
Mate,
you still.
I can't. Do you know
Yeah,
why I
you
stopped?
can.
Right? No, hang on. I can't commit to every Monday and every Thursday, right? Because, like, you know,
Do
when you're
one of them
married,
a week, then, bro. Don't have to do both.
no, man.
I'm putting public pressure on him.
Big up Dean Law for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, mate. Always in the chats giving super stickers. So thank you very much, Dean. Really appreciate you, my man. And we got 13. You only have 2. I think it's an Arsenal fan talking about league titles. So big up Savva & Co. Spurs' issue is systemic failure from the top. Bang on. Levy is gone, but ENIC without him has to prove themselves. No guarantee. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. Everyone has talked for ages about Levy's gone, right? I need to see it change. Now Levy's gone. Show us.
Wait,
show
Sav,
us.
do you need my approval, Sav?
For what?
According to Scott.
What?
Look at this Scott guy in the chat. Let's go. You're right. You know his game.
We love Scott.
Why do you need this man's approval so bad? Sav, do you want my approval, Sav?
Why do I need his approval? What you mean? Because we're having a football debate back and forth. I find so many YouTube viewers are so.
Do they think we're like characters from EastEnders, man? Seriously?
I don't know.
Yes.
It's so strange.
Maybe Coronation Street.
I call Max Brannan.
I don't watch any of that.
Phil Mitchell.
No.
I ain't seen it in like 10 years. I don't even know if he's
I
still
don't
in
watch
there.
that shit either.
The last time I watched EastEnders was 15 years ago with an ex.
Yeah,
and it
Max
a Christmas
Brannan was
special. The
doing his
Ginger Kid
son's
died.
daughter, Stacey, or something last time I saw
Was it
it.
the Ginger Kid died Christmas episode? That's the last time
Yeah, that's when I stopped watching it around that time.
Oh my word.
I've the only one episode I've ever watched.
That's how you know we've been going a long time. We're starting to turn the conversation into EastEnders now.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to Blockbuster Movie Games and Television.
Yeah, I was just going to say that actually. Yeah, just for all you people out there, can you see a Cobra on my top? Ready for tomorrow, Cobra Kai, just ready for tomorrow. So we got our tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, we got our Karate Kid stream, the first one. And then we got the following one. No.
Can I end the show? Please.
Oh my days, what is this?
Yes, please end it, man, because I need to piss before this next
Right,
stream.
guys, I'm going to send you over. The only people I can see live on my list is Team Coppish. I'll send you over to them if you want to. Just say Savva Raid or FHTV Raid. Big up to Andy Lester with a super sticker. Guys, please get over to the Spurs 5 tonight. I will be taking Johnny's place just for the evening. And I'm sure that'll be fun. Stel will be joyous that Spurs are not doing well again. I'm sure he will be loving that.
He's already played out, isn't he?
I need some
Has he
words
said it yet?
about a few of the things he said about
Has he said it?
Didn't he do a YouTube video about it? I think he did a YouTube video, didn't he?
Has he said the words Frank out?
I'm not sure. I have to look at the YouTube video.
He dances around it. I want to hear
him
say
it yesterday. He didn't say it yesterday.
Right. Guys, I'll see you later. Take care. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you for all the super chats. Yeah, we'll have a charity stream later in the week for the homeless food drop. But much love. Take care. And as always, come on, you Spurs.